look for a Gummy Bear album on November 2013. Next, there'll be like game where you like this case something. All means become used. Oh nothing. Well, what is a JB? I SpongeBob. Well, I don't play SpongeBob. That's our tea time. You were saying. Forever stranded. It's just something. I'm getting cold. Oh, Webber Tower. Huh? Minecraft virtually. Dude, everything like let's say you make it like a popular thing. Let's say it doesn't a gambling. Somebody just make a video thing straight up into a Roblox game. Yo, 2048. I sell blocks. Hold up. It goes so small that it goes like choose big and then like 0.25. Imagine like you start at 0.25. Yeah. It, okay. What's that image? Pie. Pie. The number is like 3.14.
Late in the night of Valentine's Day 2014, air monitors at an underground nuclear waste repository outside Carlsbad, New Mexico, detected the release of radioactive elements, including americium and plutonium, into the environment. Ventilation fans automatically switched on to exhaust contaminated air up through a shaft, through filters, and out to the environment above ground. When filters were checked the following morning, technicians found that they contained transuranic materials, highly radioactive particles that are not naturally found on Earth. In other words, a container of nuclear waste in the repository had been breached. Site was shut down and employees sent home, but it would be more than a year before the bizarre cause of the incident was released. I'm Grady, and this is Practical Engineering. The dangers of the development of nuclear weapons aren't limited to mushroom clouds and doomsday scenarios. The process of creating the exotic transuranic materials necessary to build thermonuclear weapons creates a lot of waste, which itself is uniquely hazardous. Clothes, tools, and materials used in the process may stay dangerously radioactive for thousands of years. So a huge part of working with nuclear material is planning how to manage waste. I try not to make predictions about the future, but I think it's safe to say that the world will probably be a bit different in 10,000 years. More likely, it will be unimaginably different. So ethical disposal of nuclear waste means not only protecting ourselves, but also protecting whoever is here long after we're ancient memories or even forgotten altogether. It's an engineering challenge pretty much unlike any other, and it demands some creative solutions. The Waste Isolation Pilot Plant, or WIPP, was built in the 1980s in the desert outside Carlsbad, New Mexico, a site selected for 7. the area of active.
Oh. Minecraft. New place after. Okay. That might be what I did. It's certainly not some cheating. Alright, I got some starter tools. Nice. Let's try some bone meal for the fast grow. And there we go. We have a bed. We have some early game stuff. We're making some a sieve, which requires more wood. What is my phone? And now it's me to get some dirt. Mega. The only reason I have 32 saplings is probably because I'm just I'm just kind of got way too much, to be honest. I guess but dust. I got more copper, which makes a copper ore chunk. And then it wants me to make some new stuff, also known as barrel. Man, it's so fun. I should actually beat it. And if I do this, you need to do the quest. And if you do the quest, you might unlock some new stuff. Now I'm weaker because of the crash landing. And you also need it because sieves. No, really, you actually need it to sieve. Why? I had to figure it out. Okay? Now figure out why I want to sieve. It's starting to become night. I keep healing up. I actually made this. Dude. Ah yes, if I press a key, let's do. If I press a key. I captured it. Let's get some dirt. And then here we have to have some new stuff. Let's just sleep. My dirt is done, being done. Here you go to this stuff. What's going Я казата медита, пускалита. Ik kan nou graaf die ook wel. De ook. Oh, ja, de ook possible. I crafted it and now I need some water. A quest for water. You're naturally generating 4 small cactus to this mod pack. Yo, nice. Great. Nice, we got some. Why can I use my pebbles? Use making stiff. Yeah, colors are a little. Let's go miss it. That was a blood moon? Wait, my first day was a blood moon? I just skipped a goddamn blood moon. I was supposed to do. I need to mine dust with my pickaxe. I made them all little chunky, so it's just 10. We got 2 iron ore chunks. Just use a lot of stuff. Now let's take this, 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 this. There's a couple of. Now I'm gonna eat the rest of everything I made. I look outside, and what I do is make some new hooks. Then with the new hooks, I make what I want. My compressed omega hook. Then let's cut down some tree. Let's cut down some sand because I hate it. Yeah, making a tactical hole. And I'm starting to overheat again. It's day 1 and I'm overheating every day. I have to go back to my tactical thing. Just sit there. Used to make full clay makes not a lot. Can make a pipe seal. Later, brown stuff, mainly compact, stone. A backpack. And with porcelain clay, I can make lots of stuff, including a bucket. Dear God, no. Alright, we got some extra porcelain clay. Alright, yeah, I'm getting more water for more porcelain clay. To be honest, I forgot something. The reason why I'm doing this thing, like boom boom, is a cactus tree. Look at this tree. This is nice. And this is a slime ball. Uses compressed slime ball, gel slime, lead, wood blade, and a slime flag and slime boot. But it's like something, but a bit more expensive. I got 2 slimes. Why am I saying that? That I have 2 slimes? Well, it's very easy because full circle makes a slime ball. A slime ball can give a lot. I got one more iron ore. Oh, got stuck. That's bubbles. I really need some more. We need some more stuff. And how do we get more stuff? Is that right? That's right, sieving. Sieving is a requirement to do anything in this mod pack. And no joke, it's actually a real one. And I actually wasted my thing that I use, like my dust, to get more iron. So, how much dust in every game is iron? Then get to. After the dust, you use way better stuff. I thought 3 dust will be enough for this thing. And we got clay. Make that into some porcelain clay. Give me some of that. And not enough. Oh no, I just got enough. We got a furnace. And yes, I'm not kidding, we got a furnace. And so, the furnace can be used a lot. Now we're gonna cut down the trees right now because they're useless. Now, take that I wanna make. It's a bucket. Earth-fired clay bucket. Neat. Put some sticks. This huge tree needs to go right now. Goodbye. The same speed as shield. Like, no, sorry. Same speed as shield. And boop. Alright, this has been a very good practice. And not to put more stuff. Okay, we got infinite water. Now we can yeet some of our things to this. Now, yeah, we'll have it. Then we can get even hotter with lava. Alright, to make a cool cooling coil, I need some diamond shards, and diamond shards require a shard die. Instead, in diamond, in cobblestone, I can get diamonds, but the shard die requires flint, gold, like I can't even get freeze rods because they're igloo. I need the wood, so I need a yarn hammer, which needs 3 netherrack smelted. Then a shard die requires iron bars, and I need to get a lot of iron for iron bars. And I have half iron for 1 iron bar. Coal comes down. And you're gonna cook 2 iron pieces. That's it. Only 2. Why only 2? Well, cooking the rest of it is actually a bad idea. Oh, I threw my thing. No. I just threw a rock at I threw a rock at a tree. Yep, I am. And now that you need a plank. Now, oh, we're burning. We're burning. We have silkworms, we have 3 slime balls, to be honest. And we're not gonna use the compressed clay this time. We're gonna use that thing. It's way harder, but can give more stuff. That's right. We're gonna use shears. Now iron can be made with this, but we don't have any one of these. We don't even have. You cannot even get an iron gut. We can make it, but how? And so the only way you can smelt it. A flux synthesizer makes greater synthesizer only ores and more energy. If I'm overburning, I can use a thing.
Hi Hypixel just removed the admin rank, the game master rank, and the owner rank from the server. So what exactly happened? I'm Alex, like, subscribe, and enjoy. A recent announcement by the Hypixel team was posted explaining everything, so I'll read it really quick, then talk about some of the implications, critiques, and benefits of what happened. It reads, hello everyone, you may have already noticed this change live, but we've officially updated how our staff ranks are displayed across the Hypixel network. The game master and admin ranks are now combined under a single Hypixel staff rank. This change is purely cosmetic, there are no changes to how our team operates, developers will keep developing, support will keep supporting, moderation will keep moderating, and so on. It's all part of our effort to better align as a team while contributing to provide the best experience possible. Please note, GM World and admin diamonds, which are Hypixel forum reactions similar to Reddit awards but with no monetary cost or benefit, will no longer be able to be received. However, those already received will not be removed or replaced. Due to the size and complexity of our systems, you may still see some places that show game master or admin temporarily. We will be clearing these up over the next few days. So we have a new rank on the server, officially called the Hypixel staff rank, and it looks pretty good. What this announcement basically tells us is that the server will now have all admins and game masters, GMs or paid moderators and quality assurance under one rank. This also includes the owner rank, as the owner rank itself is also a staff rank. Originally, we had helpers, moderators, and for a while we had a few ranks for the build team, which got merged into the admin rank, but now all of the staff is in one rank, which just begs the question as to why. Now, I'm sure you can guess, but with a server community the magnitude of Hypixel, a lot of people like knowing who works there and what they do. It's just a thing that happens a lot with Minecraft servers. My personal fear is that this new rank, unifying all staff besides looking very cool and unique, has a few purposes. First of all, it anonymizes what certain staff members do just a little bit more, and this isn't necessarily a bad thing. It just, as the announcement said, unifies them all in one, because in reality the rank is purely cosmetic, and different staff have different jobs and purposes, which likely means they'll have different permissions of what you do on a server. People can still easily find out what a staff member does. A lot of them just kind of are open and say it, but I don't think that should be a necessity, and it can help those who want to work behind the scenes without being pocket watched to do exactly that, because, you know, the community can hold grudges and things of that nature, and it's just more professional for a work environment, although I don't think it is the primary purpose for the addition of the rank. Secondly, I think that this rank was added to the server to just make it more universal that there are staff members, because when Hypixel removed their helper and moderator ranks some years back, a lot of people were confused about the game master rank and what its purpose was, and this new rank makes it a lot easier for people to recognize staff from non-staff members. It is rare that you actually see a staff.
Since the dawn of time, humans have had an obsession with freedom, exploration, and overall being able to do what they want. It is not a surprise that if you were to contain a human inside a box for an infinite amount of time, they would be likely to go insane and die. On another note, the game known as Minecraft is usually a sandbox game where you have a 60 by 60 million block world to work with, but in a different, modded, version of an infinite amount of time, they would be likely to go insane and die. On another note, the game known as Minecraft is usually a sandbox game where you have a 60 by 60 million block world to work with, but in a different, modded, version of Minecraft, you have to survive in a 3 by 3 by 3 world. The name of this is compact claustrophobia. So this mod is a bit different from the usual modded experience. In Skyblock you are limited to a small island and a cobblestone generator, but you can still expand infinitely and build whatever you want. Stone Block is the opposite, where you begin in a small cave in a world made entirely out of stone and ores, but you can still dig out a decent area and live comfortably. But in compact claustrophobia, you are contained within unbreakable walls with no foreseeable way to escape. This is not only a resource management game but also a space management game. Resources are hard to come by and you have to be smart about where you put stuff. But what exactly is the point of this game? To expand your area and eventually escape this tiny world. This is a heavily modded experience, so expect to see many custom items, custom machines, and new game mechanics. Items that are usually only obtainable in the overworld, Nether, and End are now much more expensive than usual. For a game that takes place inside a tiny box, this gets insane, with the player eventually getting access to crafting and breaking bedrock. Today,
Yes.
we
Yeah,
will
let
be
me just
beating
craft
this
some
3 by 3 by 3
Then
Minecraft
bedrock.
world.
With my bedrock breaker, the ultimate.
After the incident, you wake up in a hallway of bedrock. What now? It is all over. Just kidding. In this hallway you will find something that is known as a compact machine. Compact machines allow you to store entire rooms of blocks inside a single block, but that's in a normal playthrough. In this playthrough, the compact machine is the new home of the player. After entering it you are surrounded by unbreakable walls and nothing, except there is a feature known as scavenging. By knocking extremely hard on these walls, aka punching, you can shake some dirt and gravel loose from them. After compressing the dirt powder into dirt blocks, you place it down and begin scavenging the dirt. By holding right click you can find seeds to grow wood, comestibles, and string. I planted a wood sapling, but due to the nature of this compact machine, the nature being that it is 3 by 3 by 3, harvesting these trees only give you 1 log worth of wood. With wood tools you can now pound on these walls without causing bodily harm. These wood tools are also stronger, so you manage to knock pebbles out of the walls. By putting 4 pebbles next to each other, they undergo fusion and become cobblestone, and now you can get stone tools. These stone tools are powerful enough to loosen some metal dust out of the walls, which includes some iron dust. Unfortunately, attempting to destroy something that is indestructible can only lead to destruction the other way around, and having multiple pickaxes on you will be a common theme in the game. Even then, the pickaxe gives you a lot of other random materials besides iron.
and it was time for a more effective method of getting iron specifically. Do you remember the metal dust I was mentioning earlier that I knocked out of the machine walls? By combining dusts together you can make blends, and smelting them makes alloy ingots, which in some cases can be better than normal ingots. By making a pickaxe out of 50% copper and 50% nickel, you get a 100% chance at mining iron out of the machine instead of this whole mess of dross. Using the wood gained from my 6 stunted trees, I smelted that dust into ingots for an iron pickaxe, which unlocks new drops. But we only want these 3. After quote-unquote, mining, some iron, redstone, and uranium, I made a blue powder. Smelting this blue powder causes you to obtain an ingot known as modularium. Keep this in mind because this will be important. But did I mention that this game contains radiation? Approximately 15 seconds ago, I mentioned that I have uranium. And as you may know, uranium is radioactive. If you let too much radiation build up in your living space, it will become the opposite of living, which is death, space. And all of the methods of fighting radiation are only in the end game due to game design. However, I have one thing that radiation doesn't have. The quest book. The developers coded it so that you get a hazmat suit at this point of the quest book once you get irradiated. But why deal with all this annoying and useless radiation? With this radiation I made a decay generator, which turns radiation into power. With this power I could now power my first machine. The small compactor. It's a single machine made out of several blocks you have to place down, which took up a 2x3x2 area, which was the majority of the space I had, causing me to relocate all my stunted trees and stuff I had. The machine also requires clay, which can be made from smashing cobblestone into dust and then mixing it with water. But how do I have water, you may ask? By making a wooden crucible and throwing some natural material in there, they will do this. And this water will be very important. With that out of the way, the compactor makes even more compact machines, for 16 modularium ingots per tiny machine. And to answer your question, you can place compact machines inside of compact machines, infinitely. So instead of one 3x3x3 box, you get 2 of them. Which is a very big difference. Here's where the space management comes into play. Machines later on require more space to fit into the room and actually function, like this 9x9x9 fusion reactor. And no, you can't split this up into 4 different smaller rooms. Eventually you will need to make the endgame bedrock crafter, which requires a 13x13x13 space. Where you put stuff will be important, compared to a usual Minecraft playthrough where you can just throw stuff down wherever you want and not have it change anything. Each higher tier room needs 4 of the lower tier and new materials every time, so that's what the progression is based around. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Speaking of too ahead, there is no such thing as too many subscribers. Please join me in the journey for more subs than the number of Rubik's Cube permutations. Nothing's impossible. Anyways, back to the 3x3x3 world. It was time to make steel, the first serious alloy. In the real world, steel is obtained by combining carbon and iron, but we are not in the real world. And in Compact Claustrophobia the main character does not have carbon due to being stuck in a machine, and the nature of the machine is that it is 3x3x3. So here is a new method. The first step is to throw human waste into water and then mix it with dust to obtain this powder, and then you combine it with grounded up wood and an RNG drop from sieving, and now I have gunpowder and now I have TNT. The second step involves exploding iron blocks with TNT. Supposedly, the TNT will explode the carbon into the iron to make steel. And I did this in my third compact machine, because I did not want to blow up my first or second machines. Did I mention that this pack, like most other packs, will require materials in increasingly massive amounts up to end game? So later on you will gain more efficient methods to gain the same materials. Instead of using a wooden pickaxe to mine stone, I could just use a sieve to turn dirt into rocks into stone. And by using the water, I could now grow crops faster. One of which was sugarcane. A material that is useful in Hypixel Skyblock, and also in Compact Claustrophobia. In this game it's used in a sewage duplication feature, which will be useful because the sewage is an ingredient for pressed off, also known as press off, which is German for artificial leather or ersatz, which can be stacked on top of each other to agglutinate into a single leather, since cows do not spawn in compact machinery. This fake leather will be used in the 3x3x1 metal press, which can just barely fit in my machine. After getting all the leather I needed, along with some other machinery requiring steel, I assembled the metal press in the third compact room, right next to a new power generator called the thermoelectric generator, which is made from the exploded steel and some metal ingots that have been flattened with an engineering hammer specifically, not just a normal hammer. The way this generator works is that when you have two different things and one of them is hot and one of them is cold, it will create energy due to the Seebeck effect, which exists in real life. This also works with radioactive stuff, which counts as a hot material and will also undergo the Seebeck effect. With this, you will obtain much more energy than the decay generator. This is what the game told me to do, but do you know what's even hotter than uranium? Technically the Landau pole is hotter at about 10 to the power of 290 times hotter, but we do not have access to that. However, we can make lava by crafting a steel rod, burning it to convert this into a blaze rod, breaking that blaze rod into powder, and then stomping on it over and over again. You get a bit of lava. Now do this 4 times and you have a whole bucket. Now you might say that you could use the lava and water to make obsidian to make a nether portal to escape the machine, but nether portals are disabled. So it was time for a more useful use of the lava. With the lava, water, and generator, I powered a metal press, which can crush a tiny compact machine into this more pixelated and useless version, which is actually a crafting ingredient for the 5x5x5 machine. And this space upgrade will be needed to fit in the crusher, which is a 5x3x3 machine. The crusher isn't even the most expensive part. The 16 tiny machines required for the 7x7x7 machine was going to be catastrophic to make, requiring thousands of pounders. But no matter. As the player gets more room and more materials, you can begin making and placing down pipes, hoppers, cables, and even more machines to automate obtaining resources. Doing the entire progression manually is looked down upon, and later on you will see setups such as this that have been designed to save as much space as possible while doing their job. Soon enough, most of the items you need will no longer come from pounding on the walls, but from technology. But before that, it was time to get the 5x5 machine. And this requires a few more steps. First I made a steel pickaxe, which is apparently powerful enough to knock the blue out of the dark blue walls. Then you use this blue lapis lazuli to make a blueprint, and you use the blueprint and some other engineering tools to engineer a square-shaped mold, which is needed to make the metal press work. After painstakingly getting 4 tiny compact machines from setting up an auto clicker, I crushed them all and then used them as the sides for the brand new 5x5x5 room. I moved some of the generators and machines in there, including a new machine that allows you to make niter without having to use the sewage duplication feature, which I used to explode more iron into steel. I also put down some more auto clickers running 24/7 because I would need a massive amount of resources for the 7x7x7 machine. So after going through tens of custom pickaxes and collecting auto clicker powder, I relocated the auto clickers so I could make space for the crusher, and even then it took a while to find a way to fit everything into the same room. It's kind of like a puzzle. But this crusher is used to crush materials that cannot be crushed with your bare hands or with the metal press made from the pre-stock. For example, coal coke. And also, supposedly to get the normal machine you have to crush 4 small machines inside the crusher. So I crafted 16 tiny machines, flattened them, turned them into a cube, and then back into hexagons, and then back into a machine. Which caused me to obtain the medium compact machine. But why go through all this pain? Because we need to grow real trees, which only the medium machine is large enough to do. And due to game design, some materials need real wood instead of the wooden planks I've been using this whole time. And due to game design, you can turn wooden logs into diamonds, but first, I need some graphite. The way it is achieved is by burning wood logs into a ball, then crunching them into little charcoal flakes, and then recoloring it to a different shade of black. And this will be used for machine plating to create the alloy smelter, cobblestone generator, item melter, and pretty much every other endgame machine. Instead of the vanilla way where you have to sit there and mine a cobblestone generator, you can use the good way, where you craft a cobblestone generator, which drops cobblestone in nearby storages. With this, you can skip having to constantly make wooden tools to farm pebbles. And as for the alloy smelter, this is for when mixing metal dust together with your bare hands is not powerful enough, and when you need high amounts of energy to create one thing out of two things. Or maybe three. Which is the case for steel, boron, and lithium. These three aforementioned metals can be fused together into a supposedly tough ingot, which can be made into a pickaxe that only mines uranium. Now this may sound stupid and like a waste of time. But you need over 5,000 uranium for the large compact machine, which allows you to fit in this 9x9 mystery machine that will be important. More on that later. Getting the large machine will use up 5 tough alloy pickaxes and more than 20 constantan pickaxes, but that is not the full ordeal. Besides flattening and crushing the first 2 tiers of machine, the next tier requires you to melt a normal machine and then solidify it into yet another hexagon with a small green planet orbiting it. Because the developer wanted to add a cool animation. And due to the massive amounts of energy required to melt a machine, I had to find a material hotter than lava to acquire a stronger Seebeck effect for more energy. And this fluid was pyrotheum. 3 times hotter than lava. Creating such a liquid would need lots of sulfur, which I got as a byproduct of throwing blaze rods in the big crusher, which is overall much more effective than breaking blaze rods with your bare hands. But all of this blaze stuff needs quite some steel. And I was done with having to use the risky and overall terrible method of blowing up iron. But now that we had an infinite water source and basically infinite cobblestone source, it was time to create the blast furnace for more steel than was previously thought possible. And after just a few more steps this was converted to sulfur. And with this sulfur I created the new energy setup. After using the massive modularium stockpile to make the normal machines, which were turned into 4 liquidified compact liquidified which I put inside a solidifier to be turned back to a normal machine. One of the side effects is that the melted normal machines make quite some radiation, which would not simply go away. So it was time to get it over with faster. After speeding up the process of forming normal machines, I finally invented the large machine. Large enough to make the revolutionary miniaturizer. But while we have the space to use it, we do not have the materials, which includes 2 diamond nuggets. So how do we get that? In this 9x9x9 machine I began putting down the stuff required to turn wood into diamond, which includes an oven that turns charcoal into coke. But why stop there? Next you create 8 cokes, crush them into coke dust, and then build a 3x3 squeezer to industrially squeeze the octuple coke to make one powder known as HOP graphite. Then you proceed to coke this again. Next you blow it up for a 20% chance to get 11% of a diamond. Now you might be thinking this is BS. And that is true. But that's not even the most BS thing. Anyways. After farming trees and processing them for a grand total of 15 HOP ingots, I gambled with them and got 3 diamond nuggets. Let's go. The miniaturizer was finally mine, which can mass produce 16 compact machine walls using only 9 iron and 2 redstone, meaning that you can say goodbye to the painfully slow process of compacting walls. So if I were to put an iron block and 2 redstone into it, it will become compact walls. Now if I were to do this approximately 2 times, I can also skip making the first 2 machine pieces as you can just build a real size compact machine out of 26 walls and shrink it into a single block, which counts as a compact machine. And you can skip straight to the 7x7 machine. About 3 times more resource effective. This was gaming. Until I saw this.
The heat is up, but yeah, it's still fine. Because of my very
This recipe requires you to input 1 ender pearl. Since mobs don't naturally spawn in compact machines, you can't kill endermen for pearls. So you have to make an ender pearl from scratch. This is done by surrounding a redstone block with 26 obsidian. Now it was time for math. It takes 6 large machines to make 1 huge machine, so you would need 24 normal machines to progress, which requires 26 obsidian each. And the result is you need 624 obsidian. Unfortunately, the old method of making obsidian was extremely insufferable. So it was time to create a new method. And here's what I did. After manufacturing the first ender pearl, I made the crucible, which is able to easily melt 4 cobblestone into 1 lava when you place it somewhere warm or radioactive. Luckily I had radioactive material, since putting the uranium next to the decay generator caused it to transform into thorium, which can melt cobblestone 20 times faster than lava. So I just connected that with the cobble gen and this machine that makes obsidian automatically from lava. But just as I was about to take a break, I was introduced to a new machine required for progression. This. Because when melting machines is not powerful enough, you need to glitch out the machine. Which is the case for the large machine. But how to glitch the machine? Here's what the developer coded in for glitching machines. You must blast this with 32 human waste in order for it to break down. And to produce the amount of waste required, we will need to get a lot of food. So instead of the old way of manually farming stuff, you can stick it into a garden cloche, which is basically a small transparent cover to protect plants, causing the plant to be protected and grow faster than ever and automatically harvest itself. The outputs of this go into a grinder along with some wood, and mixing this gives you a green powder that you throw into pre-existing sewage to make even more sewage. And you have to do this 100 times to get enough for 1 huge machine. So after spam
So, mijn nieuwe tool is bijvoorbeeld mijn ultimate left. And I'm slowly overheating. Thank God I made some extra armor. But overheating small
spamming compact machine walls, spamming other stuff, melting them and taking a look at their animations, making 6 large machines in the middle of all the radiation, building the brand new pressurized toilet, and breaking the large machines. I built a huge machine, but let's be honest, there is nothing special or new about this, so I was going straight for the maximum machine, which needs 6 huge machines injected with even more crap. Now let's do the calculus. Due to the 6 huge machines being needed for maximum size, you need 36 large machines, which is about 144 normal machines, or about 46 million energy worth of melting, meaning you would have to wait 1 real life day to get all this energy. But you know how I keep mentioning a fusion reactor throughout this playthrough. Now we can finally create it. By building the fusion reactor, which creates 2 million energy per second, you will obtain 5,000 times more energy than the Seebeck effect. And to get this fusion reactor, you need the fusion core and 96 electromagnets, which requires all of these materials. But enough talking, it was time to grind. time to boot up the reactor. But we all wish it was that easy, because there was a slight flaw that brought everything down. The reactor needs huge amounts of energy to boot up and maintain. It has a minimum energy per second requirement, similar to how Clicker Heroes has a DPS requirement to beat bosses, and this requirement was nowhere near the Pyrotheum setup. So it was time to use a power setup in between the Seebeck effect and strong nuclear effect to power the reactor. And this setup was a weaker version of the reactor known as the fission reactor, which is free to maintain, and also not very expensive to build. But while it is physically cheap, it is mentally expensive. It has a nearly infinite amount of different possible configurations, each with different efficiencies. The insides of the reactor have to be filled with fuel cells and coolers, in a way to reduce heat as much as possible and make as much energy. By the way, this can explode. And by this point, this game was hurting my brain. I've nearly spent 100 days already in this cramped world, and this is not even close to over. A part 2 will soon be made, so stay tuned and subscribe so that you do not unfortunately miss the arrival of
Sans domaine.
Okay, you went for Minecraft.
In today's audiovisual presentation, I spend another day as the world's most optimized voxel game developer, yet another day coding quantum-optimized binary greedy meshing. Okay, that's enough. I was going to download this game engine for research purposes. The result was the biggest reality check. I was too used to everyone being impressed by everything I was doing, and everything I did was seen as noob behavior. In game developer civilization, game developer pros don't use the Unity game engine like I did. They make their own game engine, giving them more control over every single detail to maximize performance.
Unfortunately, someone already made 25 bajillion game engines, and it's not going to make $5 bajillion anyway.
God forbid you try something in 2024 that isn't AI or cryptocurrency. Too bad I had no idea how to make a game engine until I remembered a video I watched while eating dinner 1 year ago. This video seemed useful, but this video was conspiring with the game developer pros all along. The coding was sped up by 1 quadrillion times to ensure I could not comprehend this top secret knowledge, so I decided to read the comments instead. C. At first I thought this was simply the third letter of the alphabet, but upon further research, it also appears to be a programming language used in game engines due to its extreme optimization. I now had a lead on making my dream game engine. Since this is my first time using C, I would need some kind of C code editor. This is where Visual Studio comes in. Visual Studio also has this green triangle I can click to conveniently turn my code into a runnable exe file. I have just made my first application using C, but when I announced my progress, this happened.
We are coming for you. The great technological race of Agarthacraft and Hyperboreacraft.
Both would suck. Ours will suck more.
It appears that I have a competitor now. Zoggle42069 and Fristek were game developer masters, and they were currently setting up on Arch Linux NeoVim GCC Advanced Hypertech. These people thought they were better, and if I don't render a single cube before they do, then unspecified but potentially unpleasant consequences will occur to me. But if I want to render a cube, I would need a window to draw something on, a way to color the pixels of the window, a way to calculate which pixels are in between the points of a shape, and a way to convert 3-dimensional geometry to 2-dimensional points. Luckily, someone decades ago had the same problem and solved it for everyone by making C++ libraries such as OpenGL and GeoFW, which I downloaded. I attempted to use GeoFW functions to open the window, leading to an unresolved external symbol error. After revisiting the GeoFW repository to complain, I realized I failed at reading instructions. I was used to installations being a one-click process, but installing a C++ library involves 5 crucial steps. Now that the library was in library format, the link error vanished, leading to my first victory, opening a window. I turned around and saw the Hyperboreacraft dev team struggling because they were using Arch Linux NeoVim GCC Advanced Hypertech. This was my chance to win the cube race using OpenGL, but this felt like a hollow victory over a crippled opponent. Luckily, I had a way to flex on them even harder. While OpenGL is the kid who got 90% on the test without showing any of the work, Vulkan is the guy who spent 200 pages showing that 1 + 1 = 2. This guy has thousands of hours of programming experience, studied graphics programming at university, and utterly failed at Vulkan. But if Vulkan was used correctly, I would acquire a massive performance advantage for rendering. This made me morbidly curious about Vulkan, so it was time to give it a shot and see what happens. In order to display something on the window, I need a swap chain, which is a chain of 2 or 3 images. One of these images is displayed to the window while the GPU draws stuff on another image. This ensures that 0 time is wasted between hardware, but before the GPU can draw stuff, it must know what to draw. Things like textures and models are uploaded to GPU memory, and descriptors are created to store information on this information so that it can be accessed by geometry pipelines, which use this data to draw stuff. The actual drawing is handled by shaders in the pipeline, which is where we code whatever 4K UHD RTX HDR blah 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 graphics we want. However, none of what I just said happens automatically. Vulkan commands are required to do anything, so we create a command buffer on the CPU, which is where we specify everything we want the GPU to do. Unfortunately, this may cause commands to be executed out of order, so we synchronize everything using semaphores, fences, image barriers, and whatever to ensure this labyrinthine contraption functions without destroying everything, which has happened before. But when I tried explaining my progress to those around me, I realized that my Vulkan journey had come at a personal cost. What I was saying was no longer comprehensible to the general population. I had become a social outcast, a monster, but it was worth it. After 2,000 lines of code and 5 days of coding, the 3-sided polygon was now visually perceptible by the naked human eye. I have never been this emotional in my entire life. Hyperboreacraft was in shambles, but from the ashes of Hyperboreacraft, a new ally was found. Fristek, a Rust developer who occasionally drops knowledge loot boxes. Each day was a new surprise of useful information. Being surrounded by developers is a good way to stay motivated while developing. This will accelerate my journey to reach my next goal, rendering a 3D object. Learning 3D rendering would apparently require speedrunning learning linear algebra. And to make matters worse, I received terrible news from MOG Griceback. After facing off Hyperboreacraft, my new enemy is the US government. The US Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency proclaimed that the usage of memory-unsafe languages like C++ is dangerous and significantly elevates risk to national security, national economic security, and national public health and safety. Can I render a cube before the US government assassinates me? Watch until the end to find out. Luckily, out of all linear algebra topics, only these ones matter, matrices and vertices. This was relatively simple to learn. The locations of points of a 3D object can be represented by vertices, and when vertices are multiplied by matrix, this happens. What you just witnessed is a transformation. Possible transformations include scaling, rotating, reflecting, shearing, and blah blah blah. But the transformation we need is a perspective projection, which conveniently transforms all the vertices in a 3-dimensional space onto a 2-dimensional plane. This allows us to render it on a screen. Transformations can also be combined by multiplying a matrix with another matrix, which is how we rotate and move the projection as if it was a moving camera. The transformed vertices are then used to draw a final picture. Thankfully, all of this math is automated by the GLM library. After adding keyboard and mouse controls to update the rotation and position of the camera, we can maneuver around this object. Now that rendering 3D objects is possible, it's time to add a 3D object. But just when I thought I succeeded, I was backstabbed. Vulkan doesn't magically know which objects are in front of one another, unless we enable depth testing. This associates each pixel with a distance, so that new pixels are ignored if a closer pixel is already there. Now that 3D rendering is functional, I can render whatever I want. So I did some off-camera programming to move terrain generation from Unity to C++. Suddenly, I was betrayed. I was getting worse performance than on Unity. The Agarthocraft experiment was a failure. This was the curse of Moore's law. While Moore's law states that hardware doubles in speed every 2 years, Moore's law claims that software halves in speed every 18 months. But just like all laws, there was an exception. As I was researching why Vulkan was catastrophically slow, I discovered a massive repository of Vulkan information called VK Guide, exposing the optimization strategies of modern games like Doom Eternal and Assassin's Creed. The main idea behind these optimizations is to do less work on the CPU. This can be accomplished by simply using more efficient Vulkan commands, or abusing shaders. Contrary to popular belief, shaders aren't just used for shiny Minecraft graphics. Shaders in general are used for rapidly processing inputs to calculate outputs, meaning shaders don't just work on pixels, they can also be used to hyper-optimize math and calculations. I finally realized that I wasn't using Vulkan to its full potential. I was coding like an OpenGL user, when I should have coded like a Vulkan user. Now was the age of the Vulkan indirect draw index push constants and LD depth pyramids sampling occlusion culling. I now had over 1500 FPS with the same render distance from Unity. Now that my game is optimized enough to handle whatever crazy stuff I want to do in the future, I shall pause the optimizations for now. There are more optimizations to implement, but optimizing forever does not actually lead to optimization. Going from 10,000 FPS to infinity FPS sounds impressive, but according to my calculations, this is a 100 microsecond improvement, equal to going from 100 FPS to 101 FPS, so do not trust idiot YouTubers. In terms of gameplay and graphics, I was far behind the Unity project, but the foundation is solid now. And in the next spine-chilling, genre-defining, bone-tingling, slow-burn, terrifying jumpscare, atmosphere-oozing, A24 release, trope-subverting, dark and eerie, gut-wrenching, aesthetically heavy, craft, gradual escalation, soul-shaking, dread-inducing, post-horror, suspenseful build-up, say more with less approach, blood-curdling, kino-key, the nerve-wracking, nail-biting, jaw-clenching, Snopes verified, Brooders verified, pro-science, truth uncovering, co-erasing, free wholesome, West rising, heavenly, holy, Jumroad episode of development. I will be adding modding.
Tu crois vraiment que le e-commerce c'est facile?
Anyway, you gotta mind this entire smeltery. Romania. You go to Romania. You see something valuable. It's mine now. Like, really mine. Not giving it back. Doing it for my own purposes. And yet, no way. I take a power and like take a power by unlock lots of free stuff. I got half a heart. I don't have enough space to be. Oh, dude. It's an ugly skeleton. We also need a smeltery tane. We need smeltery tanes to melt. Let's scroll down real quick. Oh, don't bung on down, Holland and down, down.
Even if game engines don't officially support modding, it ends up happening anyways, so we might as well make it easier. Luckily, making a game engine run outside code is surprisingly easy. Since my game engine is written in C++, I can use built-in functions to execute any file I want, leading to possibly 5 septangentilion viruses activating. It's a better idea to run code in an isolated environment where it only has access to the functions needed to modify the game, without giving it access to the entire computer. This is called a sandbox. One popular way to do this is with Lua, but after mentioning this and starting some kind of programming language war, I accidentally learned about the existence of WebAssembly, aka WASM. Apparently it allows programs to be written in C++ or any of these languages, and compiled to a WASM file that is run on a sandbox embedded within a program. I was curious. After doing 5 minutes of research, I downloaded the WebAssembly Micro Runtime, or WAMR. Next I read mountains of WAMR tutorials to learn how to use it in my game engine. After painfully adding WAMR to my game engine, I first used WAMR to create a WebAssembly sandbox when the game begins. Mods will be loaded into the sandbox, so we have to give mods access to functions in the game engine so that they can actually do anything. For this example, I made a function in the game engine called print, which will log a string to the game console. During the sandbox creation, we export the print function to the sandbox, giving mods in the sandbox access to the function. Now it's time to create the actual mod, which I will also do in C++. To use the game engine's print function, I copied it to the mod file but without the code because this print function is going to be linked to the code of the game engine's print function when we export it. This mod will also have a function named main, which will call the print function, which will execute the print function in the game engine. Then I used the mscripten SDK to compile my C++ mod into a WASM file. Back in the game engine, all I must do now is load the WASM file into the sandbox and search for the main function in the mod so that I can execute it. Now that our mod and game engine can talk to each other, the possibilities are basically endless. Not only can things like numbers and strings be passed between the sandbox and game engine, but entire chunks of memory can also be transferred, allowing me to add modded terrain generation. In my game, the world is split into chunks made of about 30,000 blocks. So to generate a chunk, we define a function in the mod that takes an input of a chunk of blocks. The function is going to fill this chunk with whatever blocks we want from our mod. To use this function, the game engine allocates a section of memory from inside the sandbox, which is going to represent our chunk. Then we search for the chunk generation function in the mod and execute it, using the chunk as the function input. After the function is done generating the chunk, the game engine uses the data to render it. Now we have a world that is generated from whatever the modders want. That's basically everything I wanted to show. So goodbye.
Ready to unlock Roblox digital gift cards?
Oh my god,
Start earning with Microsoft Rewards today.
What did I get? Anvil? I got an anvil. I'm rich with one anvil.
Breathing has been around since 1519. Without it, humans would be extinct. But what happens when you hold your breath for 1 month? In this video I basically do an entire playthrough without touching a single air block. But how? First I will show you the rules of this challenge. The oxygen bar must always be at 0. So no water breathing potions, no whatever this is, and none of the above. No camping allowed. Difficulty must be hard. And we aren't doing golden apples again. If I die, I lose. If I get out of the ocean and breathe a single bubble worth of oxygen, I lose. Now I know what you may be saying out loud at the screen. No human being can hold their breath for 1 month and come out alive. But Steve is no human. And I have found a way to survive 1 month without breathing a single oxygen. Here is how. As usual, I will be given time to prepare before the challenge. And I was going to use the survival world I used for the previous challenges since I already had lots of resources on it. But after loading it, I was reminded that I had lost everything due to me failing the 59-kilometer water bucket MLG. So it was time to go on a journey to recover my items. After arriving at a village near my death, I discovered my items laying in a valley. Miraculously, they did not despawn from the long journey or the version changes. The next thing I shall do for the challenge is to get a huge amount of pork chops. This is because when you are drowning, the minimum amount of effort required to not die from drowning is by eating pork chops to regenerate. The reason why I am not doing golden apples is that due to the void incident, we ran out of golden apple stock. So how much pork do we need to suffocate for 1 month? After doing a test and doing some multiplication and bringing over the decimal point, we need 1,500 cooked pork chops. Even though Steve loses 1 heart per second from having no oxygen, this can be slowed down by the respiration enchant. Even though it is called respiration, it does not give me oxygen. It just makes me take less drowning damage. Now that is cool and all. But how exactly do we get 1,500 cooked pork chops? The first possible method is flying all over the world and killing pigs. But that is the boring way. The cool way is using this free pork hoglin farm download no virus, since hoglins are the second mob that drop cooked pork chops when they die. And also they are more easily farmable than normal pigs. So how do we get this so-called hoglin farm? It is really quite simple. We will need some wood, some hoppers, some construction materials, and go mining. Due to the fact that this world generation was very corrupted due to constantly switching versions, there were now random mountains everywhere with exposed ore deposits. Now that we have all the materials, I arrived at the Nether and located the location known as the Crimson Forest. Step 2. Harvest mushrooms. Step 2 of Step 2. Teleport above the bedrock. Then we make a platform and plant these mushrooms, and make a trap on the other side of the platform. Then we go 90 blocks up and go away from keyboard. As you can see here, the species known as hoglin, which only spawns in the Crimson Forest, is scared by the mushrooms, causing them to fall for my trap figuratively and literally. Now we wait for about 1 hour. After doing a renovation due to this farm catching on fire, I returned to find stacks of the dead pig remains. We now had the materials needed to survive 1 month with no oxygen. Or did we? We have only dealt with one part of the problem. Because Steve will not be the only one in the ocean. Indeed, the drowned will be all over the place, with their dangerous green forks, also known as tridents. Not to mention I said the challenge will happen at hard difficulty, so the drowned will be extra buff. Therefore, we will need better stuff than just diamond equipment. More specifically, overpowered netherite equipment with maxed enchantments complete with a sword and shield and blah blah blah. We will need 4 times 5 times 1 equals 20 ancient debris to get all the netherite stuff. But as you may know, ancient debris is the hardest ore to find. It would take hundreds of TNT and hours of blast mining to unearth the delicious debris. But I don't care. The first step of making TNT was already done since we were drowning in gunpowder due to the hourglass-shaped creeper farm. The second step is the sand. which I will obtain by excavating.
Actually, I go by lots of names. There is a better way to obtain sand. This aforementioned method is using the sand gravity duplication glitch.
Thank you. Except with the time it would have taken to build that, I already got enough sand from mining normally. Sometimes, the lazy way is the best way. Now that we had sufficient TNT, it was time to raise the funds needed for netherite equipment.
Voici une montre connectée. Comme toutes les montres connectées, elle peut compter vos pas et traquer vos objectifs. À votre manière. Promis.
While I was blasting away the nether, I got a bit too overconfident with all this flying around and dodging lava lakes with no fire resistance. When I was trying to go down this subway tunnel, I turned into a sideways pancake and died, leaving all my equipment in the nether, including the extremely valuable subscribe to I Go By Lots of Names sword. A state of national emergency was declared until we could get this sword back. Speaking of which, please subscribe for more insane unbelievable challenges. But anyways, I was lucky that most of my stuff was safe. And we also had netherite. But what is netherite equipment without overpowered enchantments? We would need sharpness, respiration, and depth strider. I was going to get all of that, but my enchantment book selling villagers got tired of being in my basement and staged a coup, leading to one guy escaping. So I made him unescape. After 30 minutes of the villagers refusing to give me the enchants, I finally bought them. And after grinding some more experience, I could combine them. Full enchanted netherite equipment. Check. 1500 cooked pork chops. Check. Hard mode difficulty. Check. Surviving 30 days with no oxygen. Not check. Which means there is only one thing left to do. Holding my breath for 1 month. And what better place to do this, than in the oceans near the pillager funnel of death. So after arriving at that location, I took one last look around me, and proceeded to sink to the ground. We started on day 72, so we would need to survive until day 102. It did not take a while until the effects of no oxygen kicked in. So then the pork chops also kicked in. But as it turns out, the real danger wasn't drowning. The real danger was being bored. We had to find something to do in the ocean before I decided to go play other games instead. And I found something. A buried treasure map. So I might as well go hunt for the treasure, which took me to the other side of the pillager funnel of Death Ocean. I discovered that the treasure was quite deep inland, but if I went out of water, the challenge was over. So I had to create some sort of canal leading towards the treasure, and in this aforementioned treasure, I found the heart of the sea, which I will save for later, I guess. Speaking of treasure maps, it was very easy to lose track of where I was since all these different ocean areas looked the same. We would need to map this area. So after going in a deep underwater mining expedition for redstone, I created a compass for a map. And with paper obtained from mining sugar cane from below the water, I created the size for map, big enough to cover 2000 by 2000 blocks. Now it was time to go exploring to fill out the map, and find several different areas of interest. These include, an ocean monument, a seaside village, several more shipwrecks, and underwater caves leading to diamonds. I did most of the exploring next to the shorelines, and as it turns out, the shoreline was a mixture of two different world generators. Because some of these areas used different seeds. Eventually the entire map was filled out. So I added 3 more maps for the unexplored edges. In the north the ocean was boxed in by corrupt terrain generation, and a frozen ocean in the north. The west side was a peninsula leading into a forest. The south was kind of interesting because it had a mushroom biome. But that was it. Most of the water beyond these maps were dead ends. And this was all the ocean we had. The only side I could not get to was the east due to this inconvenient giant wall blocking me from going anywhere, except for a few rivers that allowed me to explore further. These rivers went as shallow as 1 block deep, so I had to make canals of water to connect rivers to continue my expedition. In the end, I found nothing useful, and I did a swim of shame back to the ocean. But as I was exploring the ocean, I had my eye on the Trident Titan, a fancy new toy. And after doing all this exploring, I only got 0 tridents. The drowned species was hard to find. But what if that was the opposite? It was time to create a drowned farm, which requires a 80-block tall tower and some other contraptions. First, we will need to find a good location to farm drowned, and what better place than the deep ocean? In the middle of the depths, I flattened out a large area for the construction site of the new farm. The farm design and using requires a turtle egg as bait to lure all the drowned into the death chamber, but since I did not have turtle eggs, I would become the bait myself. But first I would need to tower up about 100 blocks, which I did by using doors to create some sort of upward river, aka waterfall, without actually leaving the water. By standing on top of this tower, some RNG spawn mechanic thingy leads to the drowned spawning more in the center instead of all over the place, which makes them easier to farm. Some of these drowned held the precious trident, and after enough kills, I got the trident, except this came in extremely low quality. To revive this from the brink of death, we would need mending and lots of experience, which is impossible to accomplish without going out of the water. And this time I am not going to say, or is it, because this is it. Mending will have to wait until this challenge is over, so I was now stuck with a plastic knockoff trident. What now? I was done farming drowned. It was time for something more interesting. After doing all this exploring, I decided to settle down and
I'm moving. Well, because when I was like here, it was always one dat mobs doen to compress the skeleton and a husk. What's this? That's not a husk. They all burn. The skeleton will burn, die, and burn 9 more skeletons. Also, I ate a gold apple. Yeah. That's the... Wait, this can have -6 durability? How? How? Well, at least it works. At least it can work. Yeah, we also need the extra heat protection. And we're gonna have to smelt stuff, which requires lava. Yeah, we need lava now. So we need more stuff. More frozen clay. Make another one. No more heat. Now let's take some bone meal. So let's leave our stuff. We have sugarcane. There we got sugarcane. I live in a sugarcane water. That is with sugarcane. Get sugarcane.
Salut, c'est Franck Leboeuf. Vous voulez savoir combien...
Previously in Nomi Factory Community Edition Unofficial Edition 1.4.1 Edition, I had created technology capable of harvesting resources in an alternate universe. Unfortunately, this Earth base was getting rather crowded for my future plans. But what location in the universe could possibly have infinite space in all directions? The universe. I could theoretically launch a space station millions of blocks away from this planet, which would contain several life support systems and infrastructure beyond mortal comprehension. But getting a space station would be easier said than done. The first order of business is to deal with the massive amounts of ores that were piling up. Theoretically, I could simply smelt all of them to get various ingots, but this was a waste of the ore's true potential. Because by using machines, not only could I extract more than double the usual material from ores, but I would get profuse amounts of different byproducts ranging from rare earth to radioactive materials. Theoretically, with enough machines I could get 3 iron from 1 iron ore, as well as the byproducts of gold and nickel. But iron ore is boring. The multiverse mining mission had given me ilmenite, which could give a byproduct of rutil, which will give a byproduct of titanium, which is an ingredient of extreme voltage machinery, which gives a byproduct of gaming. After doing a bit of literature analysis, it appears that for the best ore processing results, I would need one macerator, one ore washing machine, one thermal centrifuge, and yet another macerator. I would also need packing machines to turn the tiny dusts into normal dusts. So after using the auto-crafting system to formulate me some high-voltage machine parts and machine hulls, I created all of the ore processing machines at high-voltage tier, which would give me a quadruple speed boost for processing everything. The next step is to connect all the machines together. In this corner of the base I concocted a new high-voltage power grid connected to some high-voltage cables. The first machine to process ores is the macerator to crush ores into the crushed version of ores. That is when everything went wrong, because each ore gives stone dust and some random byproduct as well when they are pulverized. The next ore processing step was the ore washer, but it only worked on crushed ores, meaning I would have to somehow filter out all of this random garbage. And normal filter had only 5 slots. And processing all these different ores gave grand goljudic zigguan amounts of byproducts. I was about to call 911 for assistance when I discovered the object known as the ore dictionary filter, made of some basic metal parts. This aforementioned filter can sort objects based on what words are in the item's name, meaning I could use this to extract all items that have the word crushed in its name. The stone dust was sorted into this garbage can to violate the conservation of mass, and the random byproduct was sent to this storage drawer wall. Anyways, the ore washer turned the crushed ores into purified objects, with a tiny dust byproduct and more useless stone dust. The tiny dusts were sent into the packager to be turned into normal dust, and the stone was forced to mysteriously disappear. The purified objects were then extracted with another ore dictionary filter to be propelled into the thermal centrifuge, causing the formation of centrifuge doors and even more tiny dust. In the final step, the centrifuged aggregates were pounded into even more dust and byproduct dust. All of these dusts and packaged dusts are then suctioned into the drawer wall. This entire system should be able to extract massive amounts of rutil from ilmenite. To test this hypothesis, I deposited the ilmenite into the beginning of the ore torture chamber, and waited for the results to materialize. And they did. The amounts of rutil I got were, for a lack of a better word, falsafian. I also received a myriad of ilmenite, which could be processed further into actually useful rutil, and a byproduct of iron. But the ore processing journey was not over. There are 2 types of ores and gem ores. For gem ores, instead of using a thermal centrifuge, the crushed materials could be redirected into a sifting machine to extract several different tiers of gems, ranging from not even a gem, to exquisite shiny perfect circle gem. But looks can be misleading. This is not dust. This is actually purified dust, which can be centrifuged for even more dust. So according to my calculations, sifting was more effective for raw materials than the normal route. To turn this sifting dream into a reality, I created several more high-voltage ore processing machines and attached them to the power grid. I then connected it all together using some more item pipes and ore dictionary filters. The idea is to have the system put gem ores in the sifting machine rather than in the funny hot spinning machine. To do this, I simply added a normal item filter and told it the specific gem ores to accept, and I made this item pipe priority number 1, meaning that instead of going straight into the thermal centrifuge, all the ores will first be checked at the high priority item filter, and any ore that does not match the accepted items will be denied from the sifting machine and sent into low priority hot spinning centrifuge land. The first gem ore to test with this was salt ore. The salt ore could be sifted for salty gems that could be pulverized to get even more salt, amounting to ridiculous amounts of salt. This would also give byproducts of rock salt and borax, which are sources of the mouth-watering boron and potassium elements. A fine addition to my growing material collection, which shall be useful when I would need more advanced alloys eventually. All of the salt I was getting could then be electrolyzed for sodium that nobody cares about and chlorine that someone cares about. Because I needed it for ridiculous amounts of hydrochloric acid eventually. So this salt will help me survive the storm. And now that I had rutil, I could use it to get titanium. There is just one problem. Doing this needed the troll process. Just 1 letter away from troll. This was indeed a massive troll because to get titanium, I would need to react the rutil to get titanium tetrachloride, which is blasted with magnesium at extremely high temperatures for hot titanium, which has to be cooled in this Carolean regular parallelepiped to yield titanium. All of this needed advanced vacuum freezing technology and advanced blast furnace technology, which also needed advanced vacuum freezing technology. Which is not even realistic. But enough complaining. Actually, it was time to complain about one more thing. Doing all of this titanium process consumed massive amounts of energy. Since each blast furnace and vacuum freezer would be running at the same time, supporting every titanium processing machine needed the beefiest power system possible. This theoretical beefy power system would be comprised of the highest possible amperage energy converter, and high voltage batteries to go along with it. Unfortunately, lithium batteries were getting boring. The real deal were these communism-colored two-dimensional rhombohedrons, called Energium crystals. Made from a mix of redstone and ruby dust, cooked in a boiling pot of molten blue steel. And making blue steel needed steel and rose gold and brass and black steel from copper and gold and zinc and copper and silver and gold and copper and coal and void crystal and red coal and coal. But do not fear. Because I had all of the materials I needed due to the Deep Mob Learning Resource Farm, meaning all I had to do was just mix everything together. After patiently waiting for crystals to cook, I now had all of the batteries to make a 16-amp high-voltage power grid. Now that I had the power system I needed, it is time to fabricate the actual blast furnaces themselves. Note: plural blast furnaces. Because from now on I would need massive amounts of blast furnaces to deal with the levels of mandatory blast smelting that is present in the late game. Previously, making a single blast furnace manually was a 7.5 on the pain scale. But with the matter energy system, I could create patterns to autocraft the blast furnace parts automatically. Meaning I could mass produce the machines needed to mass produce materials. Not only is mass production rather humorous, it is necessary from now on. So I got to work making patterns for making blast furnace coils, which I then used to create autocraft enough coils for 3 blast furnaces. To go along with this, I also made variegated amounts of heat-proof casings, input and output hatches, and blast furnace controllers. After all of the blast furnaces were created, here is the blasting plan. The one I already had would still be used for automatically creating common alloys such as stainless
steel.
Thermodynamics is egregiously non-existent. Hot units do not automatically cool down because they need to be forcefully cooled. Also, for some reason, the vacuum freezer needed extreme voltage circuits even though all it did was refrigerate. Meaning this refrigerator was basically a NASA supercomputer with more computing power than this entire base combined. But no questions asked. The only extreme voltage circuit I could make at the moment was the workstation, which needed to be made in a clean room, and also consumed high voltage circuits. Fortunately, I possessed both of those objects already due to the events of episode 6, so making the workstation was rather easy. Now all I had to do was conjoin the workstations with some machine parts to generate the vacuum freezer controller. The vacuum freezer multi-block also needed approximately 20 aluminum machine casings. If only I magically had hundreds of spare aluminum ingots randomly laying around, which I already had. Once again, all I had to do was put them in the metal working machines to amalgamate the aluminum integuments. With cooked Energium crystal, refrigerator NASA supercomputers, and mass-produced blast furnaces, it was now time to actually build the blast furnaces and vacuum freezers.
Blast furnace.
The first thing I shall create with this industrial blasting complex is the infamous Kanthal ingot. In reality, Kanthal is a trademarked alloy created by Hans von Konsau and Hallstahammar, Sweden, with a resistivity 1.4 microohms meter and temperature coefficient 49 millionths per Kelvin. In GregTech, Kanthal is the base material for the second tier of blast furnace coils, the self-explanatory Kanthal coil, with a maximum heating temperature 100 above the current Cupro nickel coils, allowing me to smelt tens of new materials, including titanium and nichrome, using some nickel, iron, and chrome from redstone. I hobnobbed a few stacks of the Kanthal, which
Now here's a huge problem. Like, I always am overheating every day. I have to suffer. Go here. Stay at one place. And if I have one armor bar, that means I can go there. I keep confusing myself with the boot. My objective. Go very far. Get stuff. We have 3 to make a mark. Mending. I'm very hungry. I stuck on making food, but silkworms are considered a food after cooking, and then I can get a new type of food. Rice. Yeah, and we can make something also known as stock and seed soup. Alright, next we need a silkworm. So we need to find where a silkworm lives. I have silkworm because I can't even sprint. And I need to make a new toy, get destroyed. I don't know what else to do other than wait because of the heat, like it's I'm gonna die.
Is your WordPress site painfully slow? A slow site means missed opportunities.
I got a ton of messages from panicked Discord users saying that Discord is vulnerable to a hack and Discord is IP blocking users. But out of these two things, what is actually worth worrying about? The theme of this video is panic and stupidity. Now, the first thing I'm going to talk about is Discord blocking users. If you've been on Discord recently, you might have seen this webpage saying, sorry, you have been blocked. You are unable to access discord.com. Now, a normal user that goes outside once in a while maybe would check Discord status to see if anything's wrong and check Cloudflare status to see if anything's wrong. But we're talking about Discord users. And what happens when the only website you go on the internet your whole entire life is being blocked? Well, you start to panic. And when Discord users with an average IQ of room temperature start to panic, their IQ drops to single digits. Because instead of looking at Discord status, instead they go on r/Discord app and post about being blocked. And it turns out 17,000 people also followed in their footsteps. Now, it doesn't stop there. The panic and stupidity goes even further. Because instead of looking at Cloudflare status, instead you go on Twitter and you complain about it. But when there's panic, baby, there is misinformation. And I'll just a warning, there's a lot of nonsense I'm about to spew. This person thought that they were IP banned. Another person thought that they've been hacked or maybe unfairly targeted with disciplinary action, aka IP banned off Discord. Another person here said not to use a VPN because apparently it terminates your IP. No idea how that works. Also, please don't harass anyone I talk about. They mean well, they're just misinformed. And one of my Angel Discord mods, and by the way, I'm getting banned for leaking staff chats, they said that they got 30 DMs from people saying that somebody DDoSed Discord. And of course, there's probably some kid on the internet that's trying to claim accountability for Discord blocking you from their website. Now, what actually happened? For 4 hours, Discord was down, and all this panic happened. Now, here's the thing. When something like this happens, it is completely okay to speculate on what's going on and trying to figure out what's happening. But freaking out about Discord being down isn't going to do anything. It's not going to make Discord magically work faster. Now, going through this post, it made me realize that not a lot of people have had a power outage before, because when your power goes out and you start freaking out and yelling in your house, it's not going to make the power turn turn on any faster. You just have to be patient and wait it out. I could understand people freaking out if it was a day. It was 4 hours. Now things got even worse for Discord users because right off the coattails of being blocked by Discord, the internet, people started getting everyone pings in Discord servers talking about a huge vulnerability that has been spotted in WebP files. According to these announcements, you could be hacked by viewing a WebP file. And how do you keep yourself safe? Well, you shouldn't use the Discord app, and you should stick with the browser version of Discord. And there's another solution, but it's impossible for Discord users. Just don't be on the internet for now. Now, I'm going to clarify if you should actually be concerned about this, but first we need to understand why people are actually worried in the first place. They're worried because there was a WebP 0-day vulnerability, and basically the open source libwebp library that does encoding and decoding of images in the WebP format. And let me highlight this for some comedy relief later on. WebP is like web photo, which is an image, not a video. But basically, if someone made a malicious WebP image, they could execute arbitrary code on your computer and access sensitive data, aka they hackering into your computer. Now, this is a pretty technical article, and Discord users aren't the brightest usually, so they might scroll down and they'll see in social media, Discord is vulnerable. And it's not just one article. In fact, here is another article talking about the 0-day vulnerability, and they say that the libwebp library is found in Discord. And people at this point are absolutely panicking and totally not missing the obvious hint of what's to come. And like I said before, when there's panic, there's misinformation. The viewer sent me this image here of an everyone announcement that is beyond incoherent and it's also in crap quality, so I remade it in normal text so I can read it. Alrighty, fellow gamers. As the resident tech nerd, I have a moral responsibility to inform the people of absolute BS going on in the security field. Oh god, here we go. There's currently breach inside most apps that can run anything Chromium-based. This allows for out-of-bounds writing. This is the most zoomer sentence I will ever say on this channel, meaning hackers can dead-ass remotely can't say it. Hackers can remotely control your PC. You know things are going down when they use the word dead-ass. LibWebP is the library to process video. Homeboy, this is WebP. The P stands for photos. I think you might be getting confused with LibWebM. M stands for a movie. The movies. The way to keep yourself safe is do not by any means necessary open any videos from the following sites: Discord, YouTube Music, WhatsApp, Joplin, and GitHub. And this information wouldn't help you because WebP is photo. I've made that clear so many times. But really, the cream of the crop of this Misinformation Sunday is that this whole thing is probably also causing the current Cloudflare outage. Yes, apparently this WebM, I genuinely have no idea how I did it, but I spent the last minute complaining about how this guy was messing up WebM and WebP. And just then, WebM, you heard me say WebM. God, I'm stupid. Apparently this WebM thing is causing Cloudflare to block two completely unrelated things are somehow related. Everyone like this hoaxes of don't add this person or they'll hack you. So whenever I want to get some clear information, I go on r/Discord app. Now there is a post about two nerds about nuance, and one of them was right and one of them was slightly right. Things just got more confusing the more I read, so I went straight to the source. The NIST National Vulnerability Database, where there's this vulnerability we've been talking about and it's rejected? It turns out that this vulnerability is a duplicate of another vulnerability, so I dove even further, and maybe a Discord user followed in my footsteps, and I landed upon this vulnerability that was published on the 12th. And the two neurons in Discord users' brains start vibrating dangerously. Has my computer been vulnerable since the 12th? And I've already shown you the panic being blown out of proportion, so let me just tell you the truth on what's going on. Now there's two things you can look at. First off, you can see whether or not Discord, which is based on Electron, has been patched to a little bit of tomfoolery, and you'll see that the Electron version is 22.3.24, and if I go back to my website, I will see that the patched version of Electron for this LibWebP vulnerability is 22.3.24. And it's been this version for like a whole week, so you haven't even been vulnerable. But that's not the whole story, because even if the Electron version was not 22.3.24, you were still safe, because according to a couple people I've talked to, and according to the correct nerd in this whole Discord app argument, Discord already does a lot of proxying with your images, and you are not at risk anyways. But all these everyone announcements are nothing. You don't have to worry about it. If you're somehow avoiding Discord because you think there's some vulnerability, you're fine. But really, the key takeaway is whenever there's some sort of 0-day vulnerability, just update your apps. Bye-bye, I love you.
You know what?
This is how Discord dies, because Discord is now forcing you to scan your face with AI or scan your ID to access certain parts of Discord. Now, believe it or not, this feature started off as a good thing, and then Discord gave it an update, and now it feels dystopian. And now with the government threatening Discord with an $18 million fine, and Discord being sued for by my 5th Tinder date in a row, I was doom scrolling on my phone when I came across this Bleeding Computer article talking about how there was a hacker that infected 18,000 script kiddies with a fake malware builder, and every ounce of sorrow and sadness in my body was replaced with amusement. But what was happening is that there were like 13-year-old kids, little Timmy, who maybe got like scammed in Roblox, or one of their friends bullied them enough where they're gonna enact their revenge. And these dumb kids would go on YouTube and search for ways to hack people. Specifically, this video here says Windows Defender bypassed using Xworm Rat. This is an actual thing, but then people would just add malware to it. And what I mean by that is that this screenshot isn't a screenshot that I took. This screenshot is from someone who got hacked. I thought to myself, If 18,000 stupid kids are getting hacked by trying to hack people, do these exact same shenanigans happen on Discord? And well, I decided to figure out. Now, since little Timmy got hacked by a YouTube video, you would assume I'd scan through YouTube looking for Discord hacking methods, going deep into the trenches and investigating. No. In fact, one of my viewers sent me this YouTube channel, and I didn't even ask the viewer if they got hacked, so, man, I feel like an a**hole right now. I didn't care too much about my viewer getting hacked, but the second he stole my thumbnail, I'm gonna do everything in my power to investigate this. Now, the second thing I want to point out is that if you're downloading anything from anyone and they have some sort of edgy name like Unforgiven Wave, or something edgy like Sorrow, Depression, My Dad Left Me. Like 99.9% of the time, the people that you're downloading a file from, if they have an edgy name, it's probably malware. I don't know why this works, but it does. But anyways, we need to do some hardcore investigation. I need to analyze every frame of this YouTube video to figure out where I can download this malware. And actually, I didn't even need to analyze anything because they have the ginormous watermark, and it doesn't work. Except I just type in Tool Hub instead, and I press enter. It's almost like my favorite website. It's got the same number of letters, just the first 4 are different. Now, these guys have their Discord server with a whole bunch of nonsense. You have a self-bot and a vanity sniper, but my investigative eyes are focused more on Tool World, because when I join the server, first thing I see is that they got terminated, so Discord is banning this stuff, but these people just keep popping up like unwanted hemorrhoids. And as someone that sits all day for my job, you can make of that as you will. But anyways, inside of their Discord server, they have a whole bunch of free tools you can use. There's NetNuker, which is, actually, let's just go back. Okay, this is the tool. I have found the tool they're advertising in their YouTube video, but they also have Flash USDT. Oh, this just fakes you sending cryptocurrency. They have an info stealer, so they actually have malware that you can download. They have a multi-tool, which does stuff like bomb account, unfriend everyone. This just sounds like an edgy teenager who got made fun of, and now they're pretending they're quitting everything. That kid is gonna need therapy. And it's time for me to pay for my therapy by talking about this video's partner, NordVPN. Now, later on in the video, I'm going to be visiting a sketchy website called Pentagon.cy. And in the background, I have NordVPN turned on. Because here's the thing, whenever I visit sketchy websites, talk about scammers and all that stuff, I always use NordVPN, because if I don't, these people will figure out what my IP is, and they'll DDoS me off the internet. So I won't have internet for a couple days because these guys are mad. But here's the thing, you can also do other things with NordVPN. For example, they have a file sharing system, MeshNet, which allows you to privately send files between your devices. So think like AirDrop, but kind of for everything. It's really useful when you need it. You can also share big files with your friends because there's no file size limit. And if you set it up properly, you can also use it to host a Minecraft server without port forwarding. And with NordVPN's 7,000 high-speed servers that span over 118 countries, you can also use NordVPN to trick streaming websites into thinking you're from a different country, which allows you to get their region-specific shows without having to go on a plane and all that stuff. If you use my link in the description, nordvpn.com/no-text-to-speech, you get 4 extra months with the purchase of a 2-year plan. And if you don't like it, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee at nordvpn.com/no-text-to-speech. Say the link 3 times or we're going to take your family hostage. So get NordVPN now at nordvpn.com/no-text-to-speech. Bye-bye, NordVPN. I love you. Mwah! Anyways, the point is, these guys have a whole bunch of different tools, and some of them are for pieces of garbage, like someone trying to download malware or an info stealer to steal your passwords. But also there's just dumb stuff like rotating your status in Discord to make your profile look fancy, an absolute crime. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm questioning the mental capacity of anyone that's fallen for this. I'm going to follow in the footsteps of the 927 people that might have viewed and downloaded this. Or the comments saying, can you make a tutorial, please? They are targeting me. Okay. All right, let's see if official Purple G got his computer hacked. So I'm going to take a look at netnuker.zip. Now, inside of the zip file, there's a net folder, and we have all of these files here. We have a Python file, we have start.bat script. Now, here's the thing. I'm on a potentially lethal dose of caffeine right now. My hands are shaking like a mother. So instead of me messing around with these files, I decided to rename these files Exo1. I don't accidentally hack myself. That's also so that I can open it up in one of my insane hacking tools, Windows Notepad. So this is where we get to the point where we talk about the malware. Now, here's the thing. Right from the start, we have this massive chunk of text. Now, this is the malware, but the thing is that since I'm viewing it in Notepad, which I use to type out my grocery list or whatever, I have the option of word wrap enabled. But if you're viewing this in I don't know, what do developers use? Visual Studio, that's what it's called, I think. Now, little Timmy is going to look at this code and say it's perfect. You know what? They might even have the mental capacity to read and understand what's going on. This dude even put his name in it. He's like, oh, this is my tool. This dude attached his name to his own malware so you can trace it back to him. Brain damage. But if little Timmy was looking at this code, you would probably not realize that if you just scroll to the right at the very top, this dude hid malware. Now, this is going to be quite a revelation. But if they're trying to hide this chunk of code, just like how I tried to hide my made outfit from my parents, then chances are this is the thing we're not supposed to see, and it's probably contains the malware. So I'm just going to get rid of everything and paste this bad boy in. Now, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on, and you don't really need to be a nerd to understand it because there's something called Furnet. I thought this was like some affinity website or something, but it turns out if you just search on the good old Googles, it's some sort of encryption and decryption technique. Now, I'm starting to sweat a little bit because if I had to crack a password to figure all this stuff out, I was probably cooked. except the way that this whole entire command works is that this is the password, and the rest of this is the secret message. This is some crazy computer science hacking techniques, but I just had to copy this chunk of text, paste it into this website, go back, just copy the password, go back to the website, and just throw it in for the key. Ladies and gentlemen, give me a cybersecurity degree and pay me $400,000 a year, because I'm killing it right now. All of this stuff is basically replaced with this new command here, in terms of the malware. The rest of that program showing you the cool pop-up command prompt HackerMan net nuker, that's still there. But I'm not here to talk about some stupid Discord tool. I'm here to talk about Discord hackers hacking other Discord hackers that are probably kids, because you have to be f***ing stupid to fall for this.
14-year-old girlfriend, and with no job, he started stealing cars from making TV. But within a couple of weeks, he was caught and sentenced to 3 months in juvenile hall. Da Vinci was upset that Art Jr. felt the need to steal, but he was glad that he was still a minor when he was caught, because that could have been years in prison, so he could easily still turn his life around. So like the father Art never had, Da Vinci takes him to his work to show him a better way to make money. So in a sketchy alley next to an abandoned railroad track, Da Vinci opens the door to his shop, filled with barrels of ink and press machines. It looked like a neighborhood print shop for flyers, but at the end of the production line were stacks of $20 bills. Da Vinci was counterfeit, and he had learned the craft from his father, who learned it from his grandfather. A long lineage of the family trade going all the way back to Italy, and he wanted to pass down that trade to Art Jr. And by the end of the Civil War, 1 in 3 bills of all American currency was counterfeit. And with the rampant war debt just skyrocketing, Abraham Lincoln created the Secret Service to hunt down these counterfeits. And strangely, it was on the same day he was assassinated. Well, 20 years later, the Secret Service brought down that number to 1 counterfeit for every 3,000 bills. By the 1980s, that number was 1 counterfeit bill for every 10,000 bills. Let's just say the Secret Service got damn good at catching counterfeits, and Da Vinci knew what he was doing was a dying art that could only be passed down. So he taught Art the old school counterfeiting way, mixing inks, offset prints, plate making, attention to detail, and the rules of the game. Number 1, never tell anyone. Number 2, never spend your counterfeit money, only sell it. And number 3, never be greedy. If you print too much, you will be caught. Within the months, Art had become a student of the counterfeit game, taking his
Or the mob head. Mob head. I need more XP over here. Wanna take some bookshelves? That my water? No. Let me just steal my water.
his apprenticeship as seriously as a college degree, and knew that he had finally found his calling in life. And he felt like Da Vinci was the father that he never had. 3 months later, Da Vinci was nowhere to be found. He couldn't be reached by phone, he hadn't dropped by the house. And as the weeks went on, the thoughts about maybe where he had gone only got darker. Had he been arrested? Was he taken out by the mob? Now, Art didn't want to raise suspicions by driving by his print shop or even asking his friends in the mob where Da Vinci was at. So Art would have to take Da Vinci as another man who would abandon him in his life, just like his father. So without the money to start his own counterfeiting business, his dreams of counterfeiting disappeared. He would have to go back to hustling on the streets. And by now, dealing cocaine was all of the rage in the hood. And rather than just being another neighborhood coke dealer, Art gets a bit creative with it. He rents a Chevy Caprice in black. He puts an antenna on top. He puts red strobe lights on top of the dash and tops it all off with a fake police badge on top of his Hawaiian shirt. He would follow drug dealers around for hours. He would pull them over, search their car, take everything they had, bang them on the head with the mag light, knocking them out, and take off in his Caprice, laughing all the way. But is robbing drug dealers at gunpoint really a sustainable career? No. I mean, he was making 15 grand per hit, and after a couple of these hits, Art had a pretty decent sized nest egg. So he decides he's gonna get married to his girlfriend. And he tells her that he's finally leaving the criminal life behind because now he has a sweet gig in construction. It pays well, babe, but the hours are long. But every morning when she dropped him off at work, Art would walk down the street to a secretly rented apartment. He purchased an old school press, barrels of ink, process cameras, and even plates, and even a new computer program, Photoshop. Now, Da Vinci had never used computers in his counterfeiting, but Art thought maybe he can combine the old school and the new school counterfeiting to create a bill that was better than what anyone had ever seen. And oh boy, did these bills look goddamn real. But just like in Breaking Bad, you can make the best meth in town, but if you have no one to sell it to, what's the point? So he gets involved in the underworld of Chicago, making a name for himself. He sells counterfeits to ladies of the night, drug dealers, and even taxi cab drivers who would hand fake $5 bills back as change. So with the sales team to handle distribution, Art was making about $50,000 a month. And although the business was growing, Art always remembered what Da Vinci said: don't get too greedy. But he thought, who's gonna notice if he gets a new car, parties at the strip club, gets VIP tickets at the ball game? I mean, that's what people with normal jobs do, right? But his wife had her suspicions. Even though he was taking care of the family beyond what she ever thought was possible, could a construction worker really make all of that money? And with his wife now starting her training at the police academy, she knew something sketchy was going on. So in 1993, she would file for divorce, and this absolutely destroyed Art. While the money was good in counterfeiting, the consequences weren't. He had now lost his only son, and the woman he had loved. Now he thought maybe Chicago had made him this way, so he skipped out of town to go live with his mom in the green state of Texas. But going to church on Sundays and having dinner at 6, he couldn't help but think about how thrilling his old life was. Until at a bar, he met a smoking hot blonde, Natalie. With her street smarts, she knew the art of the scam and was more than happy to indulge in her darker side. She often hung out with drug dealers, give them a little roofie, and just rob them blind. But rather than see this as like a huge red flag, for Art, it was really
My work is easy because I use ClickUp.
Facing a litany of hacking charges across the world, Dylan Wheeler, a kid who'd been hacking since the age of 12, was a fugitive on the run. With a group of teenagers, he had stolen $100 million from Epic Games, Valve, Microsoft, hell, even the US military. And while the other teens were now locked up, Dylan had escaped to Poland. But now he was broke. But from a group of guys he had just met, he had heard the security cameras at the local Polish bank were pretty lax, enough to plan a robbery. At 3 a.m., they lined up at the bank with no one in sight. And as they got inside and Dylan shut down the security system, they loaded up their bags with loot and walked out like it never happened. But as they got home to count their stash and dream of what they could buy, they had failed to realize there was a hidden camera in the wall that had seen it all. And Dylan Wheeler, the infamous kid hacker on the run, was finally caught. What started out as a gang of teenagers hacking their Xboxes to play pirated games for free would spiral down the path of corporate espionage, breaking into the US military, an $18 million FIFA fraud that went unnoticed for years. And it all starts here with the Xbox. Now, people freaked out when the Xbox 360 was released, not because of better games or graphics, but this thing had way better security. Why? Well, because hackers broke the security on the original Xbox, which sprouted a huge community of hackers who modded and exploited and pirated all things Xbox, and Microsoft was pretty pissed. So with the Xbox 360 release, they spent millions of dollars to ensure no one was gonna pirate or mod any game, and actually hailed it as unhackable. And for over 40 years, the Xbox hacking world just could not break the system, meaning no one could make mods for it, until someone found the missing link. At an e-waste recycler, Rowdy was searching for Xbox DVD drives. You know, as a hobby, he'd like to repair them, kind of like a freak. But after an hour of scrounging through the piles of plastic scraps on the floor, his eyes lit up. He had found an Xbox so rare, it actually had no business even being there. The Xbox 360 Development Kit. Now, this is a huge deal because a dev kit is a special console used to make video games. Microsoft releases them out to developers, so if you're an Xbox hacker, that's what you want. But let me just say, these dev kits are super rare. I mean, you have to provide industry references, resumes, hell, even sign an NDA. And to top it all off, reselling a dev kit is not allowed. But if these are so rare, how did these get here, Vince? Well, the Red Ring of Death.
Microsoft's Red Ring of
The Red Ring of Death, one of the biggest recalls in Xbox history. And while these were all going to be crushed off, Rowdy gave these dev kits a new home in the hands of some of the most experienced hackers in the Xbox scene. As a child prodigy, David Pecora had been programming since he was in diapers. When his parents got him an original Xbox for Christmas, instead of just playing with it like a normal kid, David made mods for it. But now years later, with this unhackable Xbox 360, all he wanted was a dev kit. Because a regular Xbox you just buy at Walmart only runs signed code, which is approved from Microsoft. But a dev kit? That runs unsigned code, which could be anything David wanted. So when Rowdy hit him up with the dev kit for sale, David took all of the savings from his grandma's birthday checks and he got modding his favorite game, Halo 3. Now through the months as the mod got better, he shared his unpolished Halo mods on HaloMods.com, and people were blown away. Because this meant David had gotten a development kit, which was impossible to get. And of course, they asked him where did he get it from and how was he doing this? But David was not gonna tell him. Quote, "You cannot do it. You won't know how. No one will tell you how. And even with a dev kit, you won't be able to mod. You want a dev kit? Good luck finding one." But Anthony Clark, an 18-year-old gifted programmer, knew David was kind of full of it. I mean, the kid obviously knew where to get a dev kit, so he hits him up with a little deal. Anthony would help polish his Halo 3 mod in exchange for the number of the guy who sold him that dev kit. So it's a deal. The two agree, they get working on the mod, and slowly they become friends, talking about girls and school and programming in their Halo 3 mod. That's when David found something on his dev kit that he had only dreamed of ever finding. PartnerNet. It's where developers test their unreleased games on Xbox Live, meaning there were dozens of unreleased games that they could just play months before anyone else. I mean, for a true gamer, that's the dream. But PartnerNet isn't open to the world. It's only for licensed developers with the dev kit, and in this case, Anthony and David. To them, it felt like a secret club that they were in. But when developers noticed their unreleased games being played online, they decided to leave the two a little message the next time they logged on. Winners don't break into PartnerNet. But to Anthony and David, this wasn't a big deal. They were simply just curious about these upcoming games. It was all in the name of fun, right? But outside of stealing games off PartnerNet, the Halo community was amazed with how far their mod had come, although bummed that no one could even use it because, again, no one had a dev kit. But that would all change in 2009. In a presentation that rocked Microsoft, two hackers revealed that the Xbox 360 security had finally been broken, the JTAG exploit. With any simple modification, a regular Xbox 360 can have the abilities of a dev kit to run unsigned code. Or in other words, mods and piracy for everyone. Within days, thousands of people start JTAGing their Xboxes, and Microsoft was just freaking out. Because for Anthony and David, potentially now, anyone could use their mods like Infinite Ammo and Super Jump to cheat online. And people pay good money to cheat online. So in a genius move, they sell access to their mod for $100 an hour, and kids line up with Daddy's Amex ready to max it out. The two start raking in about $8,000 a day, all via PayPal. Remember, these are kids making this kind of money. But for David, making this fast cash just didn't do much to him. According to him, money was just never the motivation. Rather, he craved that high of stealing those unreleased games. It was a feeling that he just couldn't even put a price on. But now everything had been stolen off of the PartnerNet, so to get his hands on even more, David invited more hackers into the group now, the Xbox Underground. At PAX 2010, developers were showing off all of their upcoming games, but Justin May, a member of the Underground, was on a mission. You see, his Xbox account had been permabanned. He had emailed and called, but with no response back, and without his gamertag, Justin was a nobody. So, with nothing left to lose, he was going to ask the director of Xbox Live to unban him in person. And we have it on video.
I actually came to PAX primarily for this panel. Can you unban my gamertag, please? I played Forza 3 early.
I'm sorry, you should have done that.
However, again, but I want my account.
There are some punishments for which there's sort of no recourse.
Yeah, the plan fails. But Justin wasn't just gonna walk away empty-handed from PAX. The next day at the convention, Justin was stalking the Atomic Games booth. He had saw the golden shrine on the pedestal, a 360 dev kit loaded with their unreleased game. It was a beaut. Atomic had spent over $6 million developing it. And Justin? He was just gonna take it. As they turn around, Justin opens up his laptop, plugs it into the dev kit, but then security starts to walk by, and Justin bolts off. And of course, they chase right after him. But being a true Xbox gamer, he runs out of breath and they tackle him down. So now with tears in his eyes, he told security it was all a big misunderstanding. It was his Wi-Fi not working, and he was connecting to the dev kit to get on the internet. But yeah, the stolen source code was on his laptop. Justin was because Atomic Games works with the FBI. So now this whole matter, yeah, it become a national security issue. Within an hour, they raid his home, confiscate all of his Xboxes, and charge a kid with receiving stolen trade secrets. But then the rumors come out that when Justin was arrested, he was begging the cops that if he was let go, well, he could name hackers higher up than him who stole way more than just one little game. But yeah, the judge didn't really care. Justin would get the death sentence. For a gamer. He got a court order that he was banned from playing his Xbox for 18 months. And now David knew if he was gonna get his hands on more pre-release games, he needed to be a lot quieter about it. Now with David's growing reputation, opportunity started just coming to him, and Super Day, also known as Dylan Wheeler, brought him the opportunity of a lifetime. I've come across a leaked form database with thousands of login credentials. Several emails belonging to Epic Games employees thought we could work together on this. Super Day. Now, a lot of people reuse their passwords, and hackers know that. Now, it's the biggest reason why leaks like this even happen, because it just reused passwords. Now, airplane Colton's mission was to escape the United States into Canada, but as he quickly...
Guys, I need to get something off my chest. What is it? What do you need to get off your chest? I was a quiet kid. Calm down, bro. I already know the comment section is gonna be wild on this video. I already know. I was not one of those quiet kids, all right? Like, I was just a very quiet person. And to be honest with you, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And to be honest with you, it's better if you don't run your mouth 24/7. And sometimes there's advantages to it. And these are some of the advantages that I've experienced in my lifetime. Well, maybe not all of them, but some of them. And for the record, I gotta clear the name of people who are more quiet out there. Not every quiet kid has a strap in their backpack, all right? Like, listen, bro, like, that's just how it is. And now we just don't be speaking. I don't know what else to say. I'm just a more introverted person, despite me recording a YouTube video right now. Yes, I have friends. No, I'm not emo. And no, I don't smell like gas. And now these are the advantages of being a quiet kid. Now, the first one is you generally stay out of beef, all right? Like, a lot of people be beefing at school. Like, people be having fist fights at 7 in the morning, and if you're a quiet person, you stay out of that. Because the reason why that happens in the first place is they're too busy running their mouth, bro. And some people just don't know how to shut up at the right time. Like, if you're getting pressed by a dude that's like 250 pounds and built like The Rock in high school, man, look, like, you gotta know when to de-escalate the situation, or else you're gonna walk home with 2 black eyes and a fucking 5-star on your back. Like, bro, you are playing a dangerous game by continuing to keep that situation. Going. And it even helps you just stay out of petty beefs too, like beefs you don't even want to get into. Hey man, what'd you say about my girl? Like that won't happen, because guess what? You have your mouth shut most of the time. And even if it was you could just pin the blame on the loudmouth. He's gonna be like, oh yeah, no, he's right, because he doesn't think you talk. So if you have that reputation, oh, this kid doesn't talk, you can get away with a lot of things. Now, when you're a generally more quiet person, you can just chill in school. You don't have to worry about people being up your ass crack 24/7 about like, oh, Stacy and John are going to prom. Oh my God. Like, dude, I don't give a fuck. Like, literally, you could just chill. You don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about being up to date or being in the loop of, like, the recent news at the school. Or you don't have to worry about people being up your ass crack because they want you to throw a party. You can just chill, listen to music, watch YouTube, just do your thing, because no one's really gonna go up to you like that. Now, occasionally, you'll have some people that talk to you. Just say what's up, you know, make friends with them. Just be chill, and that's really it. You can kind of just stick to your few friends, and that's it. You don't have to worry about any of this other bullshit that comes with going to school. And you know what's kind of crazy? When people talk about you and you don't even talk. Yeah, that happened to me my senior year, bro. I'm not even kidding. Like, I had a YouTube channel that was relatively successful back then, and everybody was like, oh my God, he's doing really good on you. Like, they were running their mouth about my channel. Like, they said more words about me than I've ever said. Like, Jesus Christ. And a bunch of people were coming up to me asking me about my channel or whatever. And I mean, I'm not gonna sit there and flame them, you know, I thought it was pretty cool. But just the people that would gossip about me and be like, oh my God, I wonder how much money he makes, blah, blah, blah. Like, bro, you're just weird. Say you're in a really awkward situation and you're there with other people. We'll use that as an example. And you're kind of just thrown into the conversation for like maybe a few seconds. So you can kind of just like stand there and then just like walk away. And no one will even notice because you didn't really say anything. And you could just leave if people are arguing and it starts to cause a scene. Like, you could just get out of there, bro. You could dip and no one's gonna notice because you weren't running your mouth 24/7. Like, despawning from social situations that are awkward is one of the best things. Trust me, I've done it like so many times, and it really is a W play. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. But unless that awkward situation involves me and people are looking at me, then I'm kind of screwed. I can't leave. But 9 times out of 10, that won't happen. You know a great thing about conversations? You don't have to carry them ever. No one expects you to carry the conversation. Like 9 times out of 10, I'm not really putting in that much weight, to be honest with you. Like everybody really got me on their back for real. Like I am not carrying the conversation. Like in most of the social interactions I was in, like people would just talk about whatever and I would chime in every once in a while. And that's perfect. That's exactly how I wanted it to be. And sometimes when you're a loudmouth, bro, you get caught with your pants down, bro. Like if somebody walks into the room and you're a little bit too loud and you're talking about them, it's raps, bro, because it's over, bro. You're gonna have a lot of explaining to do. Because 9 times out of 10, you don't talk shit about people. And when you do, and word gets out that you did, no one's gonna believe them because guess what? You're quiet. So no one's gonna even bat an eye at you. And it's great getting to talk a little bit of shit without having to worry about the consequences. It's nice. And a lot of people in the comments might be like, oh, well, actually, bro, you're gonna get no bitches if you don't talk, bro. Like, you gotta talk your game, bro. You gotta spit game. Well, guess what, bro? The quiet kids out there, your hope is not up, bro. You got a method. Don't worry. Quiet kids tend to be more mysterious. You kind of just pop in every once in a while and, you know, that gets people to tend to wonder about you. If you pop in every once in a while and you don't really say much about yourself, a girl is really gonna wonder about you. They're gonna want to know more about you. And that's the key right there, bro. I'm just saying. So it's not totally over. And that by itself gives me hope that I'll actually keep my bloodline going. Because, hey, man, I gotta do it for the little birdie out there, man. I gotta do it. I gotta keep my bloodline alive some.
Discord is changing how attachment links work and parts of the internet are going to blow up. But guess what? This is actually a good thing. Now, whenever you get inspired by someone that is actually insane and you decide to upload something to Discord, you can actually right-click on it and you can copy a link to this specific file, which allows you to send it to different Discord servers and channels. But you can also send these links outside of Discord. For example, you could text this link to one of your lonely friends and tell them that you finally found their new girlfriend. Or you could use these links to embed images in other websites. But if I actually copy this link and I paste it in, you'll notice something a little bit different with this link. It's absolute word salad. What happened? Well, thankfully for us, Discord made an announcement in their Discord developer server and new authenticate. Oh god, it's some nerdy stuff, isn't it? It is some nerdy stuff, but I'm going to summarize it and make it simple. Basically, these new Discord attachment links will expire after a certain period of time. But what does this actually mean and how does this affect Discord? Well, I told you already at the intro, this is going to blow up a ton of amateur websites because this change applies to new and old links across Discord. And there's going to be a lot of damage. Well, how much damage? Well, if you go on Reddit and you just search for the URL cdn.discord app, you will see that there are tons and tons and tons of posts that all use cdn.discord app. And when this update goes live, all of these images will no longer exist. They'll disappear, they will be invalid. If it's a link to a download that's hosted on Discord, it won't work. If it's a link to an image, it will just not work. Whether we like it or not, tons of websites will break. But they deserve it, and I'll explain why later. Now, if you don't go on other websites like Reddit, this change will still affect you, specifically for bot developers, because things are extremely bad. For example, if you have a tickets bot that has transcripts, if you view the online transcript and you go to the website, this is ticketbots.net. This is an external website, and in the transcript, it shows the image of a GIF that I used. Oh god, I'm bringing out the inspect element. Things are going to get nerdy. If I select this image here, we will see that the link of the image is hosted on Discord. In fact, if I copy it and go back to Discord and I paste it in, it also has all this weird word salad stuff. So that means that your tickets bot might break. All of these transcripts disappeared. So when is everything going to break? When are these Discord bots and other websites going to absolutely blow up? Well, thankfully for you gamers, this is more of a PSA, because it turns out that this will not be enforced until later this year. And it's October already, so later this year is within 2 months. And here's the thing, nothing is actually set in stone. Like, when do these links expire? Well, right now, it seems to be 24 hours, but we're not even sure. Discord might change things. But I think the question that's on everyone's minds right now is, why was this even done? This just seems like it's going to ruin the platform. Well, there are actually 2 major reasons, and one of them I am super excited about, and I actually cannot contain my excitement, which doesn't sound like excitement because I'm monotone. But the first reason why Discord is doing this is to reduce how often Discord is used as a host for malware. Scammers will use Discord to upload malware because it's as simple as literally just dropping a file in a Discord channel and copying the link. And this has actually become a massive problem. In fact, there are a whole bunch of news articles about it, just talking about Discord being a malware host. But these news articles are from like 2022, 2021. Maybe things have changed. No, they haven't. This is a live and working scam website. It's basically impersonating a game, and if you downloaded this file and ran it, you would get malware. But if I copy the link to this download and I go back to our cute little Discord, maybe not posted in the Discord developer server because I'd get annihilated, but the download link itself is hosted on Discord. But imagine if this link expired. This would mean that the scam would only last a certain amount of time. And look at this scam right here, September 20.
September 20. Every day there's like this multiple eggs. But I paid away a little bit because yes. The thing on this play, you just gotta do a task. The Spooder has one ability. Go past, get in any way. You can get to the door of a citizen. You can just pass up. You can really do a lot of stuff. Now I've tired legit, so I have leveled up a little bit, so now the most expensive thing is getting Cutlass, and then after the Cutlass I need something even probably more expensive. The good thing, well, the thing of the spider is on the upside. You can go through anywhere in any state. Gewoon een egg. Een egg. Ja, ik van command egg. Dan is 3 eggs. Ja, dat krijg je nou. Ja, dat krijg je. Oh, East Island. Ja, mooi. Yo, ghost. He's an idiot egg. Theo, do gold. Okay, I saw an egg there, but it's gone. Probably an egg there, I like how I did that new egg. Oh! I already got this egg. Oh, they move. Hey, that's an egg with a top hat. I got a VR egg. And a pirate egg. They're from pirates. I beat. Oh, I did it. I got 103 eggs. Five eggs. 5 eggs are the answer I need. Where can I sell iron? The thing is, just find the egg. An egg. Good. That's an egg. That's a no egg. Een egg. Top out egg. It's real. So I need a bow, I need a ghost brick, a shiny brick, shiny bow. Oh, you just find them, and it doesn't Minecraft sound effect. I hit it. Akin. Got eased. Pink flower. Ah yes. Oh, it changed from the Roblox water to the custom water. They don't know the name. What is a circle? So I need a circle block. No joke, I need a circle. Let me just fast travel real quick. Another egg. Weird spawns down. Where's East Island? East Island. Flower. Waar ga je moon? Ah, moon. Little admin egg. Egg. Before egg. That would be it, right? Oh, you found it yet again. I've only goes work. Where's the moon? Where is the moon? It's another normal egg. Mushrooms.
I'm 18, non-binary, and my mom sent me out to get a table and chairs for her. I was gone for 20 minutes and didn't respond to her calls. This is the result. I have to laugh. Mission accomplished? Tell me what's happening. Missed voice call. You need to call me. I'm getting worried. Respond. Missed voice call. If you don't respond to my text, which I know you can see, I'm calling the police. What the f? You were supposed to meet her outside, not go in. Missed voice call. I'm calling the police now. I don't know where you are while you read my messages with no answer. Missed voice call. After exchanging essays about my undiagnosed disorders equating to me being lazy, he sends a guilt trip to the group chat with all my siblings who were not involved. Sorry guys, I had no idea I've been such a letdown, a failure at being a dad. I'm gonna have to really look at this and see if I'm even capable of stepping up my game. My aunt just messaged me for the first time in 5 years. With all the world's problems, I should just forgive my mom. Blank is in the hospital. He's just had a heart attack. So, I haven't spoken to you or him in 5 years. Why are you randomly messaging me now? I don't care. The world is so full of hate, so just forgive whatever your mom did and get over it. She could be a narcissist, but just let what she says go out of one ear and out the other. She loves you, so grow up and be there for her. Guessing she won't be surprised when she gets nothing next year. Tried to get her something natural. Did you order me native deodorant? Yeah, happy Mother's Day. It was supposed to arrive tomorrow. It wouldn't let me do a gift message. Lol, thank you. I'll use it even though it has fragrance. 3,000 undisclosed chemicals. Okay. Going through old texts and found these gems. And I don't ever feel that way about my family. They can come to my door anytime because they're my f***ing family. I'm just trying to explain to you something I don't like and setting a boundary. I'm not even angry. I don't know why you're going off on me and hanging up the phone like that. Just leave me be until you've calmed down then. I just think it's a little cold and I didn't raise you that way, but what the fuck ever. It doesn't matter what you think. I just want to
Content deleted.
heads up if
Content deleted by 414 game. And it's the most bullshit game ever. And get out of comments. First off, this is probably fake. No, I don't want to add content deleted. It's literally a tycoon stolen. Why is it Steve? You did not make this.
someone is going to show up to my house. I don't think that's a lot to ask, Mom. You woke me up and I was naked in bed. It doesn't matter what I think. Okay, you're not welcome to come to my house unless you tell me first, then two. How stupid. Plus, I was legitimately worried about you, so suck it. I'm sorry, Boog. I really was getting kind of worried about you. I won't do that again unless it's an emergency. Let's just have a fun Christmas. I love you very much. Yeah, I hate the whole, like, oh, I didn't raise you that way, or I taught you differently. It's like, yeah, you may have taught me one way, but, I'm my own person now, so. I will never understand making your 6-year-old look 24. Oh, yeah, that's weird. I don't, yeah, no. Mom saying good morning. Good morning, I hope you are well. As I go through this new chapter in my life, all I can do is pray and believe you will be okay. Once my home is sold, I will send you money, I guess, but after that, there will be no more. As your mother, I deserve so much more than you will ever be able to give me. Yes, you have issues, and so do I, but you can't take from people your whole life. I'm sorry you feel that way, but I understand and hope you get what you feel like you deserve.
So I went to Disney for a high school band trip and just joked about this one dumb ride my friends made me ride and how it was boring, and my mom sent this. You know what? Anybody would want to be there right now. Disney World is my favorite place, and you're there complaining to me that they aren't doing what you want. I give you advice and you won't take it. I would give my right arm to be there with you. I'm trying to help you ride as much as you can, and all you go around riding baby rides with people. If all you want to do is sit on a f***ing bench and complain that you aren't having fun, in a place where I would love to be right now instead of this hellhole of a house, go sit by Miss Blank until it's time to leave. I told you to get the Mine Train Pass, and you didn't. You shouldn't be booking fast passes as soon as you finish the other one. I really can't fathom why you can't be so unhappy at the happiest place on earth. Won't take no damn pictures of yourself. Never mind, sorry. Anonymous member. A little funny story. I've been NC with my mom since 2018 due to physical abuse mainly. I've not seen her at all since then, but last month she saw me in the supermarket. I ignored her staring and carried on. Yesterday I received court paperwork as she wants visitation to my child. Funny part, I was shopping with my friend's toddler. Child is not mine. She wants visitation to someone else's child. I'm going to court though just to see a look on her face. Tried to do a soft no contact with my mom while I get professional help. Came back from a hike to find out it was my mama's birthday. I unfortunately haven't ever made it a habit to call and wish her a happy birthday. Apparently that was the final straw. Shame on you. Whatever issues you've got with me, you shouldn't punish mama or papa. They have been good to you and love you very much. I told her not to mention you needing space from me. I'm giving you an order. Follow it. You're still my son. Obviously you feel you're above your own mother. You should be ashamed for not calling her. I don't know what is going on with you, young man. I've guessed everything but drug addiction or homosexuality. I'm here for you, but you're taking that for granted. I'll never get used to not talking to you, and I'll always love and miss you, but young man, you're burning a bridge that will be hard to repair.
You know, also, some people have good parents, they live normal lives, they have some stuff. They have a bit of stuff I like ask for. Not everything, they don't. But not that rich. What am I going to tell you? Oh, secret. I'm going to tell you. Hopefully you don't try to make me know. Let's just click this dumbass button and get a June paper. Deforestation. How to make paper. You get a tree, you do some stuff, you make paper for free. And you can sell it for money. And now we have double the production. Everything's doubled. The production is entirely doubled. Look at this thing which is tripled for some reason, because the reason is I put a color and then the text marker, the text color, which makes everything yellow. Sometimes the game somehow, when there's like way too many items, like, well, there are like way too many things, it'll just not work. It's adding the boost, but not the colors. Crazy. Guys are making paper and selling it for more. It's more expensive to take this. Yeah, that's the entire thing of not being colored and not marked. So the text mark just do the thing for one thing, and the server keeps lagging. 200 ms ping. That's the entire that's my ping. Look at my fucking ping. Is Roblox putting me on a server from like super far away? PS1 edition. Then we're gonna play Cheese Block. We're gonna try to get the duplicator, make more money. With first a Rebirth Piccolo 3. Now the 3 is the most powerful thing. Rebirth 2. You just get way too much money. Like, you click it, that's like $1 billion per click. Probably that. I'm gonna start doing better, to be honest. Look, I have half a second of delay. With the ISO 300 milliseconds. Suddenly up when you like I'm making 4 from this. The clicker. It's me. Oh. Okay.
My heart has hurt for the past few months, and it is because of you. I'm disappointed that you can't even man up enough to call mama. Have a great day. Remember my life advice to you: money is everything, but love is all you need. I'm 22, F, and moved out. My narcissistic mom insists we meet every week for family dinner. I'll reconfirm when I have settled down. A lot of things to work out now. I have a busy schedule too. We have to make time based on priority. I will set it every Sunday at 5 p.m. We will have to block it out as family time. All of us have to be present, rain or shine, over Zoom if we have to, can change day and time giving 3 days notice. We take turn to choose venues, start with you, my name, my brother, my dad and my mom, start next Sunday. Parent wants live-in maid after divorce. I am disabled and you will be required to do snow blowing, take out trash, rake leaves, trim the grass around objects and burn papers, no security deposit, private and wooded home, wildlife abounds. Discipline is one thing, but putting your child's name, nickname, picture, and elementary school name is going way too far. This is my daughter Blank, aka Blank. She is currently grounded for not making strong choices, as they say at Blank Elementary. She is allowed outside to walk the dog, and that is. No phone, no friends, no anything, so please keep an eye out for her, and if she lets our dog in your yard and she doesn't pick it up, feel free to take a picture and post it. Please and thank you. It takes a village. Yeah, that's just, like, that's child abuse. Told my parents that I booked a place that I'm going to propose to my longtime girlfriend. This is the first thing my mom said in response. Just booked this Airbnb for the proposal next month. Nice, that's the weekend of the yard sale. Cool. Moved out of my 16, dad's 40, after we got into a pretty big physical altercation. I'm selling all the video games, guitars, amps. I already sold your PlayStation and the 3DS. I sold your shitty guitar and your mom thought was cool, but until you can apologize, stay away. You are a bad egg who cares about nothing but yourself. Apologies. I can't see out of my egg. If you come here, I will call the cops. You are no longer welcome unless you apologize sincerely. I'm not gonna pretend like I owe you an apology in any way. I'll be over sometime over the weekend to pick up my shit. If any of it is missing, then I'm calling the cops. If you think you can sell my shit, then I'll see you in court. My dad got upset because I had a go about how filthy the house was. You and your mother seem to take great delight in putting me down and insulting me. You took delight in it for years by calling me rodent or saying I lived in a pigsty or so many other things you did for 30 years to this day, and you still do it. You have no fucking idea, do you? The subtlety of my mom's anger when needing to reschedule lunch plan.
Give air now. You'll die. Ah ja, doe niet roeren. Mijn kleine stukjes niet roeren. How? Duh. To my 700 seconds. That is what. It takes up enough beef down. You guys just God. Oh man. Where are the consequences by? Where are the consequences? Dis-le poverty. July.
L bozo plus ratio plus your life is bad plus YB is better plus ratio again plus L again. This is for ninja comedy response.
Hey. You have to go in. Until that's all I want. Hey. Hey. Oh, that's a fake. Oh.
L bozo plus ratio plus your life is bad. Plus YB is better. Plus ratio again plus L again. This is for ninja
Oh yes. Oh yes. Ooh. Oh, this is easier. Let me just.
L bozo plus ratio plus your life is bad. Plus YB is better. Plus ratio again plus L again. This is for ninja
I know that. Don't worry. Hey, don't worry. Hey. Would you do? Dang it. There. Hey. 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 Yes. He'll be every 2 games, be like. Dragon Cat. You can beat it. Roblox. I got kicked. Okay. Life sentence. Putain, c'est un peu de putain. Oh. Make well. Not the ball! The ball! No! 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 The ball! Hey! I tied you. I'll be 100% broke this time. Inside. Oh, I'm wrong. Inside. Oh, oh, oh! Stupid people. Hey! Hey. Wow, a new bayou. Hey! I protect the ball! No! Not the ball! Ah, yes, true. So fast, it's happening. Half of DJ. Splash. Ball.
This is the moment you've been waiting for. Graduating high school, finally. Some people are saying, finally, I can can start my business and escape the Matrix. For others it may be, man, I hope I can go to the same college as my crush. Or maybe something else entirely. But the one thing that everyone in this situation has in common, the billion-dollar question, what's next? Where do I go from here? What does this experience we call life have to offer me? The experiences awaiting, new people to connect with, places to explore, new foods to try, micro moments that we didn't realize would impact the rest of our lives. These are just some of the thoughts that went through my head when I finally stepped on that stage for myself and got handed my high school diploma. Because I most certainly did not want to end up like those people that peaked in high school, where that moment was the pinnacle of their life and everything else just went downhill from there. Because I absolutely did not want to go to college. I already struggle enough staying consistent with schoolwork, along with my absolutely unmatched hatred for school and the school system in general. If I could, I would go back and bomb every school in America to replace them with. So as the graduation parties went on and all the congratulations came and went, along with pretty much everyone I knew disappearing into college, the ever-growing realization that I'm an adult now, I'm not a kid anymore, just took over my mind. Like, man, I can really just do whatever I want now. I can sign up to anything and I don't have to lie about my age anymore. So naturally, as anyone would, I started looking for opportunities that may arise. Like, what jobs are out there? And of course, I was looking for the highest paying ones, because, you know, as a broke kid straight out of high school, that's what you naturally would do. And as I was searching through job opportunities, a pattern became more and more apparent as I searched. Physical labor-focused jobs, more specifically factory and warehouse jobs. The pay may not have been as great as somewhere else, but what they lack in hourly wage, they more than made up for it in the hours you're allowed to work, especially when overtime and broke young people are involved. So as a broke kid, fresh out of high school, and everyone I knew disappearing into college, I worked my ass off to make more money. 50-hour weeks became the norm. 10 hours a day, every single day. I get to work at like around like 7:30, 8 in the morning. Then I stay there, you know, all the way up until like 6 o'clock. You know, that's when it's been 10 hours, and that's when I leave, because, you know, I'm trying to get at, you know, the fat check. Even picking up weekend shifts whenever those were available. If I didn't get overtime, I failed basically. And I did this for like 3 months straight, constantly going into work at 7:30 in the morning, and I wouldn't leave till 6 p.m. at night. And when you're someone trying to stack up and save as much money as possible while trying to spend as little as possible, the Costco hot dogs 2 miles down the road tend to become your best friend. Because for $1.50, they give you down the road tend to become your best friend. Because for $1.50, they give you like a foot-long hot dog with a drink. You just can't beat that at all. And it's not like, oh, there must be a reason why they're $1.50. They're actually really good quality hot dogs for what you're getting. But eventually, it just got old. Living this way gave me no social life at all. I would be asked if I could hang out, and I would always have to say no. I had work that day in the morning. And it's not like life on the other side with my friends was like the greatest thing ever either, because I would always like look into the group chats, you know, the senior group chat, and I would always see all my friends struggling. It's like, it's like, man, I have this work, I have this project due like tomorrow, and I'm working at 3 a.m. just to get it done. Then I would always see like, my professor sucks, I hate him, he doesn't even teach the class at all. And I was just kind of there on the opposite end, just like working full time. I mean, I was making pretty good money. I mean, like good money for my age at least. You know, I was making like $2,000 a month, which, I mean, it's not like anything like incredible, but it's like, it's a lot better than going from like $200 to $0 a month. So, you know, I was living it up. I was balling. I truly was on my grind. I also had YouTube as well. I was still working on this YouTube channel. Keep in mind, I do literally everything on my own. Even this video, I'm editing all of it on my own. I do everything. I do my scripting, I do my thumbnails, I do my editing, all of it. Especially like, oh my gosh, some of these videos will take me so long to make. I kid you not, sometimes I would literally be just editing one video for an entire week. But I don't know. Stuff's weird. High school was strange. I hated high school so much with a passion. It's just a lot of people that you sat with for years. And you think like, that's my best friend. That's my ride or die. Just to like never speak with them. And I feel like it's not really you're in college, right? And it's a different kind of suffering. It's like with college, you still at least have a social life. You have everyone around you that's your age. But when you're fresh out of high school, working just straight into the workforce industry, not only is like pretty much no one your age, everyone's like in their mid-30s, mid-40s, even 50s. Everyone is old. It's like I can't relate to anyone. And then everyone at the workplace, they would see me. It's like, oh my gosh, you're so young. How could you possibly be tired on 4 hours of sleep? What? like I can take a bullet to the head and then just like get up and walk away like if nothing ever happened. But I feel like for people in college, it's just, I feel like that suffering is just delayed. It's like you're still suffering. You're being, like, I always feel like, I'm a college student. I'm a good college student. I can't afford anything. I'm in debt. That's what I hear all the time. And I mean, it's true. That's the stereotype. It's like you have to go into debt pretty much to go into college unless you have like all of these scholarships and everything like that, which I didn't have. But I mean, like, it's not like I couldn't get a scholarship either because I graduated high school with AP honor roll. I had like a 3.5 GPA, which is not the greatest in the world. It's not bad either. But it's just like like my own stuff. I still live with my parents, thankfully, because obviously with the economy right now, there's absolutely no way I can afford to live on my own. But that's the thing, really. Like, you can come into a job, work, and make so much money, like as you're young, because you know, still living with your parents and everything, making like $2,000, maybe even $3,000 a month, and you have like no bills to pay. Maybe you have like a car payment, gas, insurance, some.
The cynic in me wants to say that this is not going to be good. I need hot women. Not relics. I knew I was going to like it. I did not realize I was going to like it this way. Let's get to some news. I feel like I can wake up every day and it's like, Oblivion Remaster is being announced today. Apparently it's really being announced tomorrow. Code, do you know what's happening? Like, can you fill us in? Okay, I don't know. I wish I did, but no, I don't really know what's going on with it. We're expecting a big shadow drop. It may actually be announced and drop tomorrow. Yeah. So like, it's like, you know, we'll see. It's the biggest known secret in a long time. I feel like everything would be so weird. The Xbox account is telling people that Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered,
the big old V
is releasing April 21st. What? Really? Apparently, here's a screenshot of somebody messaging Xbox support. The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered set to release on April 21st, 2025. It is confirmed to be a day one launch title on Game Pass. What? It's gonna be so weird if they're like, and now is a huge surprise! Everyone's like, you know they're gonna do that. They're gonna do that. It's gonna be so awkward, man.
Yeah. Oh, I guess out of the three of us, is that something that you're just like, all right, I'm gonna dive in, or what? Like, how do you?
Like, I'm excited for it, but I just don't have time for it right now. Like, yeah. That's, you know, a 60-hour adventure potentially for me.
Minimum,
that's
right?
not something that I shadow drop. So I definitely will check out the Oblivion remake, no question. I don't know when.
I always get them confused. Which one? Oblivion's the one with the gates, right? Where you go in and there's like the Daedra pit princes and shit like that. Is that Oblivion?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what the game is named after. The Oblivion Gates.
I couldn't tell you the story beats of Oblivion. It's been that long since I played. It's one of the reasons I want to play it again.
Is Oblivion the one with Patrick Stewart narrating the opening? Is that who narrates
Oblivion
the opening?
It's the
yes.
When you start in prison.
Yes. Yeah. And Patrick Stewart is the Emperor. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Chat's confirmed. Okay. I do remember that one then. Yeah, I guess the remaster will be a welcome to me, so I can have the refresher, and I'm sure many others as well. We'll see if it actually gets announced tomorrow and shadow dropped and all this stuff that they're talking about. Marathon obviously has been a lot of conversation, especially.
Charles, come introduce yourself. Thanks again for letting us use your classroom for Minecraft Club.
Do you guys have space for one more? Come on in. We don't mind at all.
Well, guys. It's been a minute. It's been a little bit since we've checked in on our favorite life lesson deliverer / life changer here on YouTube. So, you know what that means. It's time for me to get irrationally angry at a children's YouTube video made by a man who I know is not going to change his content no matter what I say about it. This is what I live for, baby. Now, every time that I find myself on the Darman channel, I go in with a sense of childlike hope. You know, a sense of hope that has not been corrupted by the cruelties of our world. Hope that maybe, just maybe, in the time since I've last checked the Darman channel, maybe something has changed. And every time I do so, I'm quickly reminded why being negative is such a good coping mechanism. Keeps you safe from disappointments like this. I'm gonna save you guys the Gab session today. Teen wears Minecraft mask to hide face. What this man's obsession is with sending children to school with a mask on their face, couldn't fucking tell. But it's a real one because this is like the third video that we've watched where a kid goes to a new school and their face is covered up by some stupid mask. And I think this might be the silliest one of the three, I believe, that we've watched, including this one. The premise of this video is just so unbelievably stupid that it's a little offensive. This is so obviously just an easy way to get Minecraft in the title with the whole Minecraft movie situation right now, chicken jockey. So, you know, I'm a little offended by it and I think you will be too. You'll think.
Charles, come introduce yourself. As you can see, Charles has been granted special permission to wear his mask in class.
Why? Can't finish doing his Halloween rounds? Trick or treat?
That's enough. In this class, students treat each other with respect, or they will...
Hey, what's up, everybody? It is Plays Minecraft. Yeah, this thing, Minecraft. I'm trying to bingo. Seriously. Bingo. There we go. Somebody got sneaked. that nuke. Oh. Eat these. And this? Oh my god. He's gonna die. He's gonna die. Duh. Huh? You be good. Oh. I can't see. Die. Get into this. Roblox toolbar.
Hey there.
Let me get.
Hey there, guys. Game, right? With tools to do it your back again. Now, if I need to you hide your hotbar in Roblox. Tools playing. Wow, this one right of the hotbar. So basically, a lot of people don't want to see the default Roblox hotbar in the game because they want to replace it with their own custom hotbar. And here are a bunch of for a script by Roblox Studio. I have we got low. The back test there is inside hotbar.
Oh, backpack. Cool. I have to go to every script. Backpack. Hey, that's the thing.
I can no longer use the tools that I have inside my backpack. And this is good if you want to script your own custom hotbar inside.
Oh my god, this is the way it is because he found it. Why is that shift lock? Booba. Nah, oh. Bringo! Sorry. No map. Gets sniped. Where's the button play? From this. Bonk. Oh, did it? You earn to play. The server's lag. Defuse the bomb! Dumpster! You died! You died! Yet again, another updater. You guys can't play. No. No. You must die. Somebody just stay up voting. Kill Toast. I have the guy who just floats.
Your games. And there you have.
There you have.
Discord is trying to put an end to creepy users that send you videos of them wonking their willy by adding 3 major features. Now, do I think these features will actually work and keep people safe on Discord? Well, we'll see. Now, the first feature Discord is working on is image blurring. Now, if you're a Big Apple fanboy and you huff the farts of Tim Cook, you might have already known that iOS 17 has a sensitive content warning, which basically is a setting that if someone sends you a raunchy photo or video, then your iPhone will tell you this video is packing an extra package, so to speak. And Discord decided to just take a peek at Apple's homework and definitely not copy it exactly, because now we have a new experimental feature called explicit media redaction. Now basically what this feature does is that when you get sent a photo that has a little extra length and girth, then Discord will block the image. Now here's the thing, Discord's not going to just block images that have a little bit of penicillin in them. In fact, Discord will also block videos from weirdos that send you gore. In my case, however, I have a thing where it will block every single image. You see this image up here? Nothing bad. Oh, it's blurred. Now currently looking at this blurred image, if I click on it, nothing happens. And that's just because I have a weird version of this experiment. It actually turns out that Discord will allow you to unblock and show these images, and thank you to Discord Previews, link in the description for having this image for me to use. But yes, you should be able to unblock images if it's something that you're certain you want to see. Now we all know that Discord is a 100% perfect platform. Just kidding. In some cases it might accidentally flag an image as sensitive, and what you can do is you can actually mark the image as not sensitive. In this case, I think it's just better left hidden. I feel more like a degenerate the longer I look at this. Now going back to my blurred image, we can see some text down here saying why we hide some media. And if you click on it, Discord will show you a pop-up, which I don't like reading. I'm gonna click on the button that says go to settings. Because yes, you can customize the behavior of the system depending on where you get the message from. If someone sends you an image in DMs from a friend, you can show, blur, or block that image, assuming it is deemed as sensitive. If it's a DM from some random person, you can block, blur, or show it. And if someone sends some raunchy stuff in a Discord server, you can either show or blur it. Now, while really the topic of this whole entire thing is to prevent creepy people from sending nude images to teens, as an adult, this is actually really useful because sometimes I don't want to see a wiener on Discord. But if you are a teenager, things are actually quite different, because apparently, if you are a teenager, the sensitive media will be forced to be blurred, which means you might not be able to go to the settings and have show as an option. It might just be blur or block. But that's not a super bad thing, because in the case of false positives, you can always just click and show what the attachment is. Now I want to point out that this blurring feature is kind of doomed to fail, because Discord's filtering system right now is atrocious. So I'm on an alt account right now, and I'm going to send myself some nasty content. And editor, if you do not blur this, I'm gonna lose my job. But if I try sending this image, it sends? What? I specifically picked out a photo that would be blocked by Discord, but magically it is now unblocked. The filter's even worse than I thought. Finally, after 10 different images sent to myself of varying types of adult content, I have finally found an image that will get blocked by Discord. It is a photo of a man holding a tube of meat. Now, I'm gonna do a little bit of a magic trick, and all I'm gonna do is just add a little bit of a purple dot kind of towards the bottom. I turned it into Thanos' dong. Now, if I copy this image, paste it into Discord and editor me, once again, if you don't blur this, we're going homeless. And if I press enter, kaboom! Why am I excited about this? Anyways, all it took was just a little bit of purple color at the bottom of the meat stick and kaboom, now it's sent through Discord. What has my life become? Now let's move on to the second feature that Discord is doing in terms of keeping people safe from strangers. Because if you get approached by a very reputable and handsome guy, Discord will straight up tell you to KYS. Yes, Discord will tell you to keep yourself safe when talking to new people. If you get a message from a new user, Discord will show you this pop-up where it allows you to block them, dismiss the notification, or click on more tips to keep yourself safe. And while I was editing this bad boy, Discord changed up their safety tips, so I'm gonna read you the new ones, which are significantly better than the old ones. But safety tip number 1, trust your gut. If something feels off, you can always take a break. Safety tip number 2, be careful with private details like your full name, school, or how to find you off Discord. And safety tip number 3, if you need help, you are not alone. Talk to a trusted adult and report messages to us anytime. And let me tell you, these new tips are actually a lot better, because the last ones didn't even tell you to talk talk to a trusted adult. It just said report the message to Discord. Yeah, that's gonna help. And since we're talking about reporting a message to Discord, the third thing, oh god, I forgot where I was at. That just kind of flashbanged me there. But Discord is working on 2 different reporting features. One of them's already out, and the second one is a special reporting feature. So the first feature I'm gonna talk about is quite simple. If you get messaged by some weird Discord creep, you can click on their profile. But what you can actually do is you can click on the 3 dots next to their profile and click on report user profile, where you get to report their user profile, whether it be their photo, their name, or their text descriptors, so their about me status or pronouns. Click on next, and then you just go through the normal reporting process of this is annoying, spam, unsafe, inappropriate, etc. And then you can submit report. Considering Discord's reporting system feels like it never works, my hopes aren't high for this one, but you know what? Only time will tell. Now, the second thing Discord is working on in terms of their reporting system is honestly kind of stupid, because if you go to discord.com/report, you get to see this beautiful page. Wow. There's nothing on it at all. This was a waste of time. Actually, it's not, because what's supposed to show up on this website is actually hidden from public view, but it's supposed to show this little box here saying report illegal content. And there's 2 big buttons that tell you to report a message or report a user profile. And what this website allows you to do is report people on Discord without being logged in, which is confusing. Because 1, how do you even get the message link, or how do you get a user profile without being logged in? And 2, has Discord thought about the fact that people are just going to mass report a whole bunch of people because you don't have to be logged in, so there's no risk to your account? That's going to be an issue again. Yeah, this is awesome. Now, the reason why Discord added in this report illegal content thing is because of the Digital Services Act. The Digital Services Act is basically just making the internet safe. Basically, very large platforms, aka Discord, need to have some sort of way of reporting criminal offenses. So this little report illegal content thing is really just used for that, so that, Europe is happy. So overall, all these features combined together seems like Discord is trying to improve the platform and also cut a little bit down on e-dating. And I really want to make it clear that Discord is not the right platform for dating. You need to go on a platform that facilitates dating, like Roblox, for example, with their dating experiences. Anyways, that's all I got, gamer. Adios. I'm gonna have ice cream after this. I'm excited. Bye-bye. Mwah. I'm going to be ruining a Roblox scam. I'm going to explain what these scammers are doing, expose their strategy, and finally, I'm going to completely annihilate their scam by spamming the crap out of them and then also deleting their system entirely. Now, to start, it's like almost every single Discord scam on the planet. Some random person contacts you and this person says, "Hello, I am contacting you about your ban at Fashion Famous." Now, Fashion Famous is, yes, a very hit Roblox game. It is almost as captivating as Roblox Paintball, and I spend many hours on it. But anyways, I've been removed from this community for scamming or account theft. Now, here's the thing. I never play Fashion Famous on this Discord account. In fact, I hide it in a little secret account in shame. So, there'd be no possible way that I would actually scam someone, and this doesn't make any sense to me. So I tell good old Ben here that I'm not the scammer. This is complete horse crap. But Ben is not backing down. Really? Well, we're gonna have to post an announcement about you scamming people, and you're gonna get banned from every single server you're in. And my heart dropped. I do not want this. I want to make sure that I can appeal this, and of course Ben is very kind and provides an invite link that I can use. But I'm no idiot, and I said, how can I trust that you guys are the true Fashion Famous? Could I see some proof with this? And Ben sends me a Roblox group link to Fashion Famous. Now I open up this link and my heart drops a little bit. I notice that this is the real Fashion Famous group. They have 1 million members. I go down to experiences, and that is the Fashion Famous that I spend many of my hours on. But if I go back to the group, they have a Discord server. If I right click and just copy the link of this Discord server, and I paste it into a random server, you'll notice this is the same Fashion Famous server. I am in a lot of trouble. However, my brain activates again and I realize that maybe I should take another look at this Fashion Famous group and just go to the Fashion Famous game. Maybe they have a Discord server link that I can look at. So I scroll down and I notice they have join our channels, and this is a Discord invite link. So I copy the link address and I put it back into Discord, and there's two different servers. Now, to explain what's going on, a lot of people think that this Roblox group, the original one that I've joined from the scammers, has been hacked. But what has really happened is that someone stole their invite link. Now, to show you how this works, I'm going to go to my Discord server, and as you can tell, this invite link is in the description of every single one of my videos. So I'm going to copy this invite code, and if I paste this invite link into this little tool, you can see that there is the no text-to-speech Discord server, and the main important thing is that there's this invite creator. Now, if I put in a vanity link, so my Discord server's vanity link is just NTTS, you'll notice that it doesn't tell me who is the person that made the invite. So, using this, we can figure out which one of these servers is the real server and which one might have a vanity link. So I'm going to copy the smaller Fashion Famous server, and I paste it into the little tool, and it shows that this was an invite created by someone. And if I copy the link of the scam server, you might already know what's about to happen. I paste in the link, and you notice that there is no person that created the invite. In fact, this is a vanity link. Now, what has happened is that on this Roblox group, there is that normal Discord invite link. However, someone made a mistake because this invite link wasn't permanent. When you create a normal Discord invite, you actually have a couple options. You can select between 30 minutes up to 7 days for your invite, or unlimited. If you don't have it as unlimited, these invite links will expire. But despite the link being invalid, it is still available on the group page. And these scammers saw that and made their Discord vanity link the same as this invite link. Now, of course, doing something like this gives them a lot of credibility because it is the official group and it shows their scam Discord server. But the thing is that not a lot of people notice that, so the scam continues on. I ask, guys, see some proof of me scamming someone, and they show me this screenshot. Of course, Ben is extremely helpful in this case, and you can see this Discord screenshot. Basically, I message someone and ask them to moderate for my group, and I send them a roblox.com/groups link. Obviously, this is a fake Roblox link, and it seems like they get hacked, and I say, LOL, effing idiot, thanks for the account, and apparently I dropped the N-word for some reason. And this is completely absurd. These aren't my messages. I didn't scam this person. In fact, I don't even know this person. So I try pleading my case. This might just be someone trying to frame me or impersonate me, and Ben always trying to reassure me here by saying, probably. I mean, we've had many people trying to frame famous developers, and this strokes my ego a little bit. Of course, I'm a famous developer, and Ben tells me that I should still file an appeal so that I can clear my name and make sure it isn't me. And of course, I decide to continue on with the appeal. So I get invited to a support group chat. Now, I should make it clear this is someone else that's actually scam baiting these guys. I'm just keeping their name anonymous and saying it's me just for the comedic factor, okay? So I join the support channel and I'm pleading my innocence. I mean, I'm giving them pages upon pages of proof that this isn't me. I mean, how can I prove myself? And I have this new character named Valky who says, do you mind screen sharing the DMs with this user? So of course I open up my little Discord, I go to my direct messages, but as you can tell in my DMs, there's absolutely nothing. I mean, Discord telling me that I've been breaking the terms of service by being in a bad server, but my innocence should be clear. But that's not enough for good old Ben to prove my innocence. So what they tell me to do is just open up Roblox, and I'm still screen sharing, showing my screen. It's basically like you guys are the scammers right now. You can see their perspective. And as you can tell, I'm in my Roblox account, ASDKOPUODF letters. Ben is saying that this is all good, and they're basically just asking, because once again, it's a group chat, there's multiple people talking, and they're just trying to make sure that I have ownership to the account, and that I just didn't hack this account yesterday or something. They then ask me to turn off my PIN, because I have two-factor authentication enabled. I am a security genius. So they tell me to turn it off, and why would I ever need to turn off two-factor authentication to show you that this is my account? I mean, I open it up, look at it, this is definitely a legitimate account of mine. Now, in terms of the psychology of what's going on, Ben basically tries to reassure me that, well, we know what we're doing, so I should feel more comfortable giving out this information. But this is not enough, and Ben decides to also invest in a different type of psychological terror, which is, I hope you understand that if we have any problems with this ownership verification, I will have to report this to the owner of Fashion Famous, my favorite game near and dear to my heart, who will then report it to other servers about this developer, me, scamming. And this is bad, and all they're trying to do is just raise awareness against scamming, including our server. Now, this raise awareness against scamming is a psychological tool that scammers use often. Basically, if they're against scamming, then they're trustworthy, right? They would never ever scam you if they're against scamming. And of course, it's pretty obvious that they were completely lying about that. Now, I'm still dragging my feet and telling Ben I don't want to change my Roblox account stuff, it's just not safe. And Ben decides to go from getting my trust to putting on the pressure by saying, sorry, but do you want the owner of Fashion Famous in this group chat threatening me? And when that wasn't enough, Ben goes the extra mile by saying, if the person really did get hacked from you, we will have to report it to the owner, and they're actually friends with a Roblox admin, which can instantly terminate that account just so that we can make sure no one else gets scammed or anything. So now they're making these threats of my Roblox account getting terminated real by adding in the actual owner of the game. Now, if I join the server, which I can't on my alt account because I got banned for some reason, whoever would have figured out why, you might notice that there is the Ben character that we've been hearing from very often, and their user ID is right here, just Discord. Keep in mind, this is the user ID of the scammer, and this is their account, and we have this pixelated candy person, and here's their user ID. And is this the real pixelated candy account? Well, the person that sent me all this information actually found the real pixelated candy account, and it's this here. Obviously, two completely different accounts. Now, back to the scam support group chat. I basically say, instead of asking me to change change the settings of an account with more than 300,000 Robux, which is about $1,000, which is quite a fair chunk of money. Instead of asking me to do all that stuff, why can't you guys just listen to my advice? But Ben pulls out another little trick here saying, you realize a developer with over 30 million Robux, which is about $100,000, has done the same process. We're pretty much used to it. Now Ben here is once again providing reassurance by saying, we've done this already, you shouldn't be worried, this is completely normal, and when things don't go the scammer's way, they pull out the big guns. They get that pixelated candy account, which is impersonating the developer or the owner, but they're saying that you don't want to confirm the ownership, so if that's the case, I'll need to report this to a Roblox admin and let them know about it. Now, once again, this is just them putting on pressure to try and force me to go through their whole entire scam, and I just gotta say, those eyes reassure me. Eyes are a window into a person's soul.
Voici un smartphone. Comme tous les smartphones, il peut repousser votre réveil, le repousser encore, et encore, encore. Bref, il fait...
And this soul is pure and gorgeous. Oh wait, I already have an anime girlfriend. Anyways, I cave in and I open up Roblox and I deactivate my PIN. Now keep in mind, during this whole entire fiasco, they're telling me to screen share my screen. So I'm going through my settings, I'm going into my account and I disable two-factor authentication and all this stuff. Now of course, this isn't enough information for the scammers to actually take my account. So they need more info. So what they tell me is that they just want me to look at my email account and just check to see if there's any Roblox emails. And they now have access to what your email address is. That whole screen sharing bit was just to get this email address and make sure you're following the scam. Now, what can happen here is that they either ask you to send yourself a Roblox email or they'll do it themselves on their own computer. So on their end, they confirm that they can see this email and they need to make sure that it's the official Roblox email. So what they want me to do is they want me to copy the email and send the link here. So they want me to copy this reset password link and then send it to them. Now, most people at this point would get cold feet, realize this is a scam, and stop. But these scammers know that's a possible way that this scam could end. So what they do is they say, is that link safe? So I get confused with that link. They're asking if the link's safe. I mean, of course it's safe. How can I tell that this is a safe Roblox link? And they tell me to visit trustcentury.org. And this website checks if the site is fraud. So I need to copy the link and put it into the fraud detector. And to be honest, this website looks pretty legitimate. I mean, it looks pretty good, right? There's a lot of stuff that's going on. They have privacy policies, all this stuff. So maybe the link I got from Roblox wasn't safe, so I just need to enter in the URL. Now, before I click scan website, I'm actually going to open up a couple of Chrome tools. In fact, I'm going to open up my network tab and I'm going to make sure that I am recording because we need to figure out what this fraud detector is doing. So if I click scan website, it's going to do a couple things. Now, I paused recording and the website's still going to go through and like refresh stuff. It's going to be annoying. I think I actually did put in my real Roblox account, but if I crack this bad boy up a little bit, on the left here, you'll notice that the website refreshed and it says roblox.com, 0 detections, everything is all good. But on the network side here, if I open this up, you'll notice that we have two events. And this event here, if I open it up, it sends a payload to the request URL of discord.com/API/webhooks. Now, a webhook is basically a link where if you send information to this webhook, it will send a message in a Discord channel. And just to make that really clear, I went on Disco Hook and I can type in whatever the heck I want. All these letters, if I press on send, what it does is it actually sends a message to whatever server I have it pointed to. And it has to be my own server, obviously, you know, security reasons. But what's happening on this website is that they are sending in a payload to this webhook. And the payload, if I open up the embed and open it all the way, it is sending in your Roblox reset password link. So this is basically like this webhook sending in your password reset link to some random server that these scammers have where they can then open up this link and they can reset this password. In fact, this one is already expired, probably because my account got hacked or something. I don't know. Now, how does this website look so gosh darn legitimate? Well, if we scroll down and we just look at some of their privacy policy, and we open this bad boy up.
Oh shit. Oh, Valorant? I did not play that.
It's pretty well known that B33 is the most popular beta hack, and honestly is one of the most well-known Mario 64 ROM hacks of all time. But beta hacks have existed even before the conception of B33. One of those being Super Mario 64 Warped Worlds, or just Warped Worlds for short. This was a ROM hack that unfortunately had a similar development history to B33. Created by Jeff-tastic back in 2020, Warped Worlds had a similar personalized theme that B33 has, even including things like direct references to Mario Classified like B33. But unfortunately, this hack got cancelled many years back, just like B33 did back during 0.9, and the hack was left unfinished at 16 stars. While this game's areas were directly added into B33, or were used as heavy inspiration. Extremely recently, a hack known as Super Mario 64 Warped Worlds Anniversary Edition came out. Created by...
No? It does absolutely nothing. Wait. They have a model. Oh, just copies the entire model, puts it in, and not changes the player. Alright, let's just do this. Alright, so first things first. So you have chosen. Player. Hit. The character. Get children. FV is a accessory. Oh, V is a hack. Research destroy. Nice. Downloading asset file phone. Is the asset ID correct and is the asset type model? Oh shit, hold on there. How to require modules. Roblox.
Alright, so if you're like me, which I assume you are because the thumbnail and title of the video caught your attention enough for you to actually click and continue listening to me blabber on about the video, you probably have wondered, okay, what the hell is a module script? That's pretty cool. Now, why people use module scripts is basically just for organization, right? Because again, module script is the same thing, it makes a table and it returns that table is equal to my $7,000 course, of course. So, make sure to sign up, and look out.
Alright, so it requires some stuff, which is the quote-unquote main folder, but I decided to put it in the thing, so one error here. Equals script.lab boot. And then there's another one. Right, so I must have fixed the script that it uses because it tries to copy the thing. And it fails because of 4 blocks. So I decided to instead put everything inside the script so that when the player has the entire thing, and does load the entire thing, and then yeah. Script did nothing. And gamble. So it goes to gamble. It's 1, so this. Then it's supposed, if it's my ID, then it just does this one, does this. If it's 2, it is this. It did nothing. If not. If it's around that thing. So split. I'm confused why this doesn't work. I'm confused Okay, so the script on. That's a good thing. It runs. But yeah, everything runs, but the thing is, it does not do anything else. Oh god. That's probably because of the gift. This is the button. Oh no! Die away. Fuck this. What comes to die? Oh, hit the person. Yeah, you get no more. the main folder down. But this down here, try to get the thing. So go steal some parts of stuff with delete a lot of stuff from you. No! Illuminati team? Oh, it's local. Oh, local. Glizzy. Or it's a glizzy. And there you go, it works. I made a single I took a lot of time to make 2 commands work. Done. I fixed the fighting. Let's join a new server while it gets shut down.
At the end of September, a Discord user hacked into an employee's computer at a large company and stole the information of 500,000 customers. Full name, email, billing address, credit card expiration date, all put up for sale. But who is this company, and how did the hacker pull this off? Well, according to the company, it involves a very sophisticated scam. Shadow. Shadow is the name of the business that got compromised in this data breach. Now, Shadow is a cloud computing platform that allows you to pay a monthly subscription fee for a computer in the cloud. Now, you can use this computer for a multitude of things, whether it be running simple Excel spreadsheets or upgrading to something that allows you to use video editing software, all in the cloud. But you don't need to use this computer just for professional purposes. In fact, Shadow also has
Hey, that's not normal. Dude, you fucking broke it. There's only one thing. Alright, I forgot.
another. At the end of September, a Discord user hacked into an employee's computer at a large company and stole the information of 500,000 customers. Full name, email, billing address, credit card expiration date, all put up for sale. But who is this company, and how did the hacker pull this off? Well, according to the company, it involves a very sophisticated scam. Shadow. Shadow is the name of the business that got compromised in this data breach. Now, Shadow is a cloud computing platform that allows you to pay a monthly subscription fee for a computer in the cloud. Now, you can use this computer for a multitude of things, whether it be running simple Excel spreadsheets or upgrading to something that allows you to use video editing software, all in the cloud. But you don't need to use this computer just for professional purposes. In fact, Shadow also has another branch that involves gaming. You can have a gaming computer in the cloud, just like NVIDIA GeForce Now or Google Stadia, which is dead. And of course, as with any business, if you want to make a whole bunch of money, you need to cater to the enterprise crowd, where you can just literally print money. Now, if you haven't heard of Shadow before, you might be asking, how popular is Shadow? Well, believe it or not, they're actually pretty big. In fact, they sponsored an LTT video, which is the first time I've heard of them. And of course, video sponsors cost a whole bunch of cheddar. But we also know from the data breach that Shadow had over 500,000 paying customers. Now let's dive a little bit deeper into that data breach. So anyone that was affected by the data breach was sent an email by Shadow. And what information was exposed in this data breach? Well, in the email it said, the information concerned is your first and last name, email address, date of birth, billing address, which, you know, could be your home address, and credit card expiration date. And they make it extremely clear not to worry, because it's important to note that no passwords or sensitive banking data has been compromised. But your address has. Yeah, that puts me at ease big time. Now this information is actually quite dangerous, because first, they have your address, but this information, your first name, your last name, your email, can be matched with past and future data breaches to build a more sophisticated attack against you. And if you've been involved in this data breach, it's a very good idea to just keep an eye on your credit score. Now, the funny thing about this data breach is that it has the Shadow PC community divided. And one thing I am genuinely concerned about is people like to brush this under the rug. My stuff has already been sold, and yours probably has been sold already from other leaks. I think the only leak my information hasn't been in at this point was the Ashley Madison one. I'll be fine. And there are multiple people with this mindset that this is just another data breach, and this is a very bad mindset. But I want to make
yes, TFG.
Discord just banned over 8 million accounts during April to June of this year, but as someone who knows a lot about how things are behind the scenes, these bans mean nothing. And I'll tell you exactly why. So every quarter of the year, Discord will publish a beautiful transparency report. It's
It gave me nothing but. No, no, dude. Look at this item game. Hey.
Coca-Cola, espuma.
And this thing again. Nothing. Famine. Famine. Yeah, That's and you lost it. We gotta hit him with a dumpster and just knock him out. Slash fly, slash fly. Really big. I clicked it. You died. Look at your sword. I thought I just yeeted my fire axe. Yeah, go defuse it. Take this. Alright, there's a thing. No! Eat. Your pizza roll. Holy pizza. You killed me. I didn't kill you. No axe. This. Their brain does nation. Wow, it sometimes gives nothing, but it's fine. I got that anchored. Oopsie, I forgot to make them unanchored. Left boot B. B dot anchored equals false. Yeah, don't forget to unanchor it. I was about to type kick others bozo.
Yeah.
Yeah, go eat cake and destroy your arms. I went somewhere. I forgot to anchor it. Oops, I accidentally used myself a billion of blocks. Whee! Rebooting server for update. Please wait.
This is the hardest challenge ontologically possible ever possibly done Minecraft. This mod pack is known as the Garden of Grind, which begins in this disconsolate nihility. The final goal is to somehow build the Stargate starting with absolutely nothing, which is so traumatizing to accomplish that the only surviving Stargate obtainers in 2024 have died to anti-Gregtech cyber warfare. This audio-visual presentation contains all types of conflicts seen in literature. Man versus nature, man versus society, man versus technology, man versus author, and man versus self. Garden of Grind was actually impossible. At first this may seem true, but that was until it was false. I could destroy myself for socioeconomic gain. Dying in GTNH spawns free tombstones and dirt for me for free out of thin air. Then we perform the I go by lots of names duplication glitch by pressing the respawn button to get infinite dirt from infinite dying from infinite me. And this shall be used to build the foundations of our gaming headquarters. After dying 21 times, the dirt age has commenced. With this, the main goal for the beginning of Skyblock is usually wood. But since we have no starting materials, all we had to do was to exactly copy Martin Cytopant's gameplay, which entails making a few Quachar Trigentillion mod farms to get everything we need. There was just one thing stopping us though. As I was establishing the first mob grinder, I was refractorily introduced to the ultra-Hungarian Spitfire skeleton of breathlessness.
Our character meshes. We gotta delete character meshes. I fixed the uglies.
Bulwark, Regeneration, Berserk, Exhaust, Quicksand, Sapper Choke, Darkness, Wither. These randomly generated mini-bosses are sponsored by Infernal Mobs. Mobs are psychotically Herculean and GTNH, transforming my base into the most dangerous neighborhood in America. Fact check true. And soon enough, what seemed like an easy mob farm would turn into reverse mob farming. After being extirpated by war criminals using weapons of mass destruction, I realized that this was not an ordinary skyblock challenge. I must use genius exploitation of seemingly useless spots and information to get as many advantages as possible to push 0.1% ahead. And as it turns out, I was holding one this entire time. Whenever I die, I drop human flesh, and it appears that all items are now technically blocks thanks to draconic evolution, which adds a key binds that places items in the world. Mobs cannot spawn on blocks that are not entirely solid. This information shall be used to ban mobs from this beacon of civilization. However, the more I pushed this item placing technology, the more overpowered it became. Inventory issues were solved because the entire world is one inventory. Dirt was now inefficacious because I could combine sideways and bottom item placing to scaffold wherever I needed. But after further scientific research, it was found that these items had blast resistance. This ignores most damage caused by the orbital kinetic bombardments caused by infernal mobs. Some of you may be wondering why I'm not deleting these death beacons. It's because GTNH has hardcore darkness. Everything at night becomes chemically pure Vantablack. But these beacons allow me to see things within the total darkness. With these new technologies, I could return to the original goal. Mob farming. It would
Finally, I have located Iglam's computer. Time to watch Supersymmetry. Wait, what? He has not even begun editing episode 2. My reaction to this information is that I am utterly destroyed after
I am supposed to go first, but no, instead I go la. Yeah, that's No! I don't even when I was dead. Yeah. I just like yeah, I'm Gif. Got the no. Bozo. Invincibility. Ooh, C4. You can't do it. And then you have to do it, or you have to run. And I lost my entire avatar. I lost my avatar, that's it. I was like, shit. I was gonna. I hate Holder. That's fine. Avatar equals except my humanoid thing. Cause yes. Like Spiky. Who the fuck names himself I like Spunky? And I got a bomb. No! I like Spunky. You. I had such. If I look, this thing. Right? Yeah, I could still type. Free command. Me and family. Coca-Cola, espuma. I could kick. Kick me. I got kicked.
Hello guys. After the tragic death of
to aluminum and copper to be deliquesced and subsequently alloyed into aluminum brass. This is outputted onto the casting table to form this blank isogonal dihedral quadrilateral, which is carved into this ball. Molten steel is then poured onto this ball to finally make the ball mold. I was now in the final stretch of making circuits and making electrical machines. The quantities of resources about to be consumed was likely to collapse the gravitational singularity according to Penrose-Hawking singularity theorems. Circuit or to create a single circuit of the lowest tier, the first of gigabajillions.
Hello, my name is Darren's Props, but I've actually gone ahead and made a second channel, apparently, from one of them. And yeah, the dirt is actually how we're going to make a bit of a platform. Now, by default on this actual pack, there is a journey map as well. And if I zoom in here, you're going to see these little squares appearing. That is actually the gravestones.
Let's go.
How fucking what is idiot? Let's go.
Let's go.
It's weak, but it does the job. And I have the fire axe.
Let's go.
Let's go. He's just running. My button. This is so lucky. Oh god.
Coca-Cola, espuma.
He died. Why is the EFX so still broken? I thought I fixed it. Oh, maybe it's not updated? Yeah, must be.
Oh my god, we've actually already landed on one. Perfect. So, as you can see, we are kind of left with this. And every time you die, you actually end up getting your little head. And we can actually use this head to our advantage. And okay, apparently we got loads of fireworks in my ears. There we go. Yeah, we can use these to our advantage. Any item on this kind of pack can actually be placed on the floor. So, using the V key on the keyboard, you can actually go ahead and place these. And what this actually does is stop mobs from spawning as if I put a torch down. So that's what we need to kind of do. So the idea basically, at the very start of this, is die about 400 million times. Should we have a bit of a roundup here? See how many times we actually died. So we died 6 times already. How many times?
Let's go.
He has a bomb. I'm chasing him.
Let's go.
Sunshine.
Let's go.
I'm gonna hit you. Bro, let me do a pro gamer move. Get kicked.
Let's go.
I think I just stole a thing from Wikipedia. These. Here's the fake arrow command. You can kick yourself. Not again. We flood. The thing with close admin is that that's custom admin commands.
Do you reckon I'm going to need to die until I get this island kind of full? The other thing Hello and welcome back to Garden of Grind. My name is Darren Props and this is part 19. And what I've been thinking is, why don't I make a copy of the world, open up a blank map in this copy of the world, because that's technically a world that would have creative, right? Then I can write down the coordinates of where the Hollow Hill is, and happy days. So we're in the Twilight Forest and I have just given myself a blank magic map, as you can see. Now, hopefully this works. Oh my god, it actually does. Okay, I was under the impression it might not, but it seems like it is. God, I feel so bad doing this. So I've just been having a little bit of scoot around, as you can see, and yeah. I feel like I'm probably just going to go for that one. So what I'm going to do is fly there and put a waypoint there. Right, so fingers crossed that this transfers across the world. So let's hit save and quit here. Hopefully, this has done it. It didn't actually transfer across. Okay, good job I did delete the world, so we need to write down these coordinates and then put another waypoint there. So if I write them down, we can go ahead and delete that world now. We don't actually need that, hopefully, and we can go back on here. What? That was really strange. I saw it for like a blink of a...
He got 30 that died.
Damn, did that work? Dude, I'm trying to command. You command and I die.
No. I'm not gonna tell you the thing. Yeah. Yeah, this is digitization. F play X. Huh? Go play a map. Óndale. Yeet. Oh boy.
Have an eye then. That was weird. Right, so we're going to go to waypoint and put new here. So it is quite far away, and this is exactly why I wanted to have the map in the first place, because can you imagine me running around and building millions of these things everywhere, and I'll be so disappointed. I would have to go so far and use up so much resources just to get to that thing. So yeah, I'm kind of allowing myself to have that, and for the sake of this, I'm going to bin that, and I'm going to bin that, as if we did actually go ahead and do it via the quest. What was it called again? This one here. Yeah, so we basically just bin what we would have got, if that makes any sense. But yeah, no, hopefully we can get over there, and hopefully we can get some red caps. So we definitely need to go back to our base and go ahead and get ourselves some more blocks, so we can actually pull this off. But I guess what I should be doing is probably mining cobblestone or something, right? How much have we got of this? Oh no, we got loads. Right, I guess the best place to kind of... So I guess it would make sense to kind of extend this way, and yeah, we got a lot of blocks in place. And on every single fifth block that I see a yellow cross, I am placing a torch. So if we look down my beautiful little line here, we can see there is a lovely line of torch.
Ready to unlock.
This is Addicted, standing in front of an administrator on Minecraft's biggest server. Many players work for weeks only to earn $100 worth of coins. Adding up everything Addicted has at this moment, it's worth more than $45,000, and he's about to lose it all. But this wasn't the first time Addicted lost tens of thousands of dollars worth of illegally obtained items. In fact, it's happened over and over and over. Welcome to the journey of Addicted, a player who broke every rule, crossed every line, reached the top, and then watched it all crumble down. Addicted's story, like so many others, began with Skyblock, Minecraft's biggest minigame. Addicted started playing in early 2020 and got into fighting dragons. Dragons are one of Skyblock's many custom features, and Addicted was addicted. While school was out, he grinded upwards of 16 hours a day, along with some friends he made in the guild 1MS. These included a couple of notable names, like Runic Sven, Oblack, Pogsol, Darky, and Shiro. Addicted was banned from the server for building something inappropriate, so his friend Darky gave him the _Dark1E account to play on. In May of that year, the server released a test network called Skyblock Alpha, where people could acquire infinite coins and items to help find bugs and glitches. Addicted's 1MS band joined and purchased hundreds of millions of items using this monopoly money. They did this through Skyblock's player shop, The Bazaar. It was an innocent thing of little consequence, but when they joined the main network, Addicted was astounded to see hundreds of millions of coins worth of items. Their Bazaar orders transferred, meaning Addicted and his friends accidentally generated over 500 million coins from thin air. They were contemplating what they were going to do with this newfound wealth when Addicted's co-op member, Shiro, received a message from Simon Hypixel, the owner of the server himself. Simon told Shiro that he and Addicted needed to dispose of all of the illegal items, as they never should have been created. Normally, dupers, people who abuse duplication glitches to create items or coins, are banned from the server and have their profiles wiped. But Simon knew Addicted didn't do this intentionally, so he sent one of the server's lead administrators, Plank, to oversee their disposal. So they tossed 600 million coins worth of the valuable summoning eyes into a pit of lava. After this, Addicted went back to fighting dragons, but he kept thinking about what had happened. He and his friends had their hands on untold riches, but with the admins watching so closely, there was no way they could have kept it. That being said, a single glitch in the code meant he was able to create millions of coins in seconds, and so Addicted realized the game was fragile, as long as you knew how to abuse it. Since at this point he didn't know of an easy way to break the game, Addicted went back to fighting dragons. Over the next few months, he earned about 250 million coins doing this, before losing it all. On top of being a Skyblock player, Addicted was also a big fan of Fortnite, so he was intrigued when he saw someone talk about Fortnite cheats. He downloaded the file and installed them, only to have his entire computer hacked. Addicted downloaded a remote access Trojan, or RAT. With complete control of his computer, the hacker changed Addicted's passwords, and he lost access to the Darky account. Addicted learned 2 lessons from this. First, never download files from someone you don't 1000% trust. Second, it only takes a single file to get access to someone's entire account. Now at rock bottom, Addicted didn't know what to do. That is, until he met someone that would change the course of his Skyblock career. One day, Addicted joined a voice call with a player named 3G9. 3G9 was screen sharing himself on Skyblock while cheating with a hacked client, and he was earning millions of coins using illegal programs. One of them was nuking, a process of mining tons of blocks at the same time. To anyone watching, someone nuking is a blatant sign that they're hacking, but Addicted was astonished. How can you cheat so much without getting banned? 3G9 told him, it's easy. You just have to know how to do it. 3G9 took Addicted under his wing and taught him how to nuke while mining and farming to earn incredible wealth. 3G9 even shared the specific scripts Addicted could use to cheat. Now, the only thing he needed was an account. Addicted went to his friend Shiro, who hooked him up. Knowing how to cheat effectively, Addicted got into a routine. For the first 8 hours of the day, he'd nuke Endstone during online school. After this, he would nuke farming. I swear, this man was chronically online. He was playing 16 hours a day straight and then put a foraging macro on his account, which would farm trees automatically without needing any input. As a result, his account was earning money and leveling up for 24 hours a day. Skyblock's different skills are tracked with the XP you earn, and Addicted reached number 10 in mining XP and number 5 in foraging across the entire server. At the same time, he maintained about 500 million coins in net worth. Going into this, he always knew it would be risky, but I guess 3G9's methods weren't foolproof. Addicted's account was wiped. He was back at square one, though not exactly. Darky, the original owner of the account Addicted lost from the free Fortnite cheat situation, was able to retrieve the account. They logged in, and surprisingly, their Skyblock profile and items were untouched. I guess the dude who stole the account didn't know about Skyblock. By the way, if you want to see more videos like this in your feed, press subscribe.
Hey y'all, Scott here. These games made me sick. They're that bad. Or maybe I shouldn't lick their discs that much. Video games are the biggest moneymakers in entertainment today. Over 3 billion people play video games, with many genres that failed to reach an audience in previous years, now selling millions of copies with huge, dedicated fandoms. We have giant events celebrating the medium, large assortments of merchandise available in any store you can think of, more games releasing every single day than ever before, companies acquiring studios for billions, later shutting down said studios, mass layoffs across the board, launch day disasters, rising prices, anti-consumer practices, and Luigi's Mansion 2 HD. Hey, can you spit on me? I also love video games. Feels like you can't check in on video game news anymore without being identified as a witness in the process. Something sticky is always going on, whether it's Donkey Kong's Price Point or War Crimes. And with every game getting hit with controversies, whether they're justified or not, it just makes for an unpleasant experience staying in the know. Especially when these controversies are either piss dumb or some of the most serious conversations you could possibly have. And do I want to hear what the gamers think about whaling? I might as well listen, because what the hell else is there to talk about video games these days? You ever actually sit down and watch one of their game showcase events put on by your best friends? Oh, me and Microsoft go way back. Oh, we've been through it all together. Them f***ing me over, them pissing on my open wounds. Bing. So I can't wait to see what wonders they have in store for me here. Gosh, that was so Microsoft. That sucked. Well, Sony, they know me so well. They know the exact games I love to play. I know they've been a tease. God, I'm hoping I don't give up about this next game. Oh, booyah! Nintendo. I'll take anything. Oh, the video game industry has made me cynical as hell, but when it makes so much money, yet it's pumped back into CEO pockets and projects designed to capitalize on trends rather than create genuinely worthwhile experiences, and then when those fail, studios are shut down, developers are laid off, and the higher-ups have no idea why their stupid fucking dumb fucking trend-chasing projects fail after they give themselves a raise for doing nothing, while they're sitting on a graveyard of franchises that customers would vastly prefer seeing again as just normal video games. But no, let's try to make more trash all about wasting your money, your time, and their resources. Can you blame me? Well, easier than blaming the video game industry itself, it gave me balls. But you know, this isn't really a new concept. Pretty much every generation this happens. It's just served up a little differently. It's like how brown and gray shooters were the thing back in the Xbox 360 PS3 days, with lots of DLC, can't forget that. Or cutesy cool mascot platformers on the Super Nintendo and Genesis. You know, lots of studios were forced to make games like this because they were in. And you can find endless accounts of corrupt business practices and horror stories throughout all of gaming history. Though I feel in modern times, we're hitting a breaking point with these practices due to how absurd budgets are for video game projects and how long they take to finish. Makes it so then when companies chase trends, by the time they catch them, it's 5 years later. Nobody cares anymore, and they spend hundreds of millions of dollars for nothing. And what's the type of game that everybody's trying to make that's aiding in the collapse of society? Bad. Live service games. Now, what's that? Bad. Picture this. Your video game never ends. You boot it up and are consistently served new content. It's almost like it's alive. That's really cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. The concept of a live service game is honestly incredible. Your game no longer has a definitive end. It evolves over time. New content added regularly, frequent updates, a community of players experiencing this all together. That sounds awesome! Might be because I haven't cleaned my ears in a while. But hey, it's almost like I never have to buy another video game ever again! Yes, if the one I'm playing never ends, what's the point?
Please. There's always a time.
I play Dota too.
Alright, well let's take a look at a successful live service game, see what the hell is going on here. This is Fortnite, and this is my credibility. Damn it, it's gone! Listen, let's be real here. As much as it's easy to clown around on Fortnite because I've seen a 12-year-old say it's cool, we're being incredibly disingenuous to downplay how insane of an accomplishment this project is. Alright, so it's a free download, and booting it up, like...
Dude, this game is too buggy. He's playing book. Stupid Haven, nice. Ding 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 ding.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp.
Hey.
It seems like some shady business people or potential scammers are flooding people's friend requests, and I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. So what happens is that someone sends you a friend request and they start messaging you out of nowhere. I am Isla, a game promoter. I would like to invite you to play another game. These promoters needed to randomly select 200 lucky players to experience their game, and I'm one of those lucky stars. But what is this whole entire game about? Well, we have Arnold here, and oh my god, I can...
Tell us he wasn't available to fight, so we...
Let's go.
Coca-Cola, espuma.
Jump. Can you jump? Just jump.
Coca-Cola, espuma.
Let's go. Let's go.
You can kill.
Let's go. Let's go.
Hitting. No.
Let's go. 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 Let's go.
No.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
You died. They were there.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yeet. Elbow someone.
Let's go.
Hit.
Let's go.
Something. I got the same damn gift life. Subspaced.
Let's go.
Subway. Hello everybody. I can still click it.
Coca-Cola, espuma.
What? Oh, and this guy got a bomb. Oh, and he does do one. Die, Judgment. you just turned. TF2 is real? You got broken. Die. Judgment. Go.
It was just me and Spoke against all of these people. We could not win.
I has a website. A sunshine in a bag.
Dawn. A few other years. As an information summarization AI model, I will now access the event logs contained within this station. It appears that a great galactic war has been started by I go by lots of names after he pointed out a grammatical error in the latest constitutional edit made by the United Continents. This led to the activation of Protocol H, which led to an unprecedented solar flare being unleashed upon the solar system. Out of the original 300 quintillion backups of the GregTech New Horizons world, only 3 quadrillion remain, and as an information summarization AI model, I shall now scan all 3 quadrillion of these safes to check if there are any stargates. It appears that save number 5.9 trillion has a stargate of x equals 5 million, z equals 9 million. I go by lots of names plan is determined to be successful in producing a stargate. Proof of this accomplishment, along with all stored video logs, shall be relayed to alternate realities through wormhole generator B, which has a 99.8% chance of leading to Earth in 4.5 billion BC for humans to discover in 2024. This has been an automated message, and this automated message shall end with a reminder to smash the like and subscribe button for more gaming, and goodbye.
Yo, he's about to jump over the fence. He's about to jump. He's about to jump. He's about to jump. He's about to jump. He's about to jump.
When Legend says he's still about to jump, it all started on TikTok, as in my recommended videos turning into a complete mess. This recommended videos course has started a tradition of us gathering with friends and scrambling our saved videos in a single folder for us all to watch it together.
Why my dog gonna see the pain, bro? Why my dog gonna cough?
What's the dog doing?
I can't believe what I see right now.
3 years later, and my TikTok course has expanded to other platforms, exponentially getting more and more absurd. This is what I see whenever I open Instagram. I open Instagram and I was like, okay, the contrast between the videos I either get complete brain rot, or occasionally I get posts from my friends, and then it goes back to brain rot. Like, suggested post, regular following post. Suggested post, regular post. This is what it looks like. Suggested post. and then, follow post, suggested post. Following post, suggested post. Following post.
I love this.
And then suggested post again. Like, you got me.
I know. No, I like that. That's a good one.
Here's another suggested post. Following, suggested. Following. Suggested post. Following. Suggested. Following. Suggested.
Oh god. That's actually really good.
Okay, that would have been I would have saved it.
Yes. View when I pressed Q, which is A on my keyboard.
Saved. This is a different day, by the way. This is a different day. Suggested. Oh yeah, I'm really glad it recommends me educational videos now. Try boosting it real.
Jump scare.
It's a stupid video. It keeps getting recommended to me. Oh, non-fish daily. Like, I don't follow this account. I don't leave likes. I don't share it. But it keeps getting recommended to me daily. Like, every single day. I don't know what's going on. I open Instagram. Like, my recommended are still...
James,
like,
this is like 9 months ago. How's it not true? What is this? What is this cat?
This is the recommendations I get. I either get this or I get Pokémon or videos
What
of
is the AI tomfoolery? Classic. I love it.
Sorry, just this video. Why don't you just walk down the street, just mind your own business, and then like a hairless ape just launches you of compressed air. Just like the amount of flips it did more flips than our cannon.
Do you think it even conceived what happened? Or is it just like...
I don't know. The amount of Pokekabirds videos I get now is actually insane. Video has no sound.
What bird? What is that?
This Pokekabird.
What is a Pokekabird?
It's like New Zealand swamp hen or something. Like, it's basically New Zealand chicken.
Like a weird thing.
Well, it has 2 legs normally.
Yeah, but the picture is funnier with 1 leg.
Yeah, I get so many of them recommended. I record my screen. You see what I mean? You see what I mean?
Don't you love it?
New Zealand is not a real place. I swear it isn't.
Over, I keep going.
So I narrowed down my Pokeka stuff. Started off with this. This is my friend's song, and it's just a stupid Pokekabird. And the stupid damn thing. It all started here. So we have like a spree of this. Damn! Does this answer your question, Fondy?
No.
So this is what summer experience is on an epic day.
I don't think you think that's an explanation.
It's actually pretty easy to understand. Am I following?
I'm trying.
See, Fonzie? Like, I get so many of them. Like, that's half of my recommended right now. It's just Pokekabirds.
I am leaving.
Just like in the other videos from the Discord series, I'm going to give away 1 cent to a charity for each new viewer who's...
It's dumb.
And like, zooming in way too much.
Yeah. Free Robux if you press Robux. Let's go to show archive, and that's the game called The Button. And it's the only surviving game with the button that is used in my game. And they're just fighting. Animation change. That's the old game. There's a random gift tools thing. Oh, this is the actual game. Yeah. Look, it's like going to GIF. It's this. Okay, let's see. So main folder. There's a lot of morph. Shark. Cone. Cheesy. White. Wolf. Moth. Leopard. What's this? Tabby. Bee. Cone chew. And then handle. Handle. Stuff in here. Stuff in tools and then here. We're going to enter everything. Here, the goo thing. You can close the morphs. Don't forget to get the claw. And don't forget, we need to anchor. Anchor. And we need to goo. And close the things. Oh yeah, don't forget the faces because yes, like the goo is into this. So we'll script.goo/clone goo.include equals false. There you go, we fix a part. Oh, script.in. Script 5 faces. That's all done. And on face. Beta parent equals goo. And we are fixing the errors made by these dumb. If skin value 1, then what we do is just compare script. This is how I'm doing. Just changing like a couple, like some stuff. We script. Get killed. We gotta fix something with tool. Every tool. A lot of tools can be dropped. Hold up. And do everything and boom. Can't be dropped. No. Also, we copied the class, so yeet. And I need to change the title so that the thing works. It's in Roblox broke the require statement. Because now it requires some stuff that you can't find. It says, is it a model? Before it was used for, well, extra stuff. Okay, there we go. We now have the goo thing. What would the annoying slash kill? Changing it to the secret. You will die. Reborn server.
Let's go.
Die. You die. I pushed him. Die. Beans. You got a sunshine. Oh, it failed. I need food. I just need the error. Ah! The class check failed. Hold up, I'm gonna try to fix the class thing. This time. So. Not. Hier is real. He did the beam. Eat the beam. Era going up for no reason. 1 token.
need a hug. I love you. I love you. I love spending time with you. I love you. I love you. I love spending time with you. I love spending Let's be friends. I need a hug. Will you be my friend? Flint and steel. Flint and steel. Flint and steel.
We're skipping in balls. Nether. Yes, the nether. Yeah, the ball is just going off roads. Welcome to Idiot Island.
Flint and steel.
The nether. 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 I'm Steve. The nether. I'm Steve. The nether. I'm Steve. The nether. The nether. I'm Steve. I'm Steve. The nether. I'm Steve. The nether. I'm Steve. The nether. I'm Steve. I'm Steve. The nether. The nether. I'm Steve. The nether. The nether, the nether,
yes, no.
the nether, the nether, the nether,
Oh, we got this.
the nether, the nether,
Okay, the nether.
the nether, I'm Steve. I'm Steve. The nether. The nether. I'm Steve. The nether. The nether. The nether. Flint and the nether. The nether. I'm Steve. The nether. The nether. The nether. The nether. The nether. Flint and steel. The nether. The nether. The nether. Flint and the bolting. The nether. The nether. The nether. The nether. The nether. The nether. The nether.
Guys, it's tiny floating. Oh yeah, it's floating. I failed the last jump. Super
The nether. The nether. The nether.
Wait, I think it's Mango. Tom. It's Bigfoot. Boom. Hey. The nether. How many times am I gonna hear? How many times am I gonna hear the nether? Flint and steel. No, I don't.
The nether.
You're talking, Rain. It's raining tacos. Tacos.
The nether.
Can I get Steve Beal?
The nether.
Flint and steel. Dude, stop falling! Steve Admin. Steve Beal.
I'm Steve. I'm Steve. I'm Steve. I'm Steve. I'm Steve.
Nothing possible. Yo, gonna get rich here.
I'm Steve.
My game is too laggy. I'm the
The Nether. Flint and Steel. The Nether. The Nether. The Nether.
The Nether.
The Nether. The Nether. The Nether. The Nether.
The Nether. The Nether.
The Nether. The Nether. The Nether. The Nether. The Nether. The Nether.
The game is
The Nether. The Nether. The Nether. The Nether.
like
The Nether. The Nether. The Nether. The Nether. The Nether. Flint and Steel. The Nether. The Nether. The Nether. The Nether. The Nether. The Nether.
mango. I got a mango. He died. I have mango.
The Nether.
Oh god!
The Nether.
I have mango. Cloudy. There is a chance of meatballs. The chance with the meatballs, Cloudy. Is there a chance of meatballs? Well.
Flint and steel. The nether. The nether. The nether. The nether.
No. And it's gone. Oh, let's make the odds 8 out of 8. Why? 8 out of 8? It's just testing purposes. Yo, it's raining. That's the answer. Let me just bug on my game mode. And I immediately, dude. Everything's anchored. I forgot everything got anchored.
Flint and steel. Flint and steel. Flint and steel.
So I'm changing it a little bit. For the new. Now I have to change a lot of stuff to become different. And put the things inside of the script. Oh yeah, it always clones it because if you don't clone stuff, it'll just disappear. Yo, Tom, 100 bookings. Nice.
Flint and steel. Flint and steel.
What? No. Nothing. Script the requesting is broken. There's only one use. One use. The transfer script. What we're gonna do is just put a transfer script inside of it. In my old game, also known as FEP, which is a game made in 2023 by me that is not updated. I stopped updating it because I was burnt out, okay? Yeah, it was like that. People are fighting still. No. Yeah.
This definitely takes the cake as probably the most violent thing I've played.
I think it is crazy for anyone to make a game where teachers, students are taught to beat their teachers up.
We are determined to stop a situation in which video games and violent content are being peddled to our children.
Probably broke. Yeah. Yep. Still everything.
Games are supposed to be fun, but some games are so disturbing that certain countries made them illegal. Today, we're looking at video games banned for being too controversial. You might have some of them.
The games are so controversial they got banned. Because yes. Also, this stream is gonna be officially 12 hours longer. It started at like 9 a.m. Now it's after 10 a.m. and now we were like a type of AM. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. I have to redo the entire thing. I have to re-put the entire thing. This was before it was done automatically. It was done for you. You did not have to retype the entire thing because a cutlet line like one thing broke. Wow. Oh, the decal. So go. Okay, so player. So player. Dot head. Dot face. Dot transparency. 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 Oh, transparency. I guess the clothing. Eating at here. Okay, this thing. I keep putting load string instead of no. Local. Als wie is dat? C dot. Just head and torso. Maybe every time you use it, you just get geeked. There's torso, which does the same thing. That's the head that I've done. What you can do is just do the same thing, copy and paste the thing. And it was, wow. That's how you do it. Thankfully, I copied and pasted it. You can copy and paste it. So you can do 1, 2, 23. There's one useless. So there was actually 22 events that you can, and you might get some stuff or something bad. I don't know. Update. Button.
Let's go.
He's left. And then rejoins. Bonk. Bonk. Wow, Bonk die entire script. I just moved, then get that teleport. Oh my god, someone died. I really can't swim. I just got the 8 and then just died. So we're gonna do some more fixing. Oh. If C is a baseball, then we do this so that like something like one of the things that was like they're like the we like this thing. The people are getting mad. Game. No. No. There's one thing, only one thing only. The button. Okay, right? Yeah, it broke. Cause well, like let's just see. Yeah. Right, duh. Face. Remove the face transparency. It said.
Let's go.
Do you really think? Yes. You really think? Start over. Bingo. No FE. No. I stalls. Get infected, bozo. Nope. That's so delicious.
Let's go.
How? You're gonna go tail. You lost it. One smile. I can see like when there's no text, it's fine. He just exploded into the sky. It's really the sky. More winning smile. What's the what? Oh. Oh my god, he's taking the way out. No! Bring toys. The gamble. Oh.
Let's go.
Nom nom nom. Nom nom. Keep gambling. You can't drop stuff. Let's go gambling. No, he stole it. Talk. No, he stole it again.
Let's go.
Bro. Coca-Cola is too loud. Coca-Cola is too Oh my! I died. Die by natural Kool-Aid. Oh, I got C4, nice. This fighter jump. die. I die by dying. Nom nom nom. Arms break. What did he just jumped onto the face of mine.
Coca-Cola espuma.
He got scared. Coca-Cola espuma.
Let's go.
Look at that bomb.
Let's go.
Die! My axe! No. Mazine cat.
Let's go. Let's go.
Can't jump on it. He's the only
Let's go.
I'm even slow.
Let's go.
My speed.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, he got cut. You have a bomb. Defuse it. Defuse the bomb. No, no, no. I have 11 clicks per second. Get on, okay. Get bombed. And do it again. I not born. The button, the main attack scene of my game. Oh, yeah, boss field. I'll fix the duck things. Alright, let's go. One more thing to fix because, yeah. Duh! Corn. There's a request. What? Script daar toont als gewoon. The next title. At the end. Script. Toon. Dot blah slash flow.
It's the dirt from Minecraft.
Got a little like village going on in here. Might theme it up all nice. I know. And I've
No! I like Spunky. Yeah, go type. Yeah, man. You got the jumping boots. Yeah, I like. Oh my god. Stop this.
Let's go.
No. It's gone. Yes. I just expect to explode it.
Let's go.
Reset. Well, reset character now. No. He's not. Yeah, oh, man, he got it. Got it. Bong. He just died. Why does R not work? It's supposed to work. Is it another goddamn error? Transfer. Line 581. Cloud. Line 581. Transfer. Oh, skip the parent dot transfer. Ban! Boom. Coca-Cola espuma. You're banned. You're banned, buddy. Yeah, yeah. You're banned. Okay. No. Yeah. Yeah, try to play fun. Fix this to button. Oh, someone got button and dies. Ding 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 ding. Monkey. You got the jumping boots. You cannot jump anymore. I just cannot jump anymore. That's the easiest way. Look at that. I can gamble in peace. Talk. What was just this thing? Yeah, you got a bomb. Defuse it. Toy fun CC. You got a random GIF. A bomb? Fine. Eat. No. Go. Fine. Oh! Oh! Wow, he was there. Get fly. Whoa! Coca-Cola espuma. Oh. Yeah. I said I'm sorry. You did not. He keeps leaving and rejoining. I killed him. Stop joining the game. He joined it again. This guy is just suffering. I tried to explode him, and somebody, hey, don't kill me. The button is a place to fight. You're trying to go back? Yeah. It's not like you can. Oh my god, I got a bomb. Curseford, shut the fuck up. Oh my god, another one? Oh! You killed me! Ah! Perfecto. Send friend request. A sparkly. Wow. Neat owner.
Let's go.
He just jumped high. Can we get much higher? Can you friend? Oh god, he has too bad. Admin. Get over here. Infected him. Where is he? Where you guys go? Where you guys go? Oh, where they go? Well, where you go? To Europe. How did I mess this up so bad? You teleport far. Yeah, it's the old script. Let's just copy the script. And let's fix this. There we go. Fixed. Ding 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 ding. No. I'm not letting you play. Oh man. Honestly, let me just delete you. Stop fucking joining. Toys. Oh yes, toys. But like fat. No. Fine. You got a bomb defeated. Who used to own? I'm off awesome. Oh, blood. Escape. This guy. It's left. Get him! One hit. Two hits. Die. Yeah, go fight me. Go fight me, buddy. Go fight me, buddy. I'm just gonna punch him like he knows what is up. That's why this man is running. For immediately trying to jab him. I'ma get you. No grab you. You can't do me. Eat. I'm gonna eat 40 pizza rolls. I love Spunky. Fred likes Spunky. Eat. Nom nom. Fine. Another cake, another day. What did you get these? Pizza. Coca-Cola, espuma. Oh my god. Nuclear. Explode. Flood. God. Lag. Dude. Get killed. Oh God! Oh God! Here comes the sun. Oh God! My kill stream. Stream. Het låt jättemysigt. Yeah. Yes, me. Oh, jag dricker det. What is it? No. No. Eat. I like Spunky 27. You get 10 off. I'm going to eat 40 pizza. It's fine. God. We got infected homeless guy. He can get somehow. Yeah, the only second jump and ride zipline. Yes, yes. No. No more fast travel. Yeah, infected. He's tiny. No, we almost got him. he is healing up. A stupid idiot deciding to run. Run. Oh, he died. He's spewing blood everywhere. Lag. They copies. Your commands. Oh, I bugged the entire thing. Flood likes Spunky has joined the experience. Dog. Duh. That's terrible. And plus I killed you. I'm a creeper. Minecraft like a reaper. It's not good time. Ding dong, ding dong. I'm not holding the bomb. Ta-da! I just exploded. She just stuck. Knock off. What? Yes, that's right. And if you type that, you get this. I got another fire axe. Watch all. Fling. Flingo! Yeah. Da. I just started it. What? This is nothing. One Kai. Rock it all! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh. Love affected cat. We got this done. Ah. The shove is so broken. Wow. Het je theorie? Ja. Gamble.
Let's go.
You're back alive, right? Die.
Let's go.
Go. I don't know. I don't know. Here we go. She's double dead. Oh. Rihanna's. Alright, everybody's alive. What? You can't kill people? We'll just do this. Very hidden. What is running? Another one getting infected. Whoa! I'm a psycho. You click the button. Oh, please a single clip mine. Oh my god! He wants to kill the entire server. Oh god! No! Coca-Cola es too much. Met. LMAO. Very admin. I'm getting to eat 40 pizza rolls. Duh. I'm just clicking the button.
Coca-Cola, espuma.
Qual gaat er zin? Een fun, LMAO. It's okay. I hope it's not poison. And you get failed to become a furry. Yay. You know, yeah. You can't get a sword. Give me like 5 minutes. Oh god, we gotta kill you! Toast. Toasty toast.
Coca-Cola, espuma.
Everybody died! Whoa. Everybody died. Like that beetle. Get the beetles out of there. I died. Hiya. Size 0.1. They're just stealing! No. Fine. So that's Jason. Size me one. A bomb. 200. Boom. Do we have to restart server? No. Size Joe 0.8. Oh, Bozo. I gotta nail Bozo. Did you cook them? Hi, the morning. No! No! One last. He's gonna make it explode. Bonk! 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 Oh God! I have to get down. Die. up! The lift is broken. Ew. I got a sunshine in a bag. He tried to hit me, and I have a bomb. No! Ah! Ah! Eat the pizza roll! Eat the bomb! Talk. No. It's a your sunshine in a bag. Yeah, you like it that. Dude, that's like jump. All it is just gambling. Oh my god. How many smited people? How many people that actually smited?
Let's go.
Where are we dropping, boys? No, dumpster! That was dumpster! Dumpster guy! Take out dumpster guy! Die!
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
I just instead the New Year's. Everybody died. I need more time gambling alone.
Coca-Cola espuma.
He died. He died.
Coca-Cola espuma.
Somebody got garbage. No.
Coca-Cola espuma.
You have more commands. I'm gonna type that. That's all. My boy, move. There's no more 15. Shiny. You died. Oh god, I'm in jail. Ah, yes. Must I finish it? Yeah.
Coca-Cola, espuma. Coca-Cola, espuma.
I just throw them all. Bonk. Die. Oh, nothing. Die. Oh God. No. Ah. Ah.
Let's go.
Let's go. Slimmer. Oui. Oui. Oh. No. No. Ah. Bong. 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 No. I key. Dude. Dude. Them all. Look at you. Look at you. Look at you. Oh my God, he's so short. He's slim. Flash kick me. I kicked me. Kick the Mia. Wow. Some people were playing some Flutterscape. Deres?
On the dawn of this day, I had slain Baycock. This fight was sponsored by Vein Miner, several agricultural farms, and 3,000 dirt. And as I returned victorious to my basic base, I received visions for what I must do next. Here was the plan that I had formulated. Since I had obtained the bow of Baycock, I had unlocked 2 new paths to choose from. I could either begin an illegal vegetable farm starting with a root of the fallen one, or I could begin a disastrous industrial revolution starting with bloodied stone. And I'd choose.
Don't tell me I have private servers. Please bring a private server.
Choose the second option. This shall entail the creation of preposterous amounts of steel to build several brutalist contraptions, invent electricity to power my micro-society, and use technology that should not have been given to me. And the ultimate goal is to become powerful enough to face off the next bosses in the way of unlocking the bag of truth. But of course, none of this would be easy. Part 1 of Step 1 of Phase 1 of the plan begins with exploitation of the so-called laws of physics in this game. It was time to mine thousands of iron ore and thousands of coal, and I already had a plan to speedrun mining. You may recall the infinite stone vein mining incident of April 2023. I could use stone pickaxes to excavate infinite stone to acquire infinite stone pickaxes, enabling me to rapidly dig endless caves throughout the whole world, essentially turning me into the Eater of Worlds from Terraria reference. But I had improved the strategy for today's infinite iron mining purposes. This time, I brought my bed and a container of lava. Whenever I ran out of hunger from mining 5 quadrillion objects, I would set my spawn point in this tunnel before immolating myself, resulting in me respawning here with full hunger again. Death had no consequences, because everything I had on me would be safely stored in this grave, so it was as if nothing had ever happened. Now I could truly mine in Minecraft forever, as long as I had enough wood to keep making stone pickaxes. And as for the mental consequences of doing this, it was bearable because this strategy was basically scratching lottery tickets to possibly find ores within the earth, and it was getting addicting, so I had no problem doing this for the rest of eternity. The main issue now was storing all of the ores that I burglarized, and the solution was the Epic Backpack, which was basically what it was called. This was simply just a few diamonds, alumite, and leather clobbered together. It was so epic that its real holy name was hidden from us, and zombies tried ambushing me during this epic moment, so I executed them promptly. Also, I got rewarded 30 golden ores. However, after approximately 300 stone pickaxes, I realized that I had statistically unusually low amounts of iron ores, corresponding to 5 standard deviations below the mean amount of iron ores obtained by the average gamer, and it was because the iron ores blended in perfectly with the granite stone, which made it look like granite stone. So I decided to create a texture pack to make the iron ore obvious. First, I cracked open the underground biome modification and extracted all of the textures, which I moved to my texture pack. I then searched for the vanilla Minecraft iron ore overlay. I opened this in Paint 3D and drew an obvious red circle over it. This would make it so that all iron ores would have a red circle exposing them, and it worked magnificently. These iron ores thought they were safe from me by disguising themselves as granite, but they were now exposed to my visual perceptions. I could now locate iron ores from hundreds of blocks away, and to make this moment even more victorious, I just drowned a baby skeleton in lava. But do not let the media trick you, because in reality, I was not obtaining many ores from this strategy of strip vein mining the entire world. I was averaging 8.7 ores per minute. And a few golden nuggets, because they started appearing out of nowhere for some reason. If anyone else sees this, please confirm that this is not a hallucination by liking and subscribing and commenting. But when all of 5% of all hope was about to be lost, I looked at the top right corner of my screen, and I saw what appeared to be lava. This small visual detail was overpowered, because this minimap was basically an X-ray for caves, and caves had massive amounts of ores, so this minimap was basically an X-ray for ores. I proceeded to rapidly vein mine and destroy and die and respawn my way towards the orange bubble on my minimap. After sacrificing what must have been my 200th stone pickaxe, I discovered a massive cave system, and inside this cave system were several tens of red circles showing where the iron ores were, so it was time to deplete this cave of natural biodiversity and neurological constructs, before leaving to vein mine and destroy and die and respawn towards the next cave system. All opposition was steamrolled using just lava, but then, I ran into a problem that couldn't be solved with lava. This problem was a dungeon infested with invisible shadows, but their existence led to the downfall of their existence, because their health bars exposed them, so they weren't so invisible after all, and were disposed of quite easily using this emergency diamond sword. Eventually, I reached my vague milestone of obtaining a few hundred iron ores, so I switched from personality 5 to personality 6, which focused on mining copper and coal, which would be equally important for the upcoming industrial revolution. To be exact, I would need a few hundred copper and at least 1,000 coal, in order to never have to mine again for the next few days. So after doing a little bit of mining in this seemingly endless cave system sponsored by Young's Better Caves, I was now finished with mining, and my backpack was stuffed with several technology critical elements ranging from silver to lead to osmium to even more coal. Now it was time to double it all into ingots, using the smeltery. Too bad it was too minuscule to handle this sudden wave of ores, so it was time to create the advanced smeltery V2MK3 Generation 4. Here's how. I could melt my infinite supply of cobblestone into molten but seared bricks. Casting these would create 3 infinite real seared bricks. These could be assembled into seared bricks, which could be used to vertically expand the smeltery, which would increase the maximum amount of substances I could destroy at the same time. However, horizontal expansion was also possible. Therefore, it happened. This 5x5 smeltery now had 5 faucets all simultaneously and automatically casting objects feeding into this chest. The final improvement I did was to make an input system because I was too lazy to shift click something every 30 seconds. Now, all I had to do was shift click something every 10 minutes, and that something was osmium, as well as nickel and iron. But when molten nickel and iron touch, they give birth to Inver, and all of these were being cast into multitudinous ingots. With this, I was now ready to get into the first technological age, which was based on immersive engineering, a truly immersive modification that I had trolled previously on this propaganda outlet. A modification where I must create massive machines and feed them energy and raw materials to produce some not raw materials. But the final roadblock preventing me from achieving my first machine was myself. Here is an explanation of what I just said. The first 2 machines to kickstart the Industrial Revolution were the Coke Oven and Blast Furnace. Both of these needed osmium, Inver, and bloodied stone. And bloodied stone needed blood, and blood can be obtained by smelting myself. So it was time for an act of heroic self-sacrifice. I ascended to the edge of my seared altar before casting myself into the lake of molten osmium and Inver. This gave about 200 milliliters of blood, which is approximately 1.25 blood meatballs. So according to my calculations, I would have to die about 40 more times, and in order to save 0.5 seconds per death, path. I set my spawn point to the edge of the moat and I go by lots of names pit, and then I proceeded to speedrun dying 40 times. But of course, even when I am approaching my final moment, the game still found ways to be annoying, because every time I died, the game gave me a paper memorial. This was the most useless duplication glitch of all time, and it appears I could not even have peace in the afterlife. And it appears that I could not even have peace in the next life, because the game created a gravestone inside a smeltery, which broke the entire thing, since smelteries were supposed to be hollow, and were not capable of smelting graveyards. After accumulating 594 death lists, I got bored and started reading them, but then I noticed that the NBT data of these death lists were multiplying exponentially. This was because the most recent death list contained all the previous death lists, all the previous death lists contained all the previous death lists before that, leading to a combinatronic explosion, with only one outcome: a chunk ban. To avoid this, I stuffed all the inventory lists into the smeltery to dispose of them while still in the furnace, leading to me dying while surrounded by floating bloody paper. At long last, I now have 5 liters of blood, which were all casted into bloody meatballs to be used in the Industrial Revolution. Now this is where Baycoxpo actually becomes useful. While I was smelting clay into bricks and smelting 600 iron ore into 1.2 kilo iron ingots, I used all Baycoxpo, blood, obsidian, invert, osmium, and bricks to create the coke oven bricks and blast furnace bricks. Next, I expanded base to make way for the Industrial Revolution, which concealed the scarred battlefield and approximately 5 of my old graves. There were also a few ancient pillars in the middle of the base now, which were incorporated into the overall aesthetic or something. This gave enough room for me to build 3 coke ovens and a singular blast furnace. The next step was absolute torture, because it involved the game mechanic known as waiting and staring at something. Putting coal into coke ovens would create coal coke, which took 50 seconds. With this time, I could have eaten a handful of almonds, eaten a handful of berries, or witnessed 2 violent crimes. Instead, I had to wait and do nothing. However, with 3 coke ovens, I obtained 1 coke per 17 seconds, and with 1 coke and 1 iron ingot, I could create 1 steel ingot in the blast furnace every 60 seconds. The problem wasn't a lack of resources. I already had 1 kilo iron. The problem was the fact that this furnace was wasting huge amounts of time. But if I upgraded this and gave it electricity, this would be reduced to 20 seconds. So this became my immediate goal: speedrunning getting the improved blast furnace, using all methods necessary. And I mean all. Upon closer inspection, it appears that the production of coke has a byproduct of creosote oil. This was indeed what happened in reality according to BuzzFeed, which proved just how immersive engineering was. And this wood shall be trolled by covering in creosote oil. This unfortunately did not cause them to fly when it was raining. However, I could create the engineer's workbench from treated wood, which was basically a fancier crafting table for making machine parts for the upcoming advanced machines. And as a reward for completing this quest, I got a staircase and a seemingly useless chair wand. This chair wand could create invisible entities wherever I clicked, and I could sit on these. Of course, the original intention of this chair wand was to allow me to turn anything into a chair. But when I say I could turn anything into a chair, I meant it. The wand created the chair entities no matter where I right-clicked, and this included making rideable entities on walls instead of floors. I had invented the wall chair. It was at this moment that I decided to perform further experimentation with this chair wand, and I found that it had absolutely 0 cooldown. I could basically turn the chair wand into a ladder wand by spamming right-click on walls with it, causing me to basically ride my way up to the top of any challenging vertical climb. And this chair wand can be used to easily escape sticky situations by creating an entity that I could teleport to. Further testing reveals that on flat surfaces, the wand was even more overpowered. By using a right-click auto-clicking application, I could travel rapidly by auto-clicking, placing chairs and sitting in chairs to create an infinite link of teleportation that sent me rapidly in one direction. This could be referred to as a divine journey, but that was later on. The problem was getting down, and I regret to conclude that the chair wand MLG was impossible. But further testing will be delayed until a few minutes later. I had gotten distracted from what I came here to do, which was to compose the water wheel. This was simply made from a bit of steel and a
No private server. Wait, what's the private server? Oh, fine. Get out. Dash. FTX. Huh? 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 There we go. I asked the yellow toilet. Yellow toilet. Toilet. I accidentally clicked off the...
It always starts the same way. You boot up your system, fire up a terminal, and get ready to do some morally questionable things. For educational purposes, of course. You've got your payload prepped, your target scoped, your caffeine levels dangerously high, and then it hits. Not the blue team, not a firewall, not even MFA. No, your first and fiercest enemy is Windows Defender. Before you even get the chance to run anything shady, your tool gets quarantined faster than you can say obfuscated PowerShell. And you sit there thinking, am I getting caught by my own operating system? People love to say hackers avoid Windows because it's more secure. That's not what's happening. It's not that Windows is too secure. It's that Windows is a security product in itself, and you're not the customer. You're the threat actor, and it treats you accordingly. Trying to run hacking tools on Windows is like trying to rob a bank while the getaway car is actively snitching to the cops. You download something like Mimikatz and boom, it's deleted mid-download. You try to run a simple reverse shell and Windows Defender throws a fit like you just launched a biohazard. You're not even in the target network yet. You're just trying to get your tooling running, and you're already locked in combat with the OS that's supposed to be helping you, but it doesn't stop there. Even when Defender chills out, your problems don't. Every major hacking tool you want to use was built with Linux in mind. Sure, some of them run on Windows, but run is a strong word. Metasploit will install, but it'll crash more than a student driver with a blindfold. SQL map will technically work, but only after you install 17 dependencies, sacrifice a goat, and still end up with a traceback longer than your attack chain. And PowerShell. Oh, PowerShell. It's powerful, I'll give you that. But it's like trying to fight with a lightsaber made of paperwork. You want to do something basic, like send an HTTP request, and suddenly you're writing 14 lines of code and parsing XML just to get a response. Meanwhile, Bash is over here letting you curl your way into anything you want with 2 keystrokes and a grin. And don't even get me started on how PowerShell logs everything like an overly nosy diary. At some point you realize it's not just the tools, it's not just Defender, it's the entire philosophy of Windows. This is an OS built for stability, compliance, enterprise stuff. It assumes you're a corporate user, or at best, an admin trying to keep things safe. It doesn't expect you to be poking around in memory or reverse engineering binaries. It's like bringing a Nerf gun to a paintball match. You're gonna get smacked, and you're gonna look dumb doing it. Speaking of hackers pulling off ridiculous stunts, here's something even dumber. Most of them are broke. Why? Because they waste time watching random tutorials that teach them everything except how to actually make money. You know, like the folks pulling in $1,000, $5,000, $10,000 plus from hacking, just by knowing where to look, vulnerabilities into payouts. That's exactly what we break down inside Cyberflow's Academy. No fluff, no outdated theory, just the real skills that get results. Web hacking.
Oh my!
We even have a private community where hackers share exploits before they go public.
We got smile more. Toast. Smite. Toast. God, angry. He tried to click it. Die. Get stuck by lightning. 5 billion times by me. Bong. Smite others. Smite others. Oh no, we're going to AVM! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! That's smited, buddy. Go active. Wait, did he just die? Toast might. Oh my gosh, oh my god. Revival. This is how we revive people. We had so much lightning. Like a lot of lightning, to be honest. But yeah. GIF. The gods got angry. Boingo! Guys, we got you gambling. Rio. What the hell, dude? Oh, hell no. Gamble. I keep stealing the button. Little sunshine in a bag. You gotta make him explode. Oh, dang it. Why? Bringo! You're not going there. No. I said no. This guy is just gonna... What's a gift? Yeah, go defuse the bomb. You have to defuse 2 bombs? Another yellow. Dude, how it was too easy. Oh. Oh my god. Alright, let's go gambling. Oh dang it, I already have it way too many times.
Let's go. 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 Let's go.
Oh. Réponds. Oh. Oh. Rien. Actually. Rien. Bringo. Actually, toast. I actually smiled toast 50 times. Oh my god, he's dead. Bringo. Real. Make everybody alive. Bringo. F3X. I had to fix a lot of stuff. I had to fix a lot of stuff for this.
Coca-Cola, espuma.
Let's go. How?
Coca-Cola, espuma.
Get a bomb! Defuse it! Why? Wait, did someone? Did I see someone? No. Someone's playing Hollow Stick. The gods were angry because he died. The lava. Aww. This is a flame. I want a gun. What is this? Is he like he's literally playing? Bonk! Boy, unwatch.
Coca-Cola, espuma.
No. What the fuck is just been? Die. Ah. Just imploding. The button.
Coca-Cola, espuma.
Come coffee. Smite. Oh! 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 How? Why do you say to do this? Why? Don't tell me how you play, you idiot. Oh, he's just going out of bounds and going to the left, which is there. You know, let's not delete the entire thing. Bio! F3F. K dies. F3X. Oh boy. No lift, no zip line. And 30. 9. Diabetes. Oh, I thought you saw it. I just couldn't cut. You have been cut. Look, it starts them D's. We'll just edit that wall. Yo, you got a couple. Get infected. Get infected. Don't make this harder. I'm gonna infect them. Everybody got infected. Everybody got infected. You fell. You can't fight people all the same thing. I just nuked the entire everybody. I just nuked everybody. Hell, yeah. What? I got a dumpster. I just bought Boom. Nom nom. Smite him! He's alive. That's your fault. Also, I broke my legs. I broke my arms. Never mind. It's not my legs, my arms. I have a sunshine that does not work. I can't even use that. I just stole your button. Die. Their ball just became a boom.
Let's go.
Oh, it's like the wall. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Ties to my wall. Oh, yeah. Bonk, 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 bonk. Everybody just leaves. Die! Judgment! Oh man. Get over here, or else I'm gonna hurt you the hard way. Trapper. Oh. You don't need help. I'm gonna. You know, that's it. Judgment Day. Justin is so like.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
We tried to stack another one. Instead I stacked him duh. Oh, nah. The. Dude, I got 2 pizzas. Let me just double E. What the hell is this guy doing? I got the same thing. I want to play the maps.
Let's go.
You can't jump it. You can't. Sliding. Glizzy.
Let's go.
Stick this. I'm gonna nuke this entire place. And I'm kind of bored of this. Yeet. Bong. Item asylumed.
I'm gonna make this quick, real quick. This is the Item Asylum voting training tape. So to vote in Item Asylum, there's a bunch of there's 3 buttons on the ground, and there are map icons that correspond with the map name. Step on the button that you want to vote for.
After the incident, I am left with the bag of truth, and for the next few hundred hours, I will be utilizing all methods necessary and all strategies needed to obtain the key to infinity, the only way of unlocking the contents of the bag of truth. This shall take us through tedious exploration, epic assassinations, disastrous industrial revolutions, brutalist magic, space colonization, multi-dimensional colonization, infinite automation, mysterious puzzles, and everything in between. And this incredibly convoluted journey begins in this rather worn stretch of grassland. So here is the plan for today. The first man standing in the way of a key to infinity was a god commonly known as Bakok, a character that was foretold by the Anishinaabe Abizu Khan. He is said to have flown through forests of the Great Lakes region. He cries a lot, and eats humans, and I had to summon him to steal something rather important from him. In order to summon him, I must set up some sort of frivolous and expensive summoning ritual, which I will get to after I set up a basic base, and in my head, there was conveniently a 30-page roadmap detailing exactly everything that I had to do to reach the key to infinity. So I will be following this step by step. Free stuff could also apparently be obtained along the way, and immediately after starting, I decided to replicate the behavior seen in lawnmowers to destroy grass. This is because grass blocks were basically loot boxes of different magical things that did not belong in grass, such as cotton, wild root, and industrial hemp. Then, I obtained wood. Step 2. Obtain a wooden pickaxe. This could be done without a crafting table due to this insane 5 minutes craft life hack. I split the pickaxe into 2x2 crafts to be crafted into a pickaxe. And now, for another insane not clickbait life hack in real life, or excavator. By holding down C while breaking something, every block of the same material would be destroyed along with it, which I used to annihilate this cobblestone ball, sacrificing a wooden pickaxe in the process, leading to the birth of the stone pickaxe. And with stone tools, I could finally create a crafting table. On this table, I arranged 6 cobblestone in an equiangular quadrilateral shape, with 1 stick perpendicular to its construction. This led to the invention of a stone hammer. This will be needed for obtaining iron. But then, I forgot about it, because I had just found a good spot for my gaming headquarters. There were trees, there were grass, and there was a lot of open space. But this was slightly ruined by this suspicious-looking lump of land next to my territory. In order to prove that I was the true alpha male in my territory, I decided to conduct an FBI raid on this, only for me to discover several snipers inside. I had been betrayed, and I died. But here's the thing, I have infinite lives, and they have won. This fact alone turned a 1v6 into a replacement inaccessible infinity versus 6. And of course, I turned out victorious. Everything in here was now mine. This included several golden carrots, chests, skulls, mushrooms. All of these would have a purpose later on. Everything had to go. Armed with my stone tools and my golden carrots for food, I entered...
Hell.
Yo, nice night. Nice night, dude.
If the earth is round, the ball ain't going nowhere.
Why are you eating balls like a scoped. What the hell was that?
I absolve you of your sin. You have been forgiven.
Cover wire rock. Cover wire rock.
I absolve you of your sin. You have been forgiven.
Yeet.
I absolve you of your sin.
No, I don't know.
Hey, bro, watch your jet. Watch your jet, bro. Watch your jet.
You're not going. That might be.
Word that I hate.
Kill your heart.
So high, wow.
I keep stealing your heart. I keep stealing your heart and then eating you. Oh god. Yeet. We gotta eat the tree real quick. For more power. Oh, I just ate him. What the fuck? Oh.
diabla.
Yeah, I'm certified.
Hey Trey, you want some ice cream?
Why? Why am I spinning?
With this cave I found nearby, which opened up into the deep. And to my surprise, this world was surprisingly rich in resources. Several multitudes of resources: copper, tin, opal, prosperity, infranium, meat, anything imaginable can be found here. And this included iron. The first possible method of obtaining iron was the cave Manu Gabuga method. This stone hammer from several nano-millennials ago would be used to ground iron into this pasta-looking thingy. And when this is combined with yellow dye from flowers, it magically becomes smelted. With my bare hands, I molded these into rods. And molded several cobblestone into cobblestone but darker. With rods and cobblestone but darker, I invented the world's first furnace. The key to infinity speed run was looking good, and the pace would be increased by making an iron pickaxe. The predecessor stone pickaxes were all sacrificed by using them to excavate several tens of stone for yet another furnace. But you may have noticed something. Ore excavation was overpowered. After obtaining iron, my next short-term goal was to obtain a smeltery, which was basically a furnace but bigger and better. It could smelt molten hot molten materials, and cast them into any shape that I pleased. And this smeltery will be sponsored by clay, sand, and gravel, the main constituents for grout. Of course, I spammed ore excavation wherever I could. This included the river, the nearby pond, and the ground itself. But when I ore excavated grass, I noticed that I had exposed a few ore veins. That was when I realized, why walk all the way to the closest cave I knew of, when I could simply ore excavate grass to expose ores right underneath me. This was genius, dream high IQ moment compilation. Until I began starving to death due to high hunger costs of mining several cubic meters of natural environment. But I could easily regain all my hunger by simply dying and rebirthing into a new earthly form. So my mining strategy consisted of destroying several plots of land before speedrunning dying, either by zombies, burning zombies, or towering up with the dirt I just mined before jumping. After panning out approximately 10% of this entire biome, I had accidentally exposed an entire ravine. This would have major implications for my upcoming industrial revolution. Because this was an especially rich ravine, I could now finally die in peace. And as a byproduct, I now had several thousand pieces of dirt and several new species of seeds. The several tens of dirt towers and graveyards everywhere was slightly annoying, but ultimately irrelevant for my final goal. In the meantime, I had been crafting several hundred grout and smelting them into several hundred seared bricks for the smeltery project. But the smelting was still incomplete. So in the meantime, I commenced my new capitalist plan. One tree equals several tens of wood equals several wooden pickaxes. One wooden pickaxe equals several tens of cobblestone equals 7 stone pickaxes. 7 stone pickaxes equals a few hundred stone equals infinite stone pickaxes. I had found an infinite stone duplication glitch exploit unpatched free warping 2023 HD, mixed with a few deaths here and there to replenish hunger. So after a tiny bit of environmental degradation, I returned to base with a few thousand pieces of stone. This would all be useful eventually, and I discovered that my seared bricks were done smelting. With these seared bricks, I could make seared bricks but 3-dimensional and real. From there, I used a bit of redstone, glass, and iron to create the smeltery controller, casting basin, casting table, seared drain, seared tank, and seared faucets. The smeltery also ran on lava instead of coal as smelting fuel, but this was given to me as a quest completion reward, so that was convenient. And I claimed some free item conduits and timers, which caused the release of dopamine neurochemicals due to how useful this would be in the near future. Since the smeltery took up a large volume of Euclidean space, I expanded the base over my mining death pit, using spare dirt from my previous 30 deaths. The smeltery would be built on the south edge of this outpost, and it seems that I had enough materials to construct a 3x3x3 smeltery. Bigger is better, and bigger means more volume for processing stuff. I poured my free lava into this tank, which led to the smeltery activating. Now everything I dumped in there would become molten in a finite matter of time. The molten materials could be poured out of faucets onto casting tables to form a specified shape. In this case, an ingot mold. This gave me the option to turn any molten thingy into ingots, and this includes ores. Each ore that was melted in this chamber would give 2, aka 2, ingots. But rather than manually clicking the faucet to cast stuff, I could use this redstone timer and hyper-shorten its attention span to make it spam signals to the smeltery, causing it to cast every 0.1 picoseconds. To go along with this, I connected the casting table to a chest using an item conduit. This will automatically empty the table into the chest constantly and automatically to make way for the next casting task. Upon returning from another wood collection hyper grind session, I got a good view of the base and how far I have come as a society. With an increasing variety of random stuff piling up, the most natural thing to do with this wood was to make approximately 27 chests. This would be enough for all the different categories of subcategories of substances I had to store: wood, ores, organics, stones, dirt, materials, and industrialization. I then broke the original chests and proceeded to sort everything for future reference. With a suitable ore processing, it was finally time to begin the process of getting everything for summoning Baycock. To get into the magic behind this ritual, I would need the whittling knife. Looks can be deceiving, however, because this secretly needed 81 obsidian. In order to become strong enough to harvest all this, I would need to mix together a few molten liquids in the smeltery in the process known as alloying. So it was time to obtain some raw materials. I crafted several tins of spare stone pickaxes to ensure I wouldn't be trapped into caves, and I brought a few buckets with me to do the gaming plan. You may think that it is a horrendous idea to traverse the depths of this world without any equipment or weaponry, but lava is a weapon. The cheapest one, and deadliest as well. It could deal with anything that came from any unbalanced mob. Zombies but invisible, green tacos with legs, and mobs playing Dreamtime audio stock sound sound effects. And the opposite of lava was technically a false vacuum in which no matter or 0 point energy occupies the space. But another appropriate answer was water, which was equally overpowered. The water bucket was popularized by famous Minecraft YouTube Dream when he did the Dream MLG, and it could be used to easily bridge large stand of lava. With lava, water, and infinite pickaxes, mining on this world was far too easy. Meanwhile, back at the gaming headquarters, I returned with several tins of iron, copper, tin, and other low-tier elements. I could make obsidian in the smeltery by pouring in lava and water, and this could be alloyed with iron and aluminum for the pink and shiny Illumite, which I could cast into the shape of a pickaxe head for a pickaxe head shape casted Illumite. But here's the thing. Pickaxes also needed tool binding and tool rods, and these would need an entire Tinker's Construct workshop. So it was time to speed run that. Using the power of iron and wood, I could make blank patterns, which form the basis of the pattern chest, tool station, stencil table, part builder, and part chest. On the stencil table, I could use an unknown substance to engrave stuff on these blank patterns, and with my bare hands, I could use the patterns to carve stone into perfectly shaped contours. Now it was time to pour gold onto them to immortalize the sacrifices as golden casts. After quickly reviewing all of the possible materials I could use for tools, I determined that an obsidian binder and tin rod were appropriate tool portions, and I could combine everything in a tool station for my custom-built pickaxe. Now, I was powerful enough to mine not just one obsidian, but about 128 obsidian, and when this is compressed along with compressed obsidian and compressed copper and compressed iron, I could assemble the willing knife. Gaming had just begun. Using the free resources I obtained from the quests, I began a cactus farm, and these spare cacti were burnt into green dye, which were mixed with the crushed bones from skeletons killed in my FBI raid. I also began a wheat farm with the gross domestic product of one singular wheat, which I used to lure several free thinkers into my base, who were unfortunately trapped for the rest of eternity in this new animal farm. Several other unrelated cows were also assassinated for leather. With leather, dye, flint, and water, I obtained treated leather, which I used to get the first thing I needed for a ritual, drums. This was followed by the invention of the Jingle Bell Garment Construct, and the flute, from various metals that I had conveniently just smelted. I then set up some sort of ritual area, which was basically just 2 drums, and a totem pole made from clicking right-click on someone while wielding the knife. The ritual I was about to do would change the world. It would magically transmutate the species of these saplings to match the genetic data of Juniperus virginiana, which is red cedar. This will be done by more right-clicking. You see, by right-clicking these drums, right-clicking this flute, and typing on this keyboard to move my in-game character to cause the Jingle Bell Garment Construct to move due to inertia relative to my moving body, thus rotating the inner bells of the jingle bell to produce sound. I was filling up this bar, which shows the quantity of ritual sound effects I have made. Once a certain level of annoying sound effects is achieved, the gods will finally grant me my wish of red cedars, which I harvested. I then spammed bone meal on this for instantaneous red cedar maturation, so that I could slay the tree for its precious wood. The red cedar wood forms the core of the 3rd instrument, the wind chimes. When these, I unlock the next ritual, the Bubalina subtribe of the Artiodactyl or species summoning ritual. This would require slightly more cacophony to perform, so I did a little bit of multitasking. My strategy was to blow on the flute while banging on the drum by using the flute as a drumstick, while occasionally holding weeds so that the cows in my farm were close enough to the ritual to be transformed. This was too easy, but I had to wait 20 minutes for them to reach their coming of age. So in the meantime, I searched for the next animal that I needed for upcoming rituals, the parrot. According to scientific literature and real American fact checkers, they could be found in all of these biomes, and out of all of them, the magical forest was the closest parrot-compatible biome. But on my way to the supposedly magical forest, I got distracted by a massive floating island in the sky. So I made a detour and stopped everything I was doing to construct myself up onto the floating island. At first, this may seem like a waste of time, but the time spent getting here was justified by the factual observation that there was free slime everywhere. So I burglarized it from the floating landmass. Now it was time to actually walk to the magical forest. But I got distracted once again by beetles. Killing them would drop stuff that would be important in a few weeks. This is serious, by the way. However, before I could get distracted again, I somehow made it at the magical forest. And as predicted by my calculations, I found the parrots I needed. The next step was to domesticate them for later use. This would require a forest's worth of lawn-mowed grass worth of seeds. That was because taming parrots was basically gambling to see if they will finally be subjugated after consuming 5 quadrillion seeds. Once they were under my command, I forced them to sit down in this exact location. And on this location right next to the aforementioned exact location, I set up my ritual area, complete with totems, wind chimes, and drums. In the time it took to get distracted and domesticate parrots, all of my buffaloes had grown. So I force-fed them wheat to perform the glitch known as the animal breeding duplication glitch. This gave me room to kill 1 buffalo, 4 buffalo teeth and hide. These buffalo teeth were part 1 of 5 for the 4th instrument, the shaker. Disclaimer: any resemblance to real persons or other real-life entities is purely coincidental. All characters and other entities appearing in this work are fictitious. Anyways, this new instrument needed some emeralds, lapis, and redstone. So I returned to the deepest depths of the ravine I found, armed with 10 worthless stone pickaxes to sacrifice for mining the common ores, and my more powerful Illumite pickaxe to mine the more valuable ores. Once I had enough rare gemstones, I combined everything into the shaking instrument. This unlocked the next ritual, the eagle spawning ritual. Now this is where the parrots come into play. By using the shaking instrument and some other older instruments, I activated the parrot ritual. Now all that was left to do was... The tragedy of the 2023 massacre shocked the world. 4 innocent civilians had all coincidentally and simultaneously flown into the lava out of free will. This was unbelievable and not believable, and I shall get my revenge on everything in the 5-mile radius. I had been searching for days for the elusive parrot, but when all hope was about to be lost, I finally found signs of life, in the form of exactly 2 parrots. And so, it was time to do a little trolling, by turning these parrots into a Chipotronde, the modern eagle. And these sacred creatures would be commodified, leaving behind valuable eagle bones and feathers for mass consumption by the common public. By doing a little bit of grafting, I could transmute these eagle materials into the eagle whistle. But with small power comes small responsibility, because this was the final instrument needed to awaken Baycop in the Totems ritual. But first, I had to do something extremely important. I did a special ceremonial ritual to make my flute slightly shinier. Besides my screen becoming 0.5% more visually appealing to look at, this newly upgraded pan flute was apparently more annoying than the normal flute, which meant that rituals will be completed more hastily. In conclusion, it was now time to summon Baycop into our mortal realm. I had been clearing out an obscene quantity of room for the boss fight arena. By now, the sky was dark, and the clouds began to discharge dihydrogen monoxide, which was a sign that something bad or sad was about to happen. In the meantime, I was contemplating how I would take down Baycock. I had been doing a bit of research, and preliminary analysis reveals that he has a few hundred health points, has immense speed, high IQ intelligence quotient, and is a bow spammer. But I will not sink down to his level. I was going to settle this, using honor and glory and blah blah blah, using only fists. As the arena was nearing completion, I noticed the dawn was quickly approaching, so I jumped out of the death pit of death and quickly made preparations. The best accoutrements I could provide for myself were of iron, and I made about 400 shields to defend myself from the 400,000 arrows that were about to be shot. The 60 cows that I killed during my magical forest rampage would also be useful, because I would use their meat as sustenance. With all of it in my inventory, I proceeded to the ritual area, and I began the trolling. The ground was rather uneven. These lakes and pillars were omnipresent as well. These were not a part of the plan, but analyzing whether the plan was going well or not was not a part of the plan. First and foremost, I used my shield to ward off the first few attacks, and in between shield blocks, I took turns punching, but in between my shield openings, Baycock managed to land a few painful shots. If we took a look at various samples of my health and Baycock's health at certain times, and fit a least squares regression line to analyze the trend, it seemed that I would die first. Baycock's shoot speed and reload time were simply too superb, but I held on. There is something you have to know about Divine Journey 2. When the player dies, all their stuff is stored in the graveyard, but all graveyards look the same, and my most recent death to Baycock blended in with all of the other deaths that happened when I made the arena. I could not tell whether the next grave had all my equipment, or had 2,000 dirt in them. Baycock took advantage of my predicament and massacred me as I searched through the arena graveyard, which only made even more graves, and I was left with more graves to search than when I started searching. But just when it seemed impossible that I could find my original grave, a miracle happened. I couldn't see Baycock anymore, meaning he couldn't see me, meaning he couldn't shoot me, and I found all of my equipment. But even then, Baycock didn't reappear. He didn't trap or ambush me, so I looked for him. I searched the east, west, north, side, upper, and lower sides of the arena, and he was nowhere to be seen. Baycock was officially lost. This epic battle has turned into a search and rescue mission for this disgraced god. But according to my calculations, flooding in the arena caused by undrained lakes may have trapped him. And this was true, because I found Baycock stuck in a flooded remnant of the old mining days. So I plugged up the water to resume my epic battle with him. After familiarizing myself with Baycock's fighting pattern, I now had more of an idea of what to do. The cooldown between each shot was constant, so all I had to do was to hear the sound of my shield blocking something before immediately doing something. By something, I mean I either lunged forward or punched Baycock. This needed some very precise timing due to how constant his shooting was. But the funniest observation was that I could deflect Baycock's own arrows back at him. In fact, deflections were the main thing slowly killing him, so this battle was basically an assisted self-destruction. On before my own base would pop out and he recalculate familiar with finish 10 this through this wall staircase. By the dawn of the next day, Baycock had fallen, and I received Baycock's bow, which would be the first piece of the puzzle for the key to infinity. Speaking of infinity, my current sub-goal is to reach replaceable uncountable infinity subscribers. Please help me reach this goal, plus you will find out when episode 2 will become real. So, I had just killed a god. But Baycock was only one of many bosses that I had to face. Tens of lost kings, tired gods, and deformed creations awaited me rather soon, and I shall challenge all of them in the upcoming chapters. But for now, the obtaining of Baycock's bow had unlocked quite a few tasks in the industrial and agricultural sectors of my society, and I shall do all of that in episode 2 of Divine Journey 2.
Skips and glitches are synonymous with speedrunning, and over the years, a ton have been found. Some of the most famous are backwards long jumps in Super Mario 64 and wrong warping in Ocarina of Time. And when it comes to backwards long jumps, the earliest mention of them comes from a November 1996 issue of Famimaga 64. In recent times, speedrun glitches are found by dedicated players that have advanced technical knowledge of how the game and hardware work. Like the hot plate glitch in Dragon Quest III, whereby manipulating the internal temperature of the NES, it's possible to affect the hardware in such a way that you're able to create a fully leveled party and warp to the final boss. These types of glitches typically aren't stumbled upon by players playing the game casually, as requirements are too precise and technical. But, just like an infinite amount of monkeys working at typewriters will eventually produce Shakespeare, casual players inevitably stumble upon glitches that speedrunners miss. One of the most famous cases is that of Boba Skip, where during her first playthrough of Metal Gear Solid, she found a glitch that was previously undiscovered. However, just recently, a casual player stumbled upon something in Super Mario Bros. 2, The Lost Levels, that led to the discovery of a skip that speedrunners missed for the last 39 years. This skip is a big deal, as it currently saves almost 20 seconds, and in today's video, we'll be looking at how it was found, the technical side of how it works, what it skips, and if it will ever be hit by a human in a run. On March 12th, Luigi's sidekick was playing Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels on the Nintendo Switch when something bizarre happened. After jumping onto the floating platform, his game crashed. A couple weeks after this, SMB speedrunner and Tasser Simplistic saw it posted in the NES Dev Discord, so he posted it in the 8-bit Mario speedrunning Discord, saying that a new crash had been discovered, and that he had managed to replicate it on emulator, but needed to look into what was going on. And on further investigation, he figured out what was happening. The code used to spawn Bowser and long fire bars had a major flaw. How this works is technical, so to get an understanding of what's going on, let's start with the basics and see how sprites work in Super Mario Bros. 2. The way enemies are spawned is quite straightforward. There's a check that happens off camera as Mario moves through a level, and if an enemy spawn location is ever found inside of the space just off camera, it spawns the relevant enemy sprite and adds it to the active entity list. In regular conversation, the word sprite is typically used to refer to moving objects on a screen, so in this case, the sprites are the characters moving around the game world. However, this definition is a bit more specific on the NES. If we take Mario for instance, while he does move across the screen, he's actually made up of individual squares that are 8 pixels by 8 pixels, and these squares are what are referred to as sprites for NES developers. The artwork you see inside of the squares are called tiles, but all that tiles are the graphics assigned to each sprite. Mario and Luigi are both given 8 sprites with corresponding tiles, but most entities, such as the Firebar and Blooper, are only given 6 tiles. Even the Goomba, who only uses 4 tiles, is allocated 6, with the top 2 serving no purpose, as they don't even have a hitbox. They're just there because the code was architected for these enemies to have 6 tiles, but there are exceptions. Long Firebars and Bowser are very large entities, so large in fact that they require 12 tiles to produce their entire sprite. In the basic code for enemies, they are only given 6 tiles, so to solve this problem, Long Firebars and Bowser are given 2 enemy slots in memory instead of 1, which lets them have another 6 tiles. The act of getting an additional 6 tiles isn't easy, as it's not as simple as just spawning another enemy, so the developers created a special function called duplicate enemy object. When an enemy is spawned into the game, 2 things happen. First, it looks up the type of enemy that needs to be spawned from the enemy type list, then looks at the active entity list to see if there is room for it to spawn. The active entity list has room for 6 objects, 5 of which are for enemies, with the other slot being for power-ups and special objects like the vine and flag on top of the pole, but the Long Firebar and Bowser are treated differently. Since these enemies require 2 slots each, the duplicate enemy object function reserves another slot for them. And aside from holding the tiles for the extra parts of the enemy, the only job the extra slot has is to check if the first slot the enemy is stored in has been unloaded so it can unload as well. With regular enemies, the game won't spawn them if the enemy list is full, and the same is true for the Long Firebar and Bowser, except in the case where the list has space for a single enemy. The developers never created logic in the duplicate enemy function to check if there is space in the list for the extra slot required for Bowser and the Long Firebar. But if 5 slots are filled and one of these needs to be spawned, the game will spawn it. So you might be wondering, where does the data for the second enemy slot go? If you look at the range of memory addresses for the active enemy list and enemy type list, there's a single byte between them. And if the active enemy list is full, the game uses the empty byte for the data needed to spawn the extra slot of the Firebar or Bowser, and business carries on as usual. So how does this lead to a crash? When Mario uses a pipe, goes between levels, or transitions to another room, the game runs code that clears out most of the RAM, which includes all of the enemies from the active enemy list and the extra byte. But when the room loops, such as in some parts of Bowser's castle, the game only unloads the enemies in the active enemy list. The extra byte that gets filled up by the second slot of the large enemies is left alone in this case. What this means is that if you load the duplicate into the free byte, then loop the room and try to spawn the large enemy into the last spot of the list, the byte between lists will already have data in it. The game then looks ahead in memory and tries to find a 0 value, and the first thing it finds with this value is the green Koopa, which is created earlier by stomping on a Parakoopa. It then converts the Koopa's data to a new value, which causes the game to look for the pointer to the enemy processing code in a place it wouldn't ever look. And if you're wondering what a pointer is, it's just a programming variable that stores the
memory address of another variable. After the game converts the Koopa's data, which is supposed to lead it to the enemy type list, it ends up going very far out of bounds and arrives at the data for the special pause timer that plays when Mario takes damage or grabs power-ups, where it then runs the entity handler code. This results in a crash, or as Simplistic puts it, wreaks havoc, as that code isn't supposed to interact with the special pause timer. However, he also made another realization. Right next to the special pause timer in memory is where the player's controller inputs are stored, which meant there was potential for arbitrary code execution. Arbitrary code execution, or ACE, is a programming exploit where players alter the game's memory, then get it to execute the payload they just wrote. And if they could get the glitch to jump the game's execution to controller inputs, there was a chance they could use that small amount of control to write a useful payload. From here, 4 people worked on making the crash do something useful: 3Creepio, Web2000, Simplistic, and SBD Wolf. The issue they first had to deal with was that while getting the code to read controller inputs would be helpful, it was also restrictive, as it only gave them control over a single byte of data, so any instruction they wrote would be extremely limited. To test if this would even work, they first loaded some data into RAM with another game, then performed a cartridge swap, then triggered the glitch to execute it, and it worked. In case you don't know what a cartridge swap is, it uses the same premise that the unimplemented stop and swap feature from Banjo-Kazooie uses. On some game consoles, if you load data into RAM, then remove the cartridge, the RAM stays active for a short period before it's cleared. And while the Famicom Disk System and SMB2 itself clear some areas of memory on boot, there is a small part that doesn't get cleared. So by loading their custom code into that section of memory, they were able to verify that the glitch would execute their payload using the stop and swap method. While investigating this further, 3Creepio noticed that when the special timer gets executed as code, you can get it to run joypad inputs from the player 1 and 2 controllers for a few frames, which allowed for greater control when writing a payload. And once this was discovered, he worked with SBD Wolf to try and remove the need for stop and swap. Creepio then figured out something else. The horizontal position of the fireballs Mario shoots can set up a payload that only required a single instruction from the joypads. And with this knowledge, they made a task that beat the game in 7 minutes and 44 seconds by warping to the credits after jumping in the lava in 8-4, the final level of the game. This was faster than the Any% world record by just over 19 seconds, but the task performs the credits warp in the final level of the game, so you might be wondering if there are other levels it could be used on, and if it's possible to be hit by a human. Since this glitch requires a long firebar or Bowser, that reduces the levels it's even possible on to castle levels. And of the 8 castles, only 4 of them have long firebars: 4-4, 5-4, 6-4, and 8-4. 5-4 has no enemies aside from the Podoboos, which are the jumping fireballs, so it's very far away from having the requirements. 6-4 doesn't have any power-ups or poison mushrooms, so it's impossible to fill the active entity list, which leaves 4-4. This level has all of the ingredients required for the credits warp glitch: a power-up, long firebar, 4 enemies counting the regular firebar, and a second long firebar. So surely the glitch must work, right? Unfortunately, the first long firebar unloads just before the second Goomba in the hallway spawns, so while all the ingredients are present, they aren't quite in the correct positions. However, for the sake of argument, let's assume they were in position. Due to the technical requirements of this glitch, even if the second Goomba spawned earlier, the glitch wouldn't result in Ace since there isn't a power-up or poison shroom near the Bowser fight, which prohibits the glitch from being triggered a second time. So 8-4 is the only level in the game where the credits warp can happen. But what about other Mario games? Super Mario Bros. Shares a lot of the codebase with the lost levels, but in the entirety of SMB, there isn't a single room that has the enemy placement required for the glitch to be executed. But there is another Mario game where the glitch works, and that's All Night Nippon SMB. If you've never heard of it, don't be surprised, as it was made for the Famicom Disk System as part of a promotion celebrating the Japanese radio program of the same name. Only 3,040 copies were made, and to get one, you either had to win a lottery or show up in person at the station to buy one. The game contains levels from Super Mario Bros. And the Lost Levels with some changes, but 8-4 from the Lost Levels appears almost completely unaltered, and when the glitch was tested, it worked with only a few changes to the setup. Something odd about this glitch is that it involves Mario using fireballs and jumping into lava, and some users on Twitter were quick to point out that Mario is doing both of these things on the box art of Super Mario Bros. So it appears that the box art of SMB predicted the Ace setup in the Lost Levels. This leaves the question of if the glitch has been hit by a human. Currently, some of the task setups use left and right inputs at the same time on the D-pad, which is only possible with a broken controller and is banned on the leaderboard. But while all this was going on, 3Creepio was working on making this human viable, and he had made progress. First, he created a task that achieved the credits warp without using left plus right or up plus down inputs. However, this used a technical method to achieve the crash that was out of the player's control. So while it was technically possible for a human, the likelihood of it happening put it out of the realm of possibility. Next, he tried messing with when you use the fireballs, as getting them in the correct memory positions was difficult, as while a crash was possible on this method, it was frame perfect. And his hope was that if he could find a consistent setup, the frame window for the crash would go from a single frame to 4 or 5 frames. Currently, 3Creepio is close to finding a viable setup that works for a human in real time. But as of this video, it hasn't been fully fleshed out. And
Wait, oh my god. That's it, yeah, that's it. Yes! Bang, bang. I hit 1 pixel and it worked! What? That's crazy. Wow.
That's right, Nipsey hit the setup from a save state on April 4th, and then on April 5th, Lukuki hit it as well.
Yes! Yes! Oh my god, let's go. Oh, let's go, dude.
Previously a Nomi factory in Minecraft, I had painstakingly farmed the iridium element and several nether stars in a brutal lunar war. All of this was done in preparation for today's gaming, in which I shall synthesize the quantum computer from several more techno-babble items, leading up to the assembling of the assembly line, which will assemble our first ludicrous stair trinkets, pushing us further towards the fusion reactor. But all of this would come at the ultimate price. But first, since mostly every electronic-related thing from now on needed a clean room, I was planning to expand the dimensions of the current cleanroom 2.0 to 11 by 4 by 11 cleanroom 3.0. According to NASA calculations, this would cost hundreds of plascrete and hundreds of filter vents. So it was time to get to work mixing several kilotons of cement, creating Falstaffian amounts of steel, combining them with molten concrete and polyethylene, and combining them with even more steel parts and medium voltage parts, and rinse and repeat until I had all the building materials. Next I destroyed the roof and 2.4 walls of the cleanroom 2.0. This allowed me to then extend the cleanroom to new sizes never seen before, because it was not done before. This created an unprecedented amount of area that was fit for cleanroom operations. But this also meant it was time to destroy everything inside so I can recreate the electronics factory but 5 times better. Due to several mistakes I explained in the previous episode, the old system had a 50% chance of clogging up the assembler if I tried auto-crafting too many circuits at the same time, and I would need a setup to automate making nano CPUs not only for nano circuits, but also for making quantum CPUs. Notable mention, I would need to automate extreme circuit boards as well for the quantum circuits. So it was time to do all of the above. The first extremely annoying and enraging issue to solve is that each circuit needed molten tin to become existent. The old system for dealing with this was that each auto-crafting task would send one tin input to this fluent extractor for every single circuit to be made, which was doggy. But I now had a foremost realization. Since this molten tin is ubiquitously used everywhere, there is nothing wrong with having the system automatically export tin to be moltenized automatically rather than on demand. And since tin is no longer needed on demand, this could only mean one thing. I forcefully seized the interface containing all the circuit patterns, and I gave each pattern a memory wipe so that I could reprogram all of them without any memory of tin. This was then put back inside the circuit crafting interface, which was put under the circuit assembler, which was drinking all of the molten tin it could ever need, made by the extractor beforehand. I then trapped a machine hull into the walls of my room, so that I could link the matter energy system with the interface inside the clean room. Now that I had circuit assembling reborn, it was time to upgrade the electronics cutting system. Currently I was using lubricant instead of water to lacerate substances, but I was very slowly running out of lubricant, which was extremely bad. The old source of lubricant was destroying thousands of fish by stuffing them in extractors and distilling the resulting bodily fluids for lubricant. But I had a far better method that was far more expensive but would give more rewards, and it comes from coal. Currently I was still pyrolyzing coal to extract phenol for epoxy resin, but now I shall use even more coal by pyrolyzing it but in a different way. This time to get coal tar rather than phenol. This required a second pyrolyze oven, which I made from crafting 16 cupro nickel coils, some iron machine hulls with lead cables sprinkled on top, some input and output hatches, and the oven controller itself. Now it was time to...
Ready to unlock Roblox?
I've wasted the great majority of my life playing Roblox ever since 2008 when I was a wee boy. No, Roblox has made many changes, and because this has consumed so much of my life, Roblox always had the power.
Pink Leaf has not uploaded in over 4 months, and with one of his last uploads being him exposing Hey Rosalina, it has left fans wondering if there is something deeper and much more scary going on. Now, if you don't already know, Pink Leaf is a Roblox Tower of Hell YouTuber with over 1.8 million subscribers, and is one of the biggest Roblox YouTubers from the Philippines. Known for making very high-quality Tower of Hell videos, he has garnered a pretty loyal and dedicated fan base on the platform. However, he stopped posting out of nowhere, and it has left his fans asking why. But before we dive deeper, make sure to subscribe with notifications on, tell me we reach 100,000 subscribers, and to never miss an upload on my channel ever again. So this would all start on September 30th of 2023. Pink Leaf would expose a TikToker named Hey Rosalina for allegedly being a fraud. You see, Hey Rosalina was starting to gain a reputation at the time for being one of the fastest people to complete the Tower of Hell obby. However, this seemed too good to be true, and it would leave fans wondering if she was actually being genuine about her gameplay.
This is Hey Rosalina, a famous and influential TikTok star, popular for her Tower of Hell speedruns, racing, and ASMR videos. Compared to some of the best, she is known for her skill and ability to complete obbies in an insanely short amount of time. This drew attention of many to her. But what if I told you it was all just a lie? That Hey Rosalina is a puppet controlled by another person creating all her content. And this is without anyone even noticing that she's been lying for years on end.
Hey Rosalina had been allegedly faking her speedruns. After blowing up from ASMR content and doing speedruns on the side, it really didn't seem like it was her main focus. But how credible was Pink Leaf, and did he actually have evidence to back up his claims?
Yes, you heard it right. The Hey Rosalina that we all know of, all of her speedruns are fake. Hear me out clearly. Rosalina is not the one who has been doing all the gameplays that have been posted in her TikTok. Now, how do I know this? This is where our story begins.
According to Pink Leaf, Hey Rosalina was allegedly faking her speedruns by getting somebody to do them for her. But little did anyone know, this would get a whole lot deeper.
Everyone was happy, everything was going great. Until one day, Rosalina sent me a message.
Hey Ren, I'm sorry for lying to you. It's true that the gameplay and editing weren't mine. I knew you don't want to be friends anymore, but I really was playing Theater not in Roblox. In Tower of Hell, it wasn't me.
I'm glad that you went honest with me. So who are you, really?
I'm Rosalina. We're in Discord, socials, thumbnails, and all that stuff. But the person just gameplay for Tower of Hell is Bye Cable.
The guilt had been playing on her mind, and she just couldn't take lying to her favorite YouTuber anymore. After all, they had grown close as friends since first getting in contact with each other, and to just blatantly lie to Pink Leaf like that wouldn't have been cool. However, she would expose something that goes so much deeper. A user named Blycable. See, Blycable used to be a fairly popular Tower of Hell YouTuber with over 100,000 total subscribers, but after getting cancelled by the entire community, he would dip all the way down to 70,000. He wasn't just doing Rosalina's background gameplay, he was editing and producing almost all of Rosalina's speedrunning content.
YouTubers script videos all the time, even comparing herself to Mr. Beast. Look, it's true. YouTubers script videos. This video you're watching right now is being read from a script. The difference is, we know videos from scripts. We just expect the person doing them to be who they say they are. Rosalina lies to her fans that she is the person who her fans think she is. She's done this by privating videos, lying in comments about her identity, and defending her actions with excuse after excuse.
And look, nobody really cares if Rosalina fakes gameplays. If anything, the community can easily move on. However, after learning that she was truly Blycable, it made people go into his past and find out who he truly was. Blycable was a pro. He had been messaging multiple minors behind the scenes and even taking advantage of one of his moderators, where she would go on to testify against Blycable in Pink Leaf's expose video.
Hello, my name is Betty, previously known as Madstar, and I used a mod for Cable.
So what was your experience as a Bikeable moderator?
I think at first I really enjoyed working because I made a lot of friends and stuff, but slowly I started realizing that he is just kind of a weird guy. He would force all of his moderators to do a face reveal, and if not, they would get demoted. I think he was around 22 at that time, and actually the oldest moderator at that time was 16. And me personally, I was at the end of 13, turning 14. He was just sort of flirty to all of us. It was not appropriate whatsoever.
Did Bikeable end up demoting a moderator for not face revealing?
So actually all of us were too scared to get demoted, so all of us eventually ended up doing the face reveals because we wanted to keep the moderator role, and like we were enjoying this job. We were like besides our friends, and it was fun at that time besides the weird stuff with Cable. So all of us did face reveals. The flirting bit was true because once I did my face reveal, he was like, "Oh, Maddie, you're cute," and so on, and I think it happened with some other moderators as well.
So Rosalina said that Bikeable has already tried to resolve the issue and that they personally contacted you. Can you tell us if this was true?
This is definitely not true. He did not contact me afterwards. I'm pretty sure he blocked me because he banned me from his server as well. He banned a lot of moderators from his server. He did not contact me. He did not apologize to me personally. It was very shocking at that time because I was so young and I didn't know much, and it just all kind of happened, and it kind of left some like trauma, but I am better now. It did take like 2 years to get over, and I know that's also true for some other moderators. He did kind of make an sort of apology video, but to me it wasn't real. It was just that he needed to not ruin his reputation, so he apologized to everyone. I don't think he changed one bit in my opinion.
Okay, so now we know that Bikeable is a terrible person, and that Hey Rosalina was using Bikeable to make herself look good and ultimately get her a lot of money and subscribers. And after this video, it would quickly pick up in views and go viral, getting over 2.8 million views as of recording this video. However, what was important that happened after was how Pinkleaf almost completely went ghost and wouldn't return for almost a year. And on November 22nd of 2024, he would officially return to the platform with a video titled Tower of Hell's Biggest Fraud Responded. 1 year later, the video would start off with explaining a potential reason that Pinkleaf left the platform, giving us the reason that it was because he simply couldn't handle the drama. Or was it? Before we get into that, we must first take a look at how Hey Rosalina responded to that massive video on her.
So how did Hey Rosalina respond to this? Actually, she didn't do anything. She just basically did nothing about it and left the internet for good.
This is a very sad situation here, because not only did Hey Rosalina get forced into retirement, but this also caused Pinkleaf to not want to make videos as well.
After that video, Hey Rosalina or Bikeable just kept uploading videos like nothing even happened. And the worst part is that some of their fans are just brushing it off. Like everything is okay about her situation now just because this happened a year ago, which is just crazy to me because the stuff that Bikeable and Hey Rosalina did, I don't know if things like those have some sort of expiration date.
Pinkleaf makes a good point. Yes, Hey Rosalina can be forgiven for making fake hobby videos. However, you can't really brush past the fact that Bikeable, who Rosalina was basically employing, used to text minors and harass his underage Discord mod into sending pictures of themselves. After all of this was exposed, we would quickly find out that the reason they didn't respond was because they were planning something much deeper, making a new identity. After all, Rosalina was technically cancelled and they wanted to start fresh, which then introduces us to Real Rosa, who is actually Hey Rosalina and Bikeable doing the exact same thing they got exposed for. If you guys want me to make a separate video investigating that further, then let me know in the comments, but it's just a lot to unpack in one video. And today, we are here to answer the question, why did Pinkleaf disappear the first time?
It's just a lot of things are happening in real life for me right now. Like around when I left, I was learning how to drive, and after that I just graduated from high school as well, so I was trying to get into college at that time as well. Now I'm finally in college. But wait, now I'm gonna tell you guys what's up. Right now, my real life stuff in college is super manageable right now. It's even more manageable than I was in high school, so that means I will have more time. And more time means I'll be able to create and work on more videos for you guys.
However, ever since the video, it has been over 4 months with no upload from Pinkleaf, and it's probably because of his studies, as going to college can be extremely stressful, and it only gets more stressful the longer you do it. I'm proud of Pinkleaf for getting over 1.8 million subscribers and still making... Meet the Roblox YouTuber that was so horrific he ended up in jail. He would even try to return to YouTube after he got arrested, but today we will be looking at exactly what.
Some music. There's this. There's also this music.
Claimed. Firstly, when you dispute
Yes, copyright fraud.
this video was brought to you by My Shirt. Did you know? I made a shirt available in 2023, but I abandoned it for some time. It wasn't anything crazy, just a little animation of my character Makimo doing a silly walk and anything dumb. I'm working on this Eek project in YouTube. Not very pretty scam city copyright system. And it was a really stupid waste of time. So allow me to share that experience with all of you so I can regain some of my sanity and hopefully get more people talking about how dumb this all is so it can change. Maybe? I spent 32 hours finishing the Nut Eek. When I upload videos, I usually leave them unlisted for like a day or two in case any copyright issues arise. And you clicked on this video, so you know they arose. And I'm no stranger to this. My other video, John Take Me With You, was claimed. So I didn't make any money from it, but I went into that animation fully aware that it probably would be claimed. So I was fine with that. A little sad I didn't see a cent from those 3 million views, but what are you gonna do? The Nut Eek, though, was a different story. This one was immediately copyright claimed, but instead of having monetization disabled like Garfield, it was marked for revenue sharing. Whatever money the video made from ads would be split between me and the copyright claimer. Like 50-50, 60-40, who knows? They don't tell you that. Whatever, I'm completely fine with splitting the revenue from a video that's just me animating over a song with the creator of said song. You know, provided that it is the creator I'd be splitting revenue with. Bro, I don't even want to do the awkward silence lead-up shtick. It wasn't the creator. Sarashu Penis Man wasn't the one claiming my video. And it wasn't Vagina Man either. I was being copyright claimed for using the song Silently by Gatimi Roberto. Alright, I always suck at reading these. It might be Gatimi Roberto by Silently, Silent T. There's no L there because I'm the one taking it under YouTube system. Apparently, they're under WMG, Warner Music Group, which is one of the big boy record companies. But I severely doubt that since looking up Gattini Roberto, Silent T got me no comprehensible results on YouTube, Google, nor Spotify. Also, they spelled silently wrong. I'm thinking that doesn't exactly scream real professional company. Wait, okay, I didn't find this before, but Gattini Roberto is apparently a TikTok sound, and it's literally just eek sped up. Oh my god, is that original content? So Gattini Roberto, I'm gonna call him that, told YouTube that eek sped up is their own song, that they own it, and that whoever else uses it in their videos, has to give them money. Get me money or I'm a Roberto you. And YouTube just said, yeah, okay, this all seems very legitimate. Clearly you are someone who knows how to run a respected business, Mr. Silent T. Let's work together and help you claim the song and any and all variations of it. Sped up even more, slow down to the original song, whatever. So at this point, I still don't know what exactly is going on here. Did Sarashu license his song out to someone else? Maybe Eek sampled Gattini Roberto? Does Sarashu know that his song is getting claimed at all? I needed to know the nature of all of this. So I found his Twitter, and I'm pretty sure Gattini Roberto literally had only just begun their conquest right before I uploaded my video, because Sarashu had been tweeting about it only the day before. This was unfolding in real time before me. Like, I just walked in on an armed robbery, and now I had a gun pointed at me too. Some motherfucker uploaded the penis Eek to monetize it. That's my song, and it's free use for all, but not for some bitch to siphon income off. Who do I talk to get this fixed? At Team YouTube creators. So Gattini had been able to claim Sarashu's song as their own because Sarashu had never uploaded it to YouTube himself. His song has been on the internet since April 10th of 2009, and it was originally uploaded on the long gone website 8bitcollective.com before taking off and being reposted around the internet because of its catchy melody and interesting name. It's had its ups and downs in popularity over the years. It's been in YouTube Poops, See the Gunner Rips, and more. I only first heard it last year because I really like watching this fat little cat do their little dance. The point is, this song has been everywhere for 15 years, and because the creator is a genuinely chill guy, he didn't want to interfere with how his art had been spread around and really given a life of its own. But because of YouTube's policies, that left the door open for Gattini to go leech mode and get their creepy little suckers on everyone who had used this song in their own creative endeavors. It's so annoying too, because I very much see that song as being a part of the fabric of YouTube and not something I could monetize. But of course, I shouldn't just upload it for the situation. But I hate being capitalist brain like this. My policy with the penis Eek, your penis policy, has always been to be really hands-off and being like, this is my song, it's so antithetical. I literally just want people to get a joke out of it and not interfere with that. But this human dill pickle had to ruin it. Sarashu had sent out these tweets trying to get the attention of YouTube and their Twitter accounts. His initial post had gotten over 900 likes and YouTube just didn't respond. If you've ever followed any sort of YouTube issue online, then you probably know that getting in touch with YouTube is nearly impossible unless you get their attention on Twitter and make some kind of fuss. And who they choose to respond to feels like nonsense considering I only got a fraction of the amount of engagement Sarashu got, but they actually responded to me, which was cool, I guess, but why ignore the owner of the song? I don't know, maybe I'm special. I'm very doubtful that the YouTube creators account is run by any actual people because they really weren't helpful in this situation at all. They told me YouTube doesn't get involved in copyright shenanigans, so there was nothing they could do. But I pressed them a bit more and they recommended that I file a dispute against the copyright holder through the creator studio so that they could then investigate further. Not really sure what there was to investigate because this all seemed pretty laid out for them. So trying to expose their broken system wasn't working. Instead, I had to work through it to get this false claim dropped. And yes, that method also sucks for the following reasons. YouTube gives all the power in these situations to whoever is claiming copyrighted content in your video. They don't have to prove anything in regards to whether or not they, actually own the copyright. If they upload a video with your content in it and register it before you can with YouTube, that's basically all they have to do. And here's the fun thing about that. When you want to dispute a claim, you are disputing it directly with the person who claimed it. If any kind of justice system worked like YouTube's and you got, say, stabbed in the chest, you would have to tell the person who stabbed you that, they're wrong for doing that. And then the judge would be like, oh, that's interesting, but we're gonna let Mr. I will stab the whole world blind give the verdict this time. Is the scammer going to suddenly have a change of heart and be like, oh, my bad. I didn't mean to stab you 37 times in the chest. You're right. That is wrong. YouTube bends over backwards for copyright claimers because they're terrified of getting sued again like they were by Viacom from 2007 to 2014 in a 7-year lawsuit. They settled it out of court, but they pretty much only got Viacom off their backs by making things impossibly easy for them without much concern for creators who may be wrongly or falsely claimed. Firstly, when you dispute a claim, you aren't given many options that inspire confidence when you're dealing with a song that you know you're allowed to use freely, but you don't necessarily have, like, legal written permission for. Like one time, I uploaded a VOD of my Undertale stream and got claimed because some dude made a lazy-ass freestyle over the shop theme and had the audacity to then claim that people were using his song because how dare they go to the shop in a popular video game? Like, how do I argue with the dude trying to make money from the song he sampled? He obviously knows he didn't make the Undertale shop theme. He just wants money. And YouTube's song detecting algorithm allows him to get it. There's no real option for situations like this.